Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have more Thunderpick action to bring you in South America. We started the broadcast yesterday, and we'll start the broadcast again today. Matt is back home in his favorite place to be, in his surroundings, with his monitors, with his setup. Hopefully, be
lights as well.
No, true. Hopefully, be no power outages today. And tell you what, though, there's going to be some very interesting outages on the server, maybe, with players learning this new bomb explosion, Matt. I'm not sure how much have you seen of this overnight with the update, with you traveling and stuff. I've had a chance to test it. It's quite fun, and we're going to be seeing it firsthand today.
Yeah, it basically means that you can get an indication on your health bars to how much damage you're going to take from the bomb explosion, right? That's it in a nutshell, if I'm not mistaken. So it will create some interesting situations where players are trying to get further away so that they know they'll survive, and that might then push them into opponents. And yeah, it'll create some interesting moments. I don't mind the update at all. I don't mind the update. It was quite like a big guessing game before. It's like, am I safe? Am I not safe? And I think this is probably like a good change to just give people a better idea as to where they can and can't save.
Yeah, I mean, I was of the opinion that it's another one of these like small updates which lowers the skill ceiling ever so slightly. I still think that, but at the same time, people will get used to it in a couple of weeks, right? People won't care in a couple of weeks. So to me, it's like whatever in that case. But we'll get into it, of course, in a bit. I'd imagine our HUDs aren't updated yet to show that on the HP bars, I'd imagine. But the bomb explosion changes will be very obvious to see with our own eyes. So it will be fun.
Yeah. I'm not so sure that it like really lowers the skill ceiling of the game, because like how much of a skill is it really to know if you're going to survive a bomb explosion or not? It's more like nerdy things, I'd say. And it's like, I don't really mind like that aspect of the game being reduced a little bit.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'm being slowly convinced by other people. I think it's a bit of a 50-50. I think I'm as Sponge put on Twitter like only about 15 minutes ago. I think it's more of a case of the gameplay changes it makes rather than that, and that's what we're going to see today. We've got Isurus versus Biru. To start, we are very familiar with both these two teams. And to come after that, Yawara versus Keyed Stars. I'm quite looking forward to that one, because I think that one's going to be a pretty unpredictable game. I think Yawara have been a bit meh lately, but Keyed Stars, they have the ability to still troll a little bit as well, so that could be a difficult one to call. But Isurus versus Biru, this is the winners match, of course. We saw the two teams win yesterday. I would say, Matt, wholly unconvincing how they won yesterday, but they got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously didn't get to see FDB the entire way through, unfortunately, but I did see that they won 13-5 on Dust 2, and then obviously for Isurus, that was the game we were able to cast the whole way through, and they got it done against MILLE. So both teams now in a position where if you win this, you're through to the next stage. You're through to the playoffs without much of a fuss. And you don't really want to drop down to that lower bracket where you have MILLE lurking. And even Pain Academy could just be like a plucky team as well. So you're going to want to get it done here in this winners match.
You are indeed, and I think that is going to be a fascinating factor for this game today, because Isurus and Biru have played each other quite a lot this year already. Both these two teams have played each other twice already, both in CCT in South America in different seasons, but Isurus have won both of them in 2-1 fashion. So we're curious to see how that goes today. We've seen good work from the likes of Dotty, and in particular RZK and Ataraxia. In the last couple of days, we've seen Isurus, and I'll be curious to see if they perform well again today. Ataraxia had a great game the other day. We mentioned him a couple of times because of that kind of funny map that he had where he top fragged but bottom rated the game in a kind of a rare scenario of rating like 3.0, kind of owning him. But I think Isurus have shown, Matt, in the last couple of days how they've played. Like, you described it pretty well, I think. They kind of just make the right assertive moves very often.
Yeah, they seem like a team that are really well knit, I'll say. Like, I feel like you can tell that they've been working quite hard on their game, and on their CT side, there's quite a lot of proactivity. They like to get active. They seem to work really well together. It seems like there's good synergy within this Isurus team. Which I'm really pleased. I feel like they were a team that you would always think they're decent, but they're just kind of like hard stuck tier 3 South America, where now it's like, okay, you know, RCK is getting my attention with the big individual performances we're getting from him. Ataraxia is looking like he's popping up with the AWP, and then the other trio of players, the trifecta of Deco, Dottie, and Hez, are no slouches in any regard. Like, we saw them all contributing in meaningful ways yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely something positive here. As for Biru, FDB, we're calling them for short, for ease of commentary. There's a lot of interesting factors about this team. I imagine once again they're not playing with Turtle. We don't know for sure, but they haven't been playing with him for the last couple of days. Last couple of games they have played, to be fair to them. I saw they played LP and CCT last night. They lost very comfortably 2-0. Again, they played with Barton, not with Turtle. So I'm imagining they're playing with Barton again today. Lots of experiences where we always categorize this team, especially with, you know, Peso, Hardzao, PKL. That core has been playing in sort of like tier 3, tier 2 South America for years and years and years. Some of them have made their way up the scene a bit more than others. But I still think, even though it's not the youngest team in the world, the guy that does play like the young star for me is Detroit J, and you need to be keeping an eye on him today.
Yeah, he definitely has the ability to take over games, doesn't he? How did he get on against Pain Academy? On Dust yesterday. Have a look.
Played very, very well, mate.
22 and 8, 1.67. Because I remember just before I ran out of juice, I was talking about how Dust 2 tends to be a big map of his, and Dust 2 is not going to feature here in the veto, so we're not going to get to see that particular Detroit J magic. However, it will be Mirage into Nuke into Inferno. Now, a little bit surprising that we haven't seen Dust 2 get pictured by FDB again, as was the case yesterday, right, Trav, against Pain Academy. They forewent the Dust 2 pick, even though it's their de facto go-to. So it's quite surprising. Mirage, Nuke, Inferno is where the battle will go down in the series. Meow, 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 meow.
Meow. And we're live into Mirage, the first BO3 that I'm covering since last night's update. Lots of small bits and pieces to keep an eye on here. I've got the patch notes open so I can talk about them when it is necessary. Maybe we'll get a bomb plant already here with them pushing in toward B, but Detroit J wants to say no to that. Barton's going to help out as well. Ataraxia finds Hardzao, and they're not going to fully commit. They're going to take that bomb back away.
Yeah, FDB had numbers over on that B bomb site, and it seems like Isurus have kind of caught wind of that before they've gone all in and fully committed, so they've actually been able to disengage and start to shift themselves into the opposite side of the map. Deco will be a thorn in their side through from middle. Really nice timing on the peak from him. Ataraxia will find Barton, and all of a sudden, this is looking very good here for Isurus to open up with the pistol. PKL's position now been compromised. He tries to get a move on, move straight into Deco's crosshair, and Isurus will open up with a pistol win.
Very nice. Gonna go for the full eco, or they go for the force? Like full eco this time. I tell a lie, there's the buy. A little bit later on in the freeze time, but gonna come through by the looks of things. Deco's going to find both immediately in middle, though. That just, as you like to say, Matt, pours cold water over the risk of this for Spy. Yeah,
in convincing fashion with this opening couple of kills. Should just immediately snuff this round out. 1-3-1 standard approach here from Isurus, just to cast a net across the map. See if they can finish any plays being made, which they do. And from there, they can really just apply the strength in numbers mentality. So Argentina have now got, what, 3 formidable rosters that immediately comes to mind. And I'd have Shinden as the best Argentinian team at the moment. I know that's probably somewhat disputable with Bestia as well. Excuse me. I think some people would probably pick Bestia, but I'd go Shinden, then Bestia, then Isurus. Probably be my order for the top 3 Argentinian teams. And it's 3 competitive Argentinian teams now as well, which is pretty cool to see.
And of course, at this point, BESTIA have an Argentinian core, but aren't even full Argentinian anymore. They've got Timo from Uruguay and Cassin from Brazil. So it's yeah, when it comes to full Argentinian teams, they might be top 50 VRS, but Shinden obviously not too far off, and they are a full Argentinian team. They're going to be at Pro
Who would
League.
you pick if you had to pit those two against each other?
I would take Shinden at the moment. I really would.
Okay, yeah, same. And if Bestia lose Thomason, then at that point it's like,
Yes.
Then that team's stocks just drastically drop.
Listen to the bomb.
Terrorists win.
Whoa.
Oh, okay, and also it changes the animation on the player's screens quite a lot as well.
Yes, there's like a little vibration effect, and the map, like, if you can see the bomb, invariably you die now. Like, if there are walls in the way, you have more of a chance. And the sound, I think, is very realistic, very cool. They've done a great job with that. And I think there's like a little dusty effect on the map as well when the bomb explodes.
Yeah.
So
Looks like it.
on the view model anyway. Yeah, we'll see it again soon, I reckon. And as we've described, there is that little indicator on the health bar that tells you how far away you can go and what damage you'll take. But overall, it is entirely different. It'll be quite prevalent, would you believe, in this series if we go 3 maps again, and we do see Nuke and Inferno, because Nuke and Inferno are the 2 maps which have been most interesting for, and I guess Ancient as well, to be fair, but have been the most interesting for people to be testing to see like where you can save. For example, now the world of difference, Matt, is the fact that you can literally stand on the A-bomb site of Nuke, the bomb can explode below you, and you take like 1 HP damage.
Okay, yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how it kind of plays out on, like you say, the various different maps, in particular the main maps with the bomb explosion rate, which is so punishing, where you've got longer lines of sight as well. Keen to see how it all unfolds. Wonder if we're going to get cash today. I mean, again, we haven't gotten it in this series. And again, it wasn't banned in the first phase of the veto. Constantly not getting banned in the first phase, not being picked, and then not making it through the second phase. I need to brush up on my cash knowledge, honestly. Just kind of been like on holiday and using that to get away from the game a little bit. So haven't actually caught any cash action. Like,
No.
you know, obviously we're working through the player break, but when I'm not working, I'm like really emphasizing trying to have a bit of a break from the game because of how busy we've been over like the start of the year, really, or the first half of the year. So haven't really been able to watch any cash games. Yeah, I know a few have been played, but haven't caught them myself.
No, I mean, there's only a couple, really, right, in Tier 1. I think Eyeballers have picked it a couple of times at XSE, not much more than that. I haven't really had a chance to look at the highlights of any of them yet either, so yeah, it's doesn't surprise me that we haven't seen one yet, to be honest. So many teams is not willing to go into it.
All right, here we go. First gun round upon us. First real opportunity for FB to get themselves a point on the board.
So to give you the exact wording in the patch notes for the bomb explosion, redesigned effective range and extent of C4 explosion damage on all official defusal mode maps. Damage is now applied according to pre-computed simulation values baked into the compiled map. Explosion shockwave damage now rapidly expands from the center of the explosion instead of being applied instantly. And
Okay.
put very simply, like, from when I tested it last night, just running around maps on my Twitch stream for half an hour, if you can see the bomb, if you're in, like, plain sight of it, you will most likely die. If you're behind a couple of layers of walls, you might get a chance. If you're like, as you say, as I said about Nuke, if you're directly above the site, you'll survive now because there's a whole floor to protect you. So lots of little mini positional changes that we're going to be focused on throughout this this day. It's the most interesting part of this BO3, I can't lie. RZK is going to be jumping in toward B. Pastello looks to hold on. And there might not be any plant here. All 4 kills comfortably for FDB. And in their first proper gun round, they're going to get a nice start.
Yeah, it's very convincing coming through there from FDB in terms of how they locked that down, despite the first or the opening kill going Isurus' way. Esadeo able to piece together a lot of kills in quick succession there. And that certainly shut the round down in its tracks. Isurus barely even able to set foot out of the apartments. CT side on the board as a result on their opponent's map pick. If they can string together consecutive rounds off the back of that success, then they will break Isurus' economy in the process.
Start to RZK's round, but a quick end as well. He's going to find heads too. Palace Lurk, don't know if it's been seen by FDB. Players on site could have. They'll be coming through now though. Nataraxia on ramp will bear the brunt of that. Barnes in a nice position. Otti is looking for that possibility of the hop up on the bricks to look at Palace, but maneuver back toward the corner of Firebox, which is probably the better position when you don't have as much support.
Yeah, it's a position that Rain really popularized, I think, where Barton's in from now. Nice check from PKL, good timing there. Dotty trying to beep the bomb site and clear things out. Just gets peaked and awkward timing for him. 4 versus 2 now as a result. Don't really have anything going. They're probably just going to settle for the savior with only 20 seconds on the... So that is going to be consecutive rounds for FDB and doing a good chunk of damage to Isurus' economy in the process. Probably going to be compelled to actually force buy in this next round, considering 2 players have survived. Especially because they're not on max stage round loss bonus.
Counter-terrorists win.
It tends to be the way. Not going to have a whole lot with those other players, but as you say, just to even up the money, it makes a bit more sense, and that's what they're going to do. Tech 9, Galil, double Galil. Tech 9, I meant Mac 10. First instance today where I say something which is not the word that's in my brain.
That's okay.
Not communicating.
Yeah. I mean, we have a long day ahead for anybody who might not know. Doing the first 2 games of the day for Thunderpick World Championship here in South America, and then we're doing some more South American action for a Blast Open Rising qualifier for Porto, Portugal.
Porto.
Looking forward to that. Very much excited. Actually, we're covering Yawara twice today as a result. Second game here, and then first game late on today, but more on that later. 3v3 in the gun round. Isurus looking to keep daylight between themselves and FDB. Been able to bring it back into a 3v3. Hardsour will peek out, and he's going to find one in almost a second. Dotty will trade, but PKL in on the trade train. No need to continue to force the issue here whatsoever. Hez has at least been able to scoop up the C4, and now he's playing some mind games. He sells the audio cues as though he's charging through lowers, but now he's going to double back.
Has been given the A-bomb site, but he's also been seen by PKL. Work down to allow a plant. He'll get it. It's not a done deal yet for FDB. Hez will move back to play the ramp bricks, but doesn't really know where he wants to position himself yet. I think he wants to try and take a fight. Wasn't seen there by Barton, I don't believe, the way he's trying to pick triple. There's somewhat in the open in Firebox, if you get what I mean. Like, he's looking to try and take a fight on these gaps on the cross. There's the information. Now it's a struggle, though. Both these CTs do have kits, so to face them pretty comfortably together, and they do. And the fact they both had kits meant that they could take their time with that one. So, bomb will be defused, and FDB will recover the game to 3. And Matt, what you said earlier about Yawara, you've made me realise that even if we have crazy tech pauses,
I know.
we're
I thought
safe.
about that too.
We're safe either way, right? Because like there's no clash possibility.
Exactly. I had the exact same thoughts as well when I was on the flight, and I was like, "Hey, that's a nice little safety net that we got going for us." I mean, they've got a much better chance in this series here against Keyed Stars, albeit they're still definitely underdogs, but not nearly to the same sort of degree in their series later on this evening in the Blast Open qualifier, where
Darts, right? Yeah.
yeah, it feels like that should just be unwinnable on paper for Yawara.
Agreed. Darts do have something about them.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to level up to a team now that's no longer just like a strong team within the region, but actually wanting to become part of a competitive outfit in EU as well. So they've set their sights on broader horizons, bigger horizons.
I think that says a lot by the. Sorry to cut over you. I think that says a lot
go on.
of the of how they're playing right now and where they are. They haven't even taken an invite to this event, right? They're not going to be a playoff team. They're not going to be. They don't really play as much online events that aren't qualifiers anymore, right? So yeah, I think that's quite obvious what they're trying to do. I mean, it's good to see. You need to see more of that. Hardtail has an XM in this round, but he will... True. Hardtail will have an XM in this round, but in the end, loses it, and only finds the Tech 9. So, not sure what he's managed to do there. All good, though. They've still won the round.
I have noticed that there's a proclivity for FB to be fighting middle a lot from snipers, just on these offbeat timings. It's not like they're always setting it up with utility or swinging from connector, catwalk, and snipers at the same time. There's often just one player kind of pop flashing himself and then looking to fight mid, looking to disrupt Isurus. So let's see if that continues to be the case. This is now 4 consecutive rounds for FDB. Haven't lost a gun round. Conversely, Isurus obviously, well, that means they won the pistol, one against the Force, one against the Eco, and have been empty-handed since then. Lovely spray from Deco while crouch shift walking, able to just keep spraying, controls the spray brilliantly there to dispatch a PKL.
Mr. will find his 1-for-1. But it might not be enough. They're going to need Hards out to make a move here as well. Got a nice timing. It's the dink, but doesn't feel confident enough to push deeper on that one.
Oh, this is
but the
cheeky,
play
mate.
around the smoke is good confident and is really cheeky and is successful as well. Barton goes down to RZK though. Yeah, I did like that a lot from Hards out. I thought for a second he was going to fall back and not really play aggressive. But no, the move he makes is unexpected and works well. But they might not be in a position to win the round yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's still work to be done here. And damage done to Ataraxia will certainly help, and Hansal's going to be the one to finish him off. Reaps the reward of the damage he had dropped earlier on in the round. RZK now left in a 1v2. We've already highlighted how good he was yesterday, and the bomb is pretty far gone at this point. There is quite a lot of util here. Detroit's got a full belt. He doesn't realize that RZK is in Palace, so he hadn't clocked that in time. And only for RZK to peek. Oh, Trav. It's going to be so close. We're talking split-second stuff here. Oh. And he's got on it just in time. Why has he swung there?
I know.
RZK. Man needs a lesson in counting, because he just swung like 1.5 seconds after the tap.
And if he just delayed it by 1
exactly.
second, literally 1 second, he will force Hardzao into getting off it.
Which still wouldn't have like gotten it close.
I know. Whether he kills him or not, he wins the round if he just doesn't. If he delays a second, so poor move.
Fairly peculiar.
I guess that's the counter to the new bomb explosion update. Just defuse every single round.
So you don't have to deal with the bomb explosion. All right, well, that's 5 rounds in a row now. Yeah, we have. Yeah. Definitely. Does sound like a tank explosion or something like that, a tank shot being fired off now, or sounds a lot more like a bomb exploding than what it did previously.
Exactly.
Reminds me of a lot of the change from like many years ago when we went to the new AK-47 shooting sound, where it was just like way more bass, a lot deeper, a lot more substance to it as well. From, if you go back and listen to the old AK now, it almost sounds like an air gun or some sort of a toy gun.
It just blows your ears off as well. Like,
yeah,
it's so much harsher. As you say, it's so funny when people back then just absolutely despised it. But got used to it within a year or so, if not less.
Yeah, and then became a fan. Oh, Pesadeo missing a little bit of an opportunity there as he leaps back and pulls his knife out at the same time. Needs to avoid the utility. Deco will get an opening kill. He's taking a lot of damage in the process. Hardzao now finds himself in a different position. Pesadeo making a move, but that's just a low health player. He will double down. The problem is that Hardzao has gone down empty-handed, and that will signal the end of the round.
Indeed. Bomb can be retrieved. They're a little bit scared about it, as you can tell. And actually, it's not as easy as maybe we realised. Because Detroit J just got it. That's a shame.
Why has he decided to throw a flashbang there is what I'm wondering. I guess he's trying to flash bot back into mid, but that was what gave them the opportunity to actually scoop up the bomb in the first place.
I think seeing how they strafed to pick up the bomb, I feel like it would have been a hard shot for Detroit J to hit anyway. I feel like he probably wouldn't have connected it. But still, I agree with you. It would have been nice to see him just stick on the line. So Bottom's going to be keeping an eye on his health bar right now. Seeing how close he can play to the apartments on 100 HP to try and lock some of these T players in. They're going to go out through short though, and Detroit J is doing exactly the same. Leg shot hit. That probably signals the demise of Dotty. You see, he's just
panicking.
You can see he has no idea where to run with his health bar. There's the noise, there's the effect, and there's the damage that it does to IZK hairs in ladder room. Both of them being pretty high HP.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the various tournament organizers factor in the updates into the HUD, right?
True. I think ESL have always done a very, very good job of adding that. But obviously during the major, they kind of perfected everything, honestly, when it came to the broadcast experience on camera. But yeah, like adding the new magazines and adding different little bits and pieces, adding when players are inside smokes, when they're mollied, all that sort of thing. Firaxia has got space to walk out A after that frag on RZK under. Goodbye for Isurus, as you'd expect. So Detroit and Button are going to hold on until Deco gets 2 heads. Be happy with that.
Oh, wow.
As well, he sees the traces from PKL and somehow finds him. That's a really nice kill to grab. Hardzao is throwing a grenade, which almost signaled his demise. There's more grenades where that came from, and as you say, 2 ups on the retake. They're now also both very, very low. Deco 9 HP still. That incendiary might cause his death.
Way.
He is a lucky boy.
No way.
That is insane. And Dotty will peek to take Hardzao. Because of that, there's no rifle to put a fully automatic spray through that triple box, which means Deco survives, would you believe? And I doubt Detroit J will be able to get away. Might be allowed to now, but yeah, there's many things in that round that go very much Isurus's way.
Yeah, and Deco's way. The fact that I think it was Ataraxia. No, the fact that Hardzao might have been Detroit J, doesn't matter. They were posted on the left side of triple initially, and then they decide to pull out a piece of utility just as the swing comes through from Deco after the bomb plant. That would have been a free frag had they just remained trained on the angle, and then. I can't believe that molly hasn't actually spread and burnt him out. And he was so confident as well. He was almost like, I'm either going to die to this molly or I'm going to remain in position safely because I'm not swinging to try and dodge it. I'm not moving. I will go down with my ship, and he doesn't. So pretty unfortunate for FDB with the way that round unfolds. It means a tied up scoreline. No residual money for really either team if they lose us, with no round boss bonus behind. Not much for Isurus, I guess maybe still a few counts in play, but this one's probably worth 2 in either direction.
always been a close series between these two whenever they played each other. In CCT back... Hang on. January, February, March. Yes, okay. I can still count. Back in March, they played a 3-mapper. Dust 2 went to fucking Biru, as you'd expect. And then Isurus won Mirage and Inferno 13-4, 13-8. Then, only a couple of months ago, they played in CCT again, and Isurus won Dust 2 13-2. So a complete flip around, right? Good kill from PKL. Incom that drops the bomb. This is going to find Detroit J, but will get a quick recovery. And Ataraxia finds Pesadillo in the end. We're staring at the minimap there to see how that was going to play out. Been able to jump across the murder hole angle too. Hardzar can't go through there anymore. You do though, obviously.
Clues in the name.
But yeah, just to finish my point.
Yeah.
Maybe that is why FDB didn't want to go anywhere near Dust 2 again today, because they know Isurus domed them 13-2 last time out on it.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, maybe you're onto something. It's a map that Isurus have been pretty good on lately as well. Just with Ataraxia's form. I'd be surprised if it was that result, considering that it's also not super recent. And they did beat them 13-4, like you're saying, back in March when they played. So I don't know. I'd be a little bit surprised by that, but still, all we can really do is speculate. Isurus have regained the lead, ahead by a round. And also, as I mentioned, in the middle of that round, no money for the loser, and FDB going to be bearing the brunt of that now.
So far, all the bomb explosions we've had in this map have been players a long way away from it. Looking forward to seeing a close round where maybe there's some crazy 1 HP shenanigans or something like that, because that is the main thing people have been talking about lately. The fact that, it seems to be wherever you are on the map, you always take 1 HP damage. Which is a bit harsh, especially if you are 1 HP.
It's like, why? See, that one I just sit and ask why.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I'm
does it
hoping
damage
it's a
your
mistake.
armor as well? Like, surely it doesn't damage your armor, right? Because...
It doesn't.
Okay, good. Because
There's no damaged armor at all.
Okay, all right. That I can get a little bit more on board with then. You imagine if you've, like, survived a pistol, 100 health, and now you can never get the cheap upgrade to head armor. This is a blistering round from Isurus again. They've been able to get control of middle, looking like a live wire right now. Is this duo of RZK and Deco. They've been brilliant with the rifles. 19 kills between the two of them. We're in the 12th round. They've made light work of FDB in the final round of the half, which means they'll carry a lead into the start of the second half here. Little buffer for them.
Barton will be traded instantly, and as you say, Echo and RZK, you mentioned those two beforehand, alongside Ataraxia, as kind of the 3 main players that you're hoping to see some good work from. And they are. They're all playing very well. The lead on T side, I think, is very, very nice for them. It is their pick, sure. They have a much stronger CT side.
Big pistol round here for FDB. Feels like if they fail here, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually battle back on the map. Healthy amount of utility, 2 HEs, and then should be a P250 in the mix. Surely, where's the extra money been spent if not an upgraded pistol?
Entry from Detroit J. Looking for more, on top of stairs, but deleted by Dotty. Nice one to grab back. Plant is going to be attempted. Will be completed. There's plenty of utility available there, and RZK is going to be able to find Hardzar in the end with that smoke tap. Deco's still got an incendiary and a smoke, and he's found the flash too. So there's no kit, but there is some good grenades to give this one a go. Detroit J is trying to make a play, going all the way around through Murder Hole. Barton's going to be cleared though. He's going to need to activate pretty quickly. This is a very hard shot to hit when a player's going up and down the stairs like this. Very difficult to hit, and as you can see,
No
he's
way,
very
bro.
much struggling.
Oh my god.
He's finally going to get it, but Deco's
Defuse.
defusing by the but he's still defusing, he's still defusing! And he got it.
A full 10
Oh
second stick there
my
from Deco. In and
word.
amongst all the chaos. So, sure, Detroit J actually eventually gets the kill on the stairs player, but all in the meantime, the bomb was being stuck by Deco. So, the fact that that player stairs for Isurus was able to survive as long as he did there and keep all of that attention and focus from Detroit J actually does play a role in the grand scheme of things.
It does. Messy, messy, messy. And not at the World Cup.
And not go, Messi.
No, no. Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi.
Force my back here from FDB. Failing this would spell 5-10. That is not an easy position to recover, especially on the T side of Mirage.
Walk toward ramp for FDB. Isadeo with the bomb on Barton next to him. He's playing from triple, staring at Palace. Right now, really the only man that's close for this. He's going to need to find a 1-for-1, otherwise the site is lost immediately. Thank you to him. Isadeo will jump straight into him, and Hez has done incredible work. All right. Usually you only ever get one and a bit of damage from triple box. He's gotten all three there in slick fashion.
Yeah, he's made it look easy in the process as well. That is really impressive there from Hez with the 3-piece with a single magazine. Delayed his peak as long as he possibly could as well. So he catches them completely off guard once he does actually stick his neck out from triple. Mows them all down. FDB come up empty-handed with their force buy, now behind by 4 rounds. Was this? I think it's 5-3, right? This is a bit of a streak coming through from Isurus right now, and we saw them yesterday against MILLE, that they were a difficult team to stop once they had got their momentum.
Yep.
Even in the case as well, RZK needs to chill here. Already have lost a couple of players against these Desert Eagles, and he doesn't want to become another number added to that tally. Oh my goodness.
There was a
is not
flash,
clean.
it's fine.
Oh, yeah, it's just woofy as all hell.
I know. I agree with you. And you are right about it being 5-3. Hardzao had that last second defuse to make it 5-3, and they haven't won a round since.
Hardcore.
Breaking news, Liquid have benched Ultimate.
Yes! That's a headline I should have read a year and a half ago, mate.
Yeah. Supposedly, the rumor is they're getting Jorko from
Yes,
Focus.
I have seen that being thrown around as well. Dorko and JT, baby. Bring TC into the mix as well. Keep that South African combo going.
I know, man, and that's what you'd like.
I mean, I think I'm not the only one who'd like that. From what I can tell, there's a bit of a sentiment around JT
You're right.
going to Liquid.
You're right. I also want it. So there you go.
Okay. And I don't think that Shuei is a bust, by the way. I mean, obviously, this has been a failure, but I wouldn't look at his time on Liquid as a career-defining
Failure.
tenure for him. Yeah,
Right.
failure. I think, obviously, it's far from good, but I still also think that he can definitely be redeemed and has a future ahead of him.
Yes, sir. I don't disagree with that. Oh, the bank there is quite nice from Backpacker to Biru, but they're not going to be able to do much more after it, unfortunately. PKL feels like he needs to fight more, and because of that, they all walk into them. kind of one by one. They make the fights relatively comfortable for Isurus. And when I said about the bait was the Palace player creating a little bit of a ruckus to keep him occupied while the push-up con happened. And it got PKL a multi-frag, but no more than that.
Yeah, that is the round now lost that really digs FDB very deep into this hole. Behind by 6, streak of 8 for Isurus, convincing gun round behind them. Finances start to get accrued. Going to be a light buy for FDB, which means that they're probably going to have to play for overtime unless they can find a way to make this round work.
Yeah, so just need to not get ahead of themselves here. I've seen it a couple of times maybe against the pistols where they could have been burnt a little bit more.
Yeah, true. They've maybe been a little bit overzealous in some of those situations. I want to dial it in here.
Hard Zal, but here we go again. 2 kills back. I think RZK knows what's up, though. He's already put himself into a position to peak with Dotty. Smoke, that should be... Oh, no. Oh, no. He was absolutely right in how he positioned himself. Thankfully, RZK is there to trade it. But that is just the one kill that really gives them a great chance back in this elephant Detroit J's positioning. They're going to have no idea about that. Ataraxia tries to make the window jump. He does, but he jumps into his demise. And this is exactly what I was talking about. I'm not saying that FDB wouldn't have a plant on B if that kill had come through, but it would have made this retake a whole lot easier. RZK doesn't know about the player on the bench. Getting gifted some fights on bottom, it has to be said. That nade might be decent, down to 33. But they'll be baked into to Detroit J in the end. So, yeah, there's the first big error of the game.
Yeah, very good stuff from FDB to be able to make that round work. That's a huge reprieve. And that means they've got a little bit of breathing room, which they wouldn't have had otherwise. Would have been, obviously, 12-5. And that feels irrecoverable now. There's a tiny bit of wiggle room as they're able to win that light investment. Not the first time we've seen Isurus struggle against that type of a purchase, as you highlighted coming into the round. And if FDB win this, then they break that CT side economy, and it's somewhat game on once again.
I think it's going to need to be kept only a blip by Isurus. I think FDB can have a path back, as you say. I can't believe that shot was missed for Isurus when was it Pesadillo who walked through that smoke, top con? Unbelievable whiff. Bomb being walked back to A. Again, a bit of a distraction maybe for the con players. Oh, and that's rough. And when I say that's rough for Isurus, because the flash from PKL is really, really good. Simple one, but it's one that works out. Hardzal's not going to take notice of that incendiary. He's going to charge through. Hez finds 2. Again, doing a great job, but again, shot missed from Ataraxia. Not been as consistent as he had been in previous days we've watched him. Needs to be a kill from RZK. He's going to find it. Now bomb plant is a little bit more scary. 25 seconds. Ataraxia can really go for it, and that's a nice shot here.
Crazy.
Bomb planter. Very bold, and he makes up for those earlier misses with 2 quickfire AWP frags, and the aggression pays off.
Absolutely, and it's been a hallmark. I mean, I mentioned it yesterday, I mentioned it coming into this game as well, of Isurus, the CT side. 12-6, they've got 6 chances immediately, bouncing back after having lost to the half by class from Isurus. Just seems like this team is a lot more difficult to beat these days as well. Like, they're infrequently actually get shaken up, right? Seem to have a pretty strong mental within the team now. 12-6. Oh, Hardzal Gonna play catch inadvertently, or involuntarily, rather, shall I say. And more of this aggression top mid from Dotty, forcing the fight on PKL. He's gonna have to call this round from the sidelines now.
Yeah, this is impressive, isn't it? Isurus on their map pick. We also know that Nuke is not going to be an absolute foregone conclusion either. You expect FDB to answer back, but Isurus are going to have a chance. And this being the winners' match, they'd love to just play one less game. It's not because no one's watching top mid properly. It does bait in a few kills, and Peter will get 2. But in comes Deco. Look at the pincer in middle. Every single player on Isurus there had kind of a say in that mid-crunch.
Yeah.
And Ataraxia is once again delivered to end off the map. Very impressive for Isurus, 13-6. They'll be very happy with how they started today.
Yeah, extremely. They were down 5-3 at one point. They got on to win the map 13-6, so they won 10 of the past 11 rounds to just stamp their authority on the game and get it done and go up 1-0. So very good result coming through for Isurus. And sure, it was their map pick. But we go to Nuke next, which hasn't been an awful map for Isurus. I feel like they've actually been improving on it lately. They lost narrowly 13-11 to Imperial just yesterday, and they beat MILLE before that. So, yeah, they'll back themselves. Either way, we'll find out exactly what Nuke has in store after this short break.
Live for map 2 between Isurus and FDB. This is the pick of the Brazilians. They're going to try and bounce back here. So Isurus are already making it through to the playoffs for Thunderpick South America Series 2. They started off very well. Their map of Mirage was impressive. So you have to see how a map of Nuke is going to go with these new bomb explosion changes. Well, ZK is going to get 2. I don't quite know how he managed to get 3. He stood tall. Well, that third was very impressive. DKL will find Dotty. Give it himself a chance in the 1v1. Hez has dropped down though. He now knows what's up. It's a bit nervy. PKL's got no armor. I think Hez might be able to realise that, and that's why he goes in for the fight. Hits the headshot anyway. No problem. Isurus will start off well. Full eco for FDB in the second round. Get the guns in the third.
Good start for Isurus.
Just.
This team is really good in pistol rounds. I think like against MILLE as well, they won majority of the pistol rounds. They won both pistol rounds on Mirage as well. I wonder how much time they sink into them. They were a little bit scrappy in their anti-ecos, but this is like as hard of an anti-eco as you could possibly get. Just a single upgraded pistol in the Des Eagle. It's already been dropped. Not easy to recycle that Eagle either. And it'll be a round without casualties here for Isurus by the look of things. SMG's hunting here is down. And eventually they will find the kill. 2-0 as we go into the first gun round.
Yeah, Hard's now trying the knife, jumping off of top mini, but nothing doing. May as well when you've got a Glock, honestly. And yeah, they've won 9 out of 14 pistol rounds on Nuke of Isurus. They haven't really played the map that much. So it's not like a massively impressive stat, but win more than they lose, put it that way.
Alright, well, I'm not surprised to see that. That looked quite laboured from RZK.
Yes.
I'm not surprised to hear that, what you just read. But it almost looked a bit nonchalant, I'll say, from RZK with how he pushed forward. His hasn't been checked on top of Ataraxia. Must have been blind. What a pre-fire from Pesadeo. I think Barton was the first one to guard. I'm pretty sure I saw it was the low health player. So Pesadeo coming through second is actually the one who gets the kill, if I'm not mistaken. And all the pieces just fall neatly into place for FDB to open up their account on their map pick.
They're already hunting a little bit. See where Barton has to go to survive the bomb blast, as Deco and Dotty will save. He aimed the right spot there, Pesadeo, but he's still going to get caught by Dotty. Don't get too close, Dotty. Be careful. Deco actually the one to take over half HP damage, and Barton will go down in the end.
Alright, well, was a bit of a bonus round for Isurus, I suppose. But everything they would want here in this round, maybe bar a little bit of utility. Hez doesn't have any Ataraxia with only 2 pieces, but there is the AWP in play here for the Argentinian sniper. It's going to be making its way outside. Oh, this is really aggressive Ataraxian. He will draw first blood. There's no way he's able to get out. He's going to have to just try and battle his way through. And Detroit J is going to make a play through the smoke as he starts searching for Ataraxia, who's actually gone even further forward, if you can believe it. Detroit J is still looking for him. He can't quite believe that he's gotten out of dodge. And, oh, okay, he's got him dead to right. He's got him dead to right. He wants more. He's come to his teammates to just wait. So it's all good. Detroit J has this one under control. Oh, this is really cheeky, mate. He's really looking to get the most out of this because he wants to push into this A bomb site thinking the CTs are never going to be expecting. He's got the spot on the player on the rafters, and it will work out for Detroit J to find both.
And Ataraxia is probably thinking to himself, how on earth has that happened? But still needs to win a 1v2 though, and it's not going to happen. Ataraxia will close it. I really appreciate that from Detroit J, trying everything there to give his team any sort of chance in the round. And to be fair, he does hold up his end of the bargain by getting 2. He would have loved to have found Ataraxia as well. That would have made the big difference, obviously. But if he kills Ataraxia, it's not very likely he kills the A-site players as well. So I think he's probably made the best choice there. It could be argued, I think, but we'll never know how the other option would have played out, obviously.
Like you said, kind of debatable as to what the best course of action was. Ultimately, though, Isurus will come away with the round, and it's a huge round out of Ataraxia, finding 3 key kills in the process of aiding his team and getting across the line. And that will condemn FDB back to an eco.
No shot of Barton though. They can dive down to B, I think, if they want to. I tell a lie, they can't. There's a player in the vent. All good. Dottie will find his. 4-1 confirmed.
Getting a couple of kills with barely any investments. Isurus, if there's one department I've noticed that they could improve on, it would be their anti-ecos. Either way, here we go, 4-1 into another gun round. This is where Isurus can really start to assert themselves. If they can win this gun round here, then FDB will be feeling the scoreboard pressure, not only on the map, but the series at large, with them currently being down by a map, with Mirage having gotten away from them.
Beautiful, swapped over. Yesterday already out into Africa. Long way away from home.
Not for me, it isn't.
Of course.
'Tis home.
Cards out, needs to be ready.
Yeah. He looked like he was forced forward because his teammate almost trapped him from being able to fall back. Dottie will finish off what Hez had started, but they've just made their way straight down secret. Now, it does seem like Deco is getting this info. Oh, that's whoopee from Deco. That should have been a frag, and Ataraxia will miss as well. Does kind of bait Dottie in because it takes the attention of the way away from the players pushing through into the bomb site. They will eventually uprow PKL outside, which results in a 2v2, but it should be a situation in a 2v2 here for Isurus.
Yeah, that is a good example of sometimes Isurus look a little bit whiffy, don't they? There was a lot of shots missed there by Deco outside, by Yawara Orb that eventually hit his demise, and once again we're going on the right side of ramp as we look it for some reason when they know there's an Orb set up on Detroit J. You already got to kill on that angle. It's a lot more comfortable to walk in on the left to avoid that tight line. I don't think Deco can save here. I think he realizes that. You can tell he's looking about where to save. Here's okay.
Terrorists win.
So that's one of the big changes, right? More often than not, if you're 100 HP with armor, in the old bomb explosion, you could 100% save at the back of ramp behind that box. But because there's only one wall between you and the bomb, and you're kind of on the same elevation as the bomb as well, if you just walk into the corner where he did, or like even toward the grate that separates the ramp position from the A-bomb site, near the boost boxes on ramp, you don't take any damage at all. For such a small distance, it's completely changed.
Okay, interesting. It'll take some time for these things to kind of be ironed out and documented and realized. Nice flash, Deco. Yeah, not actually able to spot Pesadeo there. I don't know if you caught a glimpse of him just before he got blinded, but I don't think so. Pesadeo's been able to make his way down secret. He's going to cross paths with RZK. RZK will win the duel. That extinguishes a forward-facing threat. Dotty will get hards out, but Deco will lose his life outside. So something back, but only for a brief moment, as Dotty restores the two-man advantage. Oh, big moment here from Hez. He'll catch Detroit J off guard, and it's now only Bartek left. And they know where he is, and, well, he is for much longer.
Yeah, good bounce back again. Again, comes after a round from Missor, so it was a little bit messy, but they put it out of their minds quickly. And once again, you know, FDB are getting rounds on the board. They're winning a few of these every now and then, but every single time they do win one, they lose the following and then have to go down to pistols again. So, not really been able to put any tricks together.
This is another one of the rounds we've been talking about for Isurus in terms of rounds that they have struggled in a little bit. Dotty not going to struggle there whatsoever, decides to stand and bang, and that will result in him getting 3 convincing kills before he inevitably gets overwhelmed. Hez will get caught off by the Tech 9, so that's nice. But it will be limited to just 2 casualties. Isurus storming ahead here. This is now a 4-round lead for them going into the next gun round.
It is. Looking very confident. Kind of the difference between maybe the Isurus we saw yesterday and the Isurus we saw today. Them knowing it's a winner's match here. Ramping up a little bit.
Yeah, if they win this round, then it feels like FDB are in some serious trouble. Quite a few ticks in chat going on at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine this round is not live, but the thing is, damage has been done.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, it's a curious one. Was it Deco who was in a very weird position underneath Silo there? That was an odd one. Either way, we will get a round reset. Brandon and I had the most audacious round reset the other day. That one really annoyed me.
Is that the Pain Academy game?
Yeah, exactly. Where Zevi had gotten a kill, and then he had disconnected after he had gotten a kill, and then Fluxo called for a round reset at that point, but the rest of the round got played out and then was retroactively reset after the full round had been played out. And it was a 7-6 scoreline at the time in favor of Pain Academy. They're on the T side. It was a 7-5 half. They had just lost the pistol to make it 7-6. They then won the fourth to go 8-6. And then the round got reset and they lost the map 13-7. So that was a brutal one.
Yeah, not really following the pattern of the rulebook we tend to see.
No,
either.
not at all.
Good entries onto A for FDB, finally making some progress. But again, only a 3v3. Detroit J feels like he's dead set to win this fight, but Dotty's shown his gun barrel and realizes what's up. A good avoidance of walking into his demise there. And they haven't committed to plant on A just yet. Still wandering around looking for a fight. Echo's in the corner of Mini. That molly might spread, and always a chance for a second. He's pinned in by it, and finally PKL will remove him. Good move from PKL to make sure that was confirmed. Araxia is now here, though, and he can use some retake utility before the bomb's even been planted. But FDB realize what's up, and they're going to leave now.
Oh, and Dotty's read into it, but he can't win his duel. It's only chip damage. And they're going to keep it simple here, make their way straight down. Ramp Ataraxia has heard this, but he in turn surely has also been heard. Nothing discreet about his approach here. AK picked up. They're both trained in on his direction right now, and he seems to have a very good idea of that. Trying to isolate the duels, and he now has, but he's been baited into the fight as he spots PKL, and then inadvertently peeks into both players. 6-3 FDB. Able to win another important round just to make sure that Isurus don't start to tear too far ahead here.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, and that could have been different if Dotty had hit that shot on ramp. He was ready for it. They also shifted into the angle on him, so it was going to be winnable duel. Misses that first bullet. Makes a big difference.
And now it's backs against the wall stuff for Isurus. Losing this round would mean 6-5. And all their hard work, that strong position in which they found themselves at 6-2 would be unraveled. Quite a lot riding on this round, and there's a 5-7 and an MP9 in play, and maybe that's what's kind of motivating Ataraxia to look to make a move, but Barton was ready for it. We've seen a lot of aggression through Huts already from Isurus throughout the half, so it's not like that would have been catching FDB off guard. I think my stomach is starting to eat itself, Trav.
Oh no.
Yeah. And
Is that what it does for you?
Yeah, and I've got a wonderful chicken pad thai sat right next to me, just side-eyeing me, just wants to be inside of me.
Ataraxia is going to find hards out. Good aggression forward, but again, it doesn't mean they've got a round recovered yet. Imagine Ataraxia is the kind of guy who might go a bit deeper on this one, and Dotty's now with him. They know to clear him from this door position, but he's going to switch to the AK.
No, Dotty's been sold.
That's a shame. Yeah, the lineup there is perfect for PKL. It couldn't have been better. Pico finally hits a bit of a whiffy spray on PKL, but he does find... so I shouldn't say Pesadillo, but he does find PKL as well. Thing is, Detroit J is totally advantageous in this angle. And Decker will go down. And yeah, that's really unfortunate for Dotty, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not like Ataraxia has really done anything wrong either, to be completely fair. Ataraxia is just kind of gotten the kill and then jumped back to Squeaky, maybe he could have calmed that there was a threat that was pertinent there for Dotty as well. But like I say, honestly, not a whole lot went wrong there. Just unfortunate series of circumstances more than anything else. 6-4 for Lico now for Isurus, and a real shot for FDB to close the gap even further. Potentially tie things up going into the second half. France versus Morocco later on today, Trav.
Yeah. Also, just seen Morocco announce their ENC team for Counter-Strike. Got Scream, Rivera, and Hadji on that team.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. That feels weird to me. Like, obviously, they've been playing under Belgian, and French flags throughout their careers, on HLTV at least. Very cool roster on paper, but now that just straight up deprives Moroccan Counter-Strike players who have been in the country and have been identifying as Moroccan nationals in terms of their Counter-Strike career as well, deprives them of those opportunities. So it's cool for the novelty, but actually not really a big fan of that, to be honest.
Fair enough. I see where you're coming from with that completely. They are playing with two players who I believe are, you know, always been Moroccan, I believe. I could be wrong.
What are their names? I'm kind of curious because...
Hawk and Yunus. Y-N-E-U-R-S.
Don't know either of them. We did have a Moroccan Counter-Strike team come... Okay, hold on. This is now getting scary.
Oh,
the AK
dear.
on the angle has found the headshot on Pesadeo. There's an open play for Ataraxia. The bomb's been dropped in control of Isurus. I thought that this was the freest of free rounds for FDB. Perfect time to go off on a tangent. Evidently not. Hards out. Try and save the day. Ataraxia, why on earth would you decide to try and take the round into your own control there? Should have surely just fallen back to the safety of the open double door. Hardzal's now just going to make his way back up the vents into the A bomb site, you would imagine. RZK's read into that. He's the one who's desperately looking to try and get back up to A, and Hardzal's actually decided against going up the vent. Instead, he'll come through the single door. Deco's still hanging around, can't catch Hardzal on the cross. RZK now gonna have to get his way back through. Relax, Deco. Let's wait for our teammate, mate, and play out the 1v2. But Hardzal's actually been able to turn this into a very winnable situation. Lovely isolation of that duel by being proactive. And now he is the one who has a massive advantage. Individual fights being given up by Isurus in this 3 versus 1 have cost them massively. Hardzal will know there's no kit. He'll just keep his crosshair on the door, and he's he's made it look very easy in the 1v3.
So many mistakes there from Isurus, man. So many errors. Ataraxia did just to jump back out the double doors to make sure he stayed alive with the AWP, put himself up on a separate angle. There's great work in the round overall, with 3 kills, but just overcooks massively. That kill from Deco is a big one, just to make it feel comfortable, but then they give Hardzal way too much room to maneuver. Again, Deco just overpeaks so much. So many different angles, he takes too much of a gamble. In the end, went down first, so impossible for RZK. It might, again, edge this half, but could have been so much better for them.
Yeah, definitely could have been. Up 6-2, 3v1 in the previous round. Couple opportunities that have gotten away from them that have cost them what could have been a very strong position going into the T side. And now, I mean, could end 6-all. Dotty going to be able to get a frag. Should he? Oh, they can't get out of dodge safely. He will. Deco overfaces there massively. He's actually really lucky not to get punished. I mean, it's taken a lot of damage, but he hasn't actually died. And, oh, man, PKL's in a really strong spot here. Dotty should die to PKL, you would imagine. Oh, yeah, ultimately, he does go down, not to the aforementioned player. RZK will restore the man advantage, though.
It's a nice angle from Deco, but now he's likely to get hard clear with no heads on position, and that's exactly what I thought would happen. Martin with a lovely headshot. Now RZK could get caught on a timing. He absolutely will as he moves back into the middle of the site. And just lack of just smart reads from Isurus at the end of that half. I mean, not to mention throwing away the 3v1, but also that final round there could have been one they were able to grab if they just played a little bit smarter. Could have been a few more favourable angles and weren't caught in transition too much. And Isurus with 6-6 half. I think FDB will favour that.
Oh, absolutely. They're the ones who have now got the momentum behind them. They're the ones who are in all position to go on and win the map from here, which will obviously then tie up the series. Big pistol around here for Isurus Brewing. It feels like this is a must-win pistol with them being on the T side of Nuke. If this one gets away from them, then it feels like it should just be a formality from there up until the finish line.
Yeah, third map seems obvious. Get hairs back in the server before we start the second half. There we go.
Yeah, Isurus only managed 2 rounds on their T side against Imperial yesterday, by the way, and then went on to eventually lose the map 13-11. So they had a blistering CT side, but T side was nowhere to be found. What is up with Imperial, Trav, and just not closing out games? They got big advantages. It was the same when I was casting their match the other day. They were up 11-4 and up 11-5. Both the maps went the distance, and that was against Elka.
Imperial are very strange at the moment. They really are. I mean, first one against Alka had a substitute, right? They were playing with ZQKS, who's not really
Only in the first
player.
map.
Yeah, true, but he's kind of not been a player for a very long time.
Yeah.
But I agree. I just think it's a shame because there are aspects. If you look at Imperial, you think, oh my word, Descenti in no way. That duo is still incredibly talented. Descenti in particular, in my eyes, I think he's kind of the guy that I would look at to be picking up if I was trying to create a new South American organization, for example. But you know, all too often I see struggles from Vinny, Cello, for example, just too many whips.
No AWPer. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get an AWPer, that's for sure. Dotty, go on.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to cap it off by saying I completely agree on Descenti. Like, for me, he is one guy who I absolutely still hold in really high regard, and I think stocks are very high. But anyway, can shelf that conversation now. Big pistol round out of Isurus, just brute force approaching towards his B-bomb site. Ladder noises would have been heard there. Both Barton and Detroit J going to be looking to re-emerge back from heaven. Hairs on a swivel will actually be able to finish off the job and stamp his authority on the round. So Isurus regained the lead, but still a long way back here for them to actually win the map from this position.
Yeah, if Isurus get a good start on their T side and they go up like 9-6 or something like that, they'll be thinking about what could have been. Could have been even more comfortable if they'd not trolled a few rounds at the end of that first half. This is not an easy round to win. It really is not. 5-7s are going to cause issues for Isurus here, I have no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, that would be par for the course, considering what we've seen out of them, not just today, but in the past couple of times we've been covering their games in recent times. Well, that's Araxia. I think he's looking to make a play. He is. Oh boy, this is really brave. And he's done really well because he's gotten the kill and then he's also gotten the info on the player on rafters, not far from a double spray down there for Pesadeo. Here's an RZK, both taking a lot of damage, but they both survive. And Isurus survived the threat of the anti-force.
Something we've seen from Isurus over the last couple of days that has been very evident that they're solid at. On the T side, they don't tend to peak alone. They tend to play very pack orientated. Sure, they can make errors and they can go one by one in a couple of rounds, and it can we've seen a few sloppy ones thrown in there, but they do tend to do the right thing. And rounds like that, that is why it'll feel so important for them. But survive it. I assume he does. He'll know with the new health bar.
He wouldn't have before, right? Look, he takes 1 damage.
Yeah.
Crazy. Changes the entire dynamic of where you can and can't save, like you were just describing some of the positions that are very different from what they once were.
Bomb was fun today, wasn't it? It's like he only had a door
bomb
between
was A for sure.
between him and the bomb.
That's what I say. Like I'm like certain you die there before.
Easily.
All right. Oh, Dotty. I know. It's just he just felt like he was chilling. It was big chilling. Oh, Hardzar not far from connecting on another. He will go down though. Now the pieces start to fall into place here for Isurus as they will glean control of the A bomb site. They're going to be up 9-6 here, assuming they don't find a way to lose the round from here. And that means they're just 4 rounds away from winning the series. So putting a little bit of pressure back on FDB here.
Yeah, again, making the right moves. Damage taken, but they're going to survive. 4 alive as well. Not one player out of 4 healthier than 41 HP, but they'll take that every day of the week.
Yeah, they absolutely will take it every day of the week. This is a big gun round now for FDB. Failing this, and it's almost completely flipped the game on its head. What looked like it was FDB every day of the week coming into the second half will be the complete antithesis of that. And this is going to be pacey out of Isurus. They are not wasting any time. All the smoke constructed. Oh my goodness. DKL will get traded, but RZK is taking a lot of damage in the process. He should be traded here as well. That's an elementary frag for Detroit. J, that's very brave from our side. If he goes down there, it's back into an even numbers game. Ataraxia will eventually trade, but the man advantage still persists for the CT side.
Can't afford to lose this one from here. Right, Jay was for a split second there, risking getting timing as he crossed into garage, and again he'll make that move back. Ataraxia is still there, and Dotty's trying to join up with him in some way. He'll fall back now, play a bit safer, Detroit J, play from heaven. Smoke on door, unfortunately, will hit him, and that gives information to pace. So Dello does lose the duel, though, and now Detroit J can't exactly fight from heaven with his AWP, but he can fight with utility. Molotov will be good. It'll force him away. Ataraxia now realizes he's got a bit of a free plant, but how does he win a 1v2 in this situation? Detroit J and Barton don't have a kit between them, and a very quick rotation from Detroit J all the way around toward Mini without much hesitation at all. Will catch Ataraxia, and FDB a must-win CT gun round.
Absolutely. Gets a little bit shaky, but able to make it happen. I mean, some of the decisions there in the round were maybe a bit overly aggressive for my liking out of FDB, but it'll work out for them to get the round at the end of the day. Important gun round goes their way. There certainly will be a rebuttal coming through from the T side. You're more than enough money to bring things together. And failing this means FDB are absolutely on course to win their map pick once again. At this point, my stomach doesn't care who wins the map as long as we can just get it done.
Very relatable on many days. Life. Delaying your food, scarfing it down.
Yeah. Yarp, yarp. It is synonymous. It comes with the territory of working in esports.
Yeah.
Like, at least if you're playing, you can kind of have, like let's say a meal that's pretty easy to eat on the side. Because if you die, you can pick it up and have a bite, right? But commentary, not so much. This is what I was talking about in the previous round, by the way, where it looks like they have to be making some unnecessarily aggressive moves. Now, it's going to work out fine for Hardzal for now, because he's going to have a very quick flank coming through with this XM. And in fact, he's not alone on this flank. He doesn't just have one teammate. He's got two teammates. 3 players pushing down the ramp right now. Any other gun would have worked out. The USP will get it done. RZK wants to swing into trade, but then he'll peek into PKL. And then FDB have just completely outplayed Isurus again in another round here.
Yeah, they've swarmed them. All over them there. Full info, full confidence that they'd made the right call in how to pincer down in toward that ramp room. And I reckon the XM would have easily gotten that kill, to be fair, even from that range. But the USP feels a bit more of a guarantee, doesn't it? Hardzal will make that decision, get the frag. Has another 15 seconds to keep his gun.
Yeah, it'll be fine. 9-8 though. They get 1900. Is that enough for them to buy in the next? Yeah, it will be, you know, especially with the AK being kept in play.
Counter-terrorists win.
Surely there's a gun here for Hardzal. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't want to carry that XM into the next round unnecessarily. Back to a 1-round game.
These teams just can't win games easily, can they? To be fair,
Always
Isurus did a
say
great job
that.
on map 1, but
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But you are right. Generally speaking, we even saw it yesterday against Uno Mille where they were in control and then just like got stomped out in the second map and then got it done in the third. So definitely has been a theme for a long time now. And actually for the half buy. Interesting.
the Hardzal has dropped that AK and coming over to a teammate and immediately gone back to the XM to play in Hearts. He loves that gun on this map. But now knows what's up. He's got Tech9s running his way. They're a little bit disconnected though, to make it very easy for him to hold on for one. Hardzal found one with his XM. Yes, Hardzal is once again making that play, but Detroit Jet has gone down to RZK. The one glimmer of hope they had left was RZK, 20 kills deep on the AK. They can go up heaven if they want.
Now that's the kill there. Ataraxia will trade 1v3 turn 1v2, a bit of time to work with. He's also got the bomb on his back. And Nuke is a... And I feel like it's quite a clutchable map with how quickly you're able to shift and pivot and catch opponents off guard. Not Hardzal though, evidently, as he's holding his own smoke. And Ataraxia's thinking, bro, why? In the 2v1, guess there wasn't much of a threat elsewhere for him. Not much else he had to worry about. 9-all.
Yeah, very good look for FDB on the CT recovery at the moment. PKL holding a very smart angle. You could argue that maybe RZK didn't need to swing so far into the open when he was in hell. He just committed to, he planned to force his way up the ladder, but they weren't to know. It wasn't occupied, sorry. So PKL will burst him out of the round with ease. And they've already taken big damage on the following gun run as well. Look at PKL, they have no idea. He's going to be forced forward. Ataraxia, the dead man walking. And there we go. IV4 off the rip.
I mean, honestly, that's got to be such a standard position to clear these days. Goes unchecked, they get punished. Very easy for Barton at the double over at ramp, just standing out in the open, mowing down both Hez and RZK. Hardzal continues to make plays here in lobby as well. This is his domain. FDB, you can just see how extremely comfortable they are on the CT side of this map.
Yeah, maybe that's why they're going into picking it a bit more over Dust 2 now. Bit dangerous there for Pesadillo. And he's fighting from T roof into T spawn with 30 seconds on the clock. The damage done to Deco and Dotty, and with no bomb, they're obviously not going for this, but still. Either way, no issue. It will be the CTs to get up to double digits first.
Yeah, not only will they be getting up to double digits, they should also be getting up to 11 without much of a fuss. I mean, 2 players saving might motivate. On this T side, you had to purchase up around the AK and M4. It would be Galil's to subsidize the buy, though. So maybe not as free of an 11th as I'd initially postured. Yeah, it's going to be the half buy, so looking forward to the round afterwards makes sense, considering they've got that max round loss bonus. No need to get overly aggressive with their decision making.
Smoke from Hardzal, chooses to spam and stare at it, interestingly. Doesn't work too badly, gets himself his 1, but Pesadillo has gone down. They know that Hardzal is still an issue around this site somewhere.
So low.
Right. Ataraxia will find PKL in the end, but the HP, as you say, is awkward. I have had a frozen feed for a split second. I have no idea what's going on, but I can tell you it's still a 3v3 for now.
Check out Ataraxia. He's making a big move right now. He needs RZK to just try and survive as long as he possibly can. No way Barton's holding for this. What the hell is that read there from Barton? It hits on Barton. RZK mollied forward. Barton's the one with the kit. Doesn't matter. Time, not much of an issue. The feed certainly is, though. It is currently making a big mess of the bed, I think is a polite way of putting it.
Okay, I'm glad it wasn't just me. It seems to be recovered now, though.
Yeah. Not well, the audio is still lagging behind for me.
I refreshed and it's a little bit better.
Okay.
That's the first time ever I felt like it was me and not you, because it froze and I was genuinely in slow motion. Like it wasn't like it was 1 FPS or something like that. I was running the round in slow motion.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like someone had turned the round timer down.
I had to. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe this map is going to end in slow motion for Isurus unless they find a quick rebuttal immediately, because they're about to be on map point down, I think. FDB are 2 ahead and 2 away. They're also 2 men down. 3.
2.
1.
No, it's just 2, Trav. They've got a kill. Oh, I get you mean like 3 players down in the round. I thought you meant like 2. I thought you meant 3 down in comparison. But it was just fun with numbers between Hayes and Trav there for a second. Just turn into a game of counting. But this will add an extra count on the board here for Isurus. This is a pretty convincing round. I mean, really shutting down just some of the plays being made, playing quite pacey themselves as well as they get themselves up to 10. There's plenty of money for FTB though, so not like this is going to do much damage to him financially. And maybe even with that kill from Detroit J, he'll feel motivated to give this one a bit of a look in. Nate is on the money, but he doesn't know that. Ayers will step out, clean headshot, second kill from him in the round. And I wonder if there may be a twist in the tail at the back end of Nuke.
There's a chance. FTB have to fully invest here. Their money will not be amazing if they lose this round without any saves. Twist in the tail indeed. Could be happening. It relies on this one.
Yeah, definitely does rely on this one. That is very true. Let's see whether or not Isurus can keep themselves in the contest by winning round 22. PKL. Oh, that probably should have been a kill there, you know. Done a lot of damage on Ataraxia, but hasn't been able to finish him off.
Still the up of Ataraxia, though, so won't be put off by his low HP. On the line, playing the close angle. It's usually good for a 1-for-1. It's not cleared, it could be more. He's given a clean duel against one. Thankfully, Dotty will pre-fire it. That's a really important kill to grab. They do just throw RZK in for nothing, but they get the information, their ramp is clear. But the issue is Hardzau has not budged from the top of the A-site silos, and he's doing more good work here. Having to trade him will be so very difficult with Pastillo there as well, and they just cannot get by him. They're just kind of peeking one by one around the map, and it's not
getting
what you can
dominated,
afford
right?
to do.
Yeah, just getting bossed really more than anything else. Good work coming through from FDB. I mean, that has kind of been the theme of this CT side so far for them, is just being able to kind of manhandle Isurus, inflict their will upon them. And that will be them up to 12 with 2 opportunities to see this across the line. Tie up the series in the process and force us to a decider. That's not going to be... That's actually going to be completely fine. It's just RZK is going to have to settle for a bit of a weaker weapon coming into this next round here. We can't count Isurus out completely, but they have to win back-to-back rounds yet to force overtime.
Here we go for FDB. Looking to stay in this series, stay in this winner's match. A chance maybe to still go through to the playoffs without too much trouble. Oh, and that's a good start. He'll give his life up early.
Answered back though, and I wonder if we didn't catch it, but I wonder if again that was maybe Hardzau just overplaying his hand, which has been a bit of a theme from him on the CT side so far. I mean, it's worked out more often than not, but that doesn't mean it's always been the right move to be made. Dotty is exceptionally low though, so I guess Hardzau did stand a chance in that duel. Just waiting to see if there's going to be any further plays made here by the CT side that they could potentially punish before actually committing to something themselves.
Barton on the line on ramp. There's a new angle for him on top of the box this time, but the Molotov will force him away from that and he'll let them take ramp as CTs so often do. "35 seconds for Isurus to make a call. There is only really one option left. Barton's put himself in quite a nice position, but if they go to his right, it's a bit harder to multi-frag from there. All about the timings of when they push through. Molly into dark, and
20
they're
seconds.
Go back. No way they go back with 20 seconds. That is a pretty wild call. Probably because Ataraxia is in mini. I understand that. There are still 2 CTs in vent as well, but the time is so damn low and they're nowhere near the bomb site, really. Dotty's going to find Pesadillo, but where is that bomb plant? 8, 7. Nade will come through, but it shouldn't affect it. Kill could come through on toward the AWP, though. It's so tight, that line for PKL. And Detroit J stuck on heaven, not really with any chance to peek. And PKL in secret, now quite a way away. It's probably a safe call.
Yeah, decision's definitely been made because they've realized that they don't have much round loss bonus behind them, so they can't run the risk of all 3 players dying here and then having a bit of a shoddy investment going into the last round of regulation. So Isurus have actually survived the first of 2 map points here with some sharp decision making, which nearly does time them out of the round, but they're able to get the bomb down. It was that kill on the squeaky door player, which really created the space and alleviated the threat and pressure. They've brought us all the way to the last round of regulation. Can they finish it off from here, though? Can they get this across the line to run things back in OT?
Here we go, round 24. Supposed to do an incredible job of wrestling that round back, but they go in quickly here. They're going to have a bit of a trouble ahead of them. Harzal's still here, fragging away. He's going to find his one, but PKL goes down with nothing.
Oh boy.
And this feels like a guarantee that it's going to be going to overtime, and guarantee that Matt's going to miss his foot even longer.
Yeah, this is... I've been targeted, I think. I feel like this is a personal attack on my well-being. Who do I report this to? There's got to be somebody out there. Either way, no body left alive here for the CT side as Isurus will boss FDB. Nah, it's okay. No, it's okay. Like, if this goes into multiple OTs, maybe I'll consider it, but I want to hold off for now. Thank you, though, my beloved. I do appreciate the offer.
You wouldn't have to, like, just leave, but you could, like, you know, open it up and just have a few bites here and there.
I get you. And if it does get to that point, then I will let you know. But for now, I'd like to just like be able to properly eat.
Okay,
of
that's very
doing
relatable.
Little bits here and there. Yeah, I know. I know you can absolutely, like you say, relate to that one.
At least you can eat straight away without having to worry about like doing your bloody insulin bonuses and all this rubbish that I have to deal with in my life. Like, God.
I don't have all the DLCs like you, mate.
No, true. I'd love to uninstall those DLCs, but unfortunately I can't. Button from Ramp with the secondary AWP. Bit of a change up in this round for FTB, having Button on that sniper. EKL will stop Deco outside already. Ataraxia is quite far forward though, and I'm not sure they'll know that he'll get that into secret once he's there.
This feels like it's absolutely one of those games that goes to OT just for the result to have ended the same way anyway. I'd be very surprised if Isurus could get this done in 2.
I know, me too. In general, FDB have been quite... Like, it's overtime, and what, the first half was 6-6, right? But I just feel like FDB has been so much better on the CT side. Like, a lot better. The scoreline doesn't really represent that for me. LZK will find Hardzal, but... KL's there straight away. Ataraxia is about to get caught, you would think. Oh, that's pretty far
Wow.
but he's alone.
Crazy.
And, yeah. Stuck.
We saw him with a ridiculous conclusion to the series yesterday, right? Where he ended up jumping onto an opponent's head with a quick flick there to no scope to get the kill. But this one, even if he hits that shot there, it's still impossible for him to actually win the round. FDB get up to 13, just not when it mattered the most. However, they have regained the lead here on Nuke in pursuit of the 3rd and final. Isurus need to get something out of this first half, that's for sure. Definitely cannot afford for this to Ataraxia end up 15-12 on the half. No coming back from that. They need at least one of these next two at a minimum. And even then, it'll be difficult.
PKL might hear a few of these players crossing outside. It'll be a bit of a shift after the fact. Probably doesn't know how many players are down, but Barton on the line. It's a multi-frag. One is only what he'll get on this occasion. PK quick trade. PKL looking to try and catch heads. He's still lurking around in that position, and Hardzao has a secondary off angle down into the secret. And with RZK throwing utility, that one is going to go untraded unless Hardzao moves forward, which he looks like he might want to do. And there you go. Moves into Ataraxia. Unneeded extra piece from Hardzao, but they still have Pesadillo in a good position. They still have PKL in a good position. Ataraxia is once again stuck. He does catch Pesadillo surprised. And oh, PKL! That is what the Tracers can do to you sometimes. Alerts Ataraxia of where he is in that smoke, and all of a sudden Ataraxia knows what he needs to do. Down in toward B, immediate bomb pump will come through. It's going to be an AWP v AWP duel.
Oh boy, he's made something out of absolutely nothing. And Detroit J's been hurt there, right? Like that was definitely audible. So he's realized now there's no point in just slowly approaching this one. Ataraxia's trying to get further and further back to safety.
Wow.
And he's going to connect on the shot. I mean, it seemed a little bit nervy there. It took an extra second to guarantee that he connects. And oh boy, Ataraxia pulls a 1v3 out of absolutely nowhere with the shot through the smoke to actually get that second kill.
Yeah, the smoke shot is the sick one. That is the one that gives him any sort of chance, really. Beautiful clutch. That's some of the Ataraxia we know.
Absolutely. A real joy to watch. And Hez will draw first blood on Pesadeo. Have they got it in them here? Have they got it in them to go 2-1 up on the T side of Nuke here in overtime? That would certainly change the dynamic.
Yeah, 2 on T side is insane.
If they can make it happen. Does look like it's going to be an A finish coming through from the T side. They have still got RZK trying to make his way outside, but you imagine Hardzao just gets the skill like every day of the week. Yeah, this is going to be so free for Hardzao. Oh! The crouch there from RZK makes him tough to track. Detroit J in the back of the bomb site gets mollied out in the open. It's a bit disjointed with the take of this bomb site coming through though from the T side. Dotty will get the kill on one, and he's turned 180 degrees to double down. I was thinking he should be so dead to the main player, but PKL's so focused outside. Ataraxia will finish off the job, and Isurus have got a lead for the first time since, what, they were up 6-5 in round 11.
Yeah, I think that's it. Wow. It's crazy they've been able to scrounge a lead from this. Another great round from an individual. PKL will feel maybe a little bit frustrated with himself that he doesn't peak a bit earlier to stop the fact that Detroit J could be rounded upon by the players walking out hard. I think Detroit J will feel a little bit sold in that situation. That he's
sure, probably reasonably.
They're very aware that he's being run down, and PKL just is so worried about Mini. I understand why he's worried about Mini, but he doesn't peak to help out on the site at all whatsoever. So, my God, that is a carpet bomb of Molotovs on the site there from RZK. And I don't blame him for being distracted in the duel against Hardzao. That was very rough to recover.
And Detroit J will get the kill on Deco, so it's a 5v3 off the rip. Very, very convincing for FDB in the open up to tie up this map once again. Hell of a job required out of them on the T side. They have to go flawless from here to actually win the map from this point on the T side. 2 rounds would guarantee them another set of overtime. See what they can do from here.
Isurus can throw a little bit of caution to the wind in this one to try and recover things.
They'll have to.
His hair's finding Hards out.
Oh,
Making a lot of
so
noise.
loud. Yeah, exactly. Not the worst return. If Ataraxia gets this kill, maybe, just maybe, there's a way back in. The problem is that Dotty can't do much. Destroy Chase shot baited out Ataraxia. Your balls are massive, mate. Honestly. You need a wheelbarrow to get transport those things around. Does he just walk straight through the main smoke? He knows there's a really good chance that this last player is probably in behind the bomb site. Now PKL will have a little bit of room to work with behind the incendiary. Should be PKL's round. You would imagine Dott's going to continue to creep his way forward, and he's got Util primed as PKL peaks.
Again, a nice try from Ataraxia. But Dotty was always very, very low. Felt unlikely that he was ever going to find the answer on that one, but we're no closer to finding the answer. Who's going to win this map? Do we have an end of series or do we have another overtime?
That is the question. And it's not a great start. The crown jewel has been removed from the defense as Ataraxia has already gone down. DB have been very good in the opening stages of these rounds in the past couple. Pop flash through the smoke. Nothing Hez can do about it. He was the only line of defense in on that A-bomb side as well. Hardzal playing in and amongst the smoke grenades will catch RZK. And FDB are going to get themselves another map point. This time on the T side.
PKL will find the trade onto Dotty, and feels like FDB have ramped up a little bit and realised we're actually close to losing this game if we don't just relock back in here. And Harzar with a quad kill will save them for now.
Can they go on to finish off the job this time round? Harzar's had a hell of a map, man. 27 kills. He was outstanding over Squeaky Door throughout their CT side. And he's continued that form here into overtime as well. Very cerebral player with the way that he was moving around in the previous round and a lot of the rounds before this as well. Just in terms of his decision making. Which is no surprise considering how experienced he is. FDB have had the luxury of opening kills in both of the previous rounds. Will they have it here again?
They're set up, FDB, to close this map here and now, but Dotty wants to say no. It's a really nice click on place to Delon. He's allowed to jump away as well. PKL feeling like he doesn't need to activate yet, dropping down from Mini. It's possible he could move in a second. Possibly more utility from FDB, but the bomb doesn't need to go. With Deco finding PKL eventually. This one's falling apart bit by bit, and Matt, if you want to eat, now's your time.
I already begun.
You've already begun? Hell yeah.
I've already begun.
Exactly the right thing to do, mate. Ataraxia will find Barton, and that makes this a dead cert to we're going to double overtime.
Where's this Isurus been for the 2 rounds before this on their CT side? Impossible for Detroit J, not just because it's a 1v5, but even with the time on the clock and the bomb not at his disposal. He'll even get knifed, and that's just a pure BM knife as well. Means nothing in the grand scheme of things as far as the finances are concerned. Double OT required as Isurus deny FDB at another map point. That's 3 now that have gone awry.
Nice kill from Deco to start off the second overtime. He's still low to drop already. Detroit J trying to elevate his angle, but on top of red is already dealt with by Ataraxia. 28 kills. Is that 28 or 26? My eyes are deceiving. 28, I think.
28, yeah.
That makes it 29.
29. There we go. That one's easier to read.
Indeed. And this one is completely fallen flat for FDB. It feels like that those last couple of rounds where they managed to grind it back to 15-14, they really locked in and looked like they were looking solid again. And they just didn't want to lose this game here and now. And then because they lost the final round of overtime in a pretty convincing manner, again, they've just lost their focus. And they're out of ideas as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, true. Isurus will regain a lead here. Just kind of everything falling neatly into place in that previous round, winning all their respective duels. Up to 16. How much scoreboard pressure can they apply here? They look pretty convincing on their T side in overtime, but that's not a dead cert that it'll happen again in the second half here of OT2.
Nice kill from Hez. Hard's out. Had already pushed forward, and you kind of realise once that smoke was up, there was no way out cleanly. That was the truth. He goes down for free. Right, Jay will find Dotty. So that's an important recovery kill. RZK is in an angle where he could get peeked from a bit deeper outside. Barton could also just swing him straight up, and Ataraxia going down means that there's a lot of pressure on RZK. He now hears Barton though. He's got a bit of a shadow advantage on this angle, and he wins that duel again. RZK, very important kills. Oh, the USP's drawn, and he still finds one more. Together, you've got to swing him, bro. You've got to swing him, and now he's let him go. Awful delay from PKL to not trade him quickly enough. And RZK gets away with a literal in-game murder.
Yeah, completely and utterly, man. If I was the prosecutor, that would have been the easiest case to win, because that was straight up first blood, cold heart murder there from RZK. The fact that he gets 3 kills, like even the first one was like, okay, that was impressive, well done, but you die here now. Second, how has he done that? Third, USP, just taking the mickey at this point. 17-15, FDB going to be feeling the heat here. And Ataraxia is as well. There's just so many mollies again on the floor of this A-bomb site. Ataraxia will go down as a result. At least there's a trade. This time RZK's Reign of Terror will be cut down short.
And no closer to figuring out some of these rounds in overtime. They're getting some ones that just go by in a flash, and some that which are up in the air. But he's got the read. Advantage. There's one. Oh, very clean reaction to find Detroit J. He's not even able to relay the information button to Detroit J, where exactly Dotty is before Dotty headshots him too. All three on the CT side of overtime. That is on the edge of being enough, you would think. Wouldn't surprise me if FDB find 3 in a row as well, but still.
I know. Anything can happen, but this is the best possible scenario for Isurus. They're going to have 3 chances, assuming PKL can't make some sort of magic happen. The problem is the time that's currently dwindling, only 20 seconds on the clock. He's now spotted, I think. And yes, indeed, Dotty will be able to finish off the job. A wonderful triple kill from him in a 3v3. He was the only line of defense on that B-bomb side as well. And as you highlighted, a wonderful transition to get that second kill and an instant headshot there to bring it into the 3v1. Isurus now need one of the next 3 to seal the fate of the series and secure their position in the next stage of the competition.
Opportunity for them. What an opportunity for them. Would be a great win and a great grind as well. Isurus have just shown that little, like, extra 5% of grit and determination, I feel like, in this game, and how they've played the map. And of course, you know, for FDB, there is a caveat. We just haven't really mentioned that much. Technically, we don't know what this full team's roster is.
True.
They are playing with Barton. Barton's not a bad player, but, you know, Turtle is usually listed.
Yeah, it's true. And Turtle, I think, generally also does maybe put up slightly better numbers than what we've seen from Barton so far. Not sure. Either way, Dotty will take down Hardstyle, who was one of the most disruptive players in regulation on the CT side for FDB. And Dotty's then, not without any discretion, made his way down the vent. Big kill back from Detroit J, though. I'm surprised we haven't seen any utility being used. And now they double molly it after Detroit J's position was already made known. As they start to circumvent this B-bomb site. Barton is in the shadow corner right now. If they can get the kill on him, that would certainly give them a big chance. But Barton's been able to find the frag. He will eventually go down, but he's done his job and then some.
Yeah, that's enough. That really is. So overall double is good, and Hez might feel like he can get a comfortable plant, but obviously concerned about double door being a risk. Ataraxi needs to be the hero again. He's checking close left, but somehow that's a tag. And not a frag, probably because it was through the glass and on, like, the lower part of the leg, I think. Pretty sure. That would be a slightly elevated position.
Elevated, exactly, yeah.
There you go. So Isurus can't close it just yet.
18-16, that was very aggressive from Hardzal there. But Barton is the main man. The fact that he's able to not only get both those kills, but actually even survive as long as he does is what buys time for the rotations to flood through into that B-bomb site. 18-16, Isurus have 2 more chances.
Is dry. Oh, I was going to say you kind of know the answer, but Ataraxia, sorry, Deco's going to find PKL, and Detroit J will miss the opening shot, but he does recover it. There's Detroit J. Important grab. RZK creeping through with his teammate now. Pixello, how many can he get? Only the one. He's down one himself though, and he's still standing tall. Again, a bit of a laboured trade. Again, they're grinding, but it's not enough. Again, it's a difficult clutch. Hez is so blown up at the back of the site. Can he somehow isolate a duel on either of these 2 players? Not really. The way Barton charged in was a good timing with how much noise Detroit J was making. And as we thought, it's not been as plain sailing, it has to be said. The FDB are 1 away from their 3-0.
Yeah, true. And it's not even like they've been in any tumultuous positions in the second half of OT2 either. It's been pretty smooth sailing. Isurus have had opening kills in both of these rounds as well, and haven't really been able to look dangerous with either of those opening kills, so pretty concerning. FDB. 1 more round required out of them here to force a 3rd set of overtime.
Why don't you steer a Zeus? Who's trolling? Probably not facing Elo. He's in a very good position, but Ataraxia's found hard now. He needs to deliver. It's only one. Detroit J once again drops in for a double, and he's done very well to find that too as well. PKL again. The Y tells it all, gets way ahead of himself, gives up his life. There's a path down toward B through the vent, and the bomb plant is possible. The thing is, Deco is kind of nowhere near at the moment. So Dottie's been left to his own devices. He's got to play hidden from somewhere. And if he moves into that regular plant position on the left, I don't mind it. If he can focus single, that's fine. Detroit J is trying to clear him out. That's what Molly does, but he looks away from ramp at the wrong time. As we thought, Deco will get a freebie here, but it's a 1v1. Barton's got a kit, obviously, in overtime. He's going to charge in on a timing. Deco's looking from immediately. That bomb plant's in an awkward place, but Deco just about will close the game for Isurus. Lots of mistakes from both teams, but I think it's fair to say that Isurus deserved that one.
So did my stomach, mate. Hell yeah, let's go Isurus now. The only reason I have any favoritism is because I'm a hungry boy, but either way, that is going to be FDB who falls short. And I mean, that was like arguably probably, I mean, yeah, it was definitely a better round in OT2 than the second half from Isurus, but still feels like kind of gets away from FDB in the 2v1. You know, they had the numbers advantage, but just exceptionally well done from Deco and very brave as well in terms of how he approaches that final duel.
Yeah, I think that was... Deco's had a bit of a weird game in terms of like his over-aggression. He's had some whiffs as well, especially on the CT side. So yeah, to see him play that clutch like that at such an important point of the game, good for him. Good for him. Good for Isurus. They deserve the W. And that means that we actually have a bit of time to breathe, would you believe? I thought we could be in for a bit of a slog here in this game.
No,
but we're allowed a 40-minute break or so until Yawara versus Keyed Stars. We'll be with you for that one. Don't go anywhere. One more BO3 for us two coming in today before we hand over to the second shift. Yawara versus Keed Stars. These two teams have played each other a couple of times recently, and funnily enough, only in Thunderpick. This is familiar territory for both these two. And yeah, I think it's going to be... It's only gone one way so far, Matt. That is the worrying thing for a certain team by the name of Yawara.
Yeah, it is a little bit concerning, but I mean, I feel like Yawara have been trending upwards as a team lately after they've brought in both EDV and Rekt in particular. I feel like they've kind of reached new highs. I actually thought the team would become obsolete once Nades had departed. So, yeah, props to them for being able to not only keep themselves relevant, but actually even kind of be moving in the right direction. But you are right that the signs definitely pointing Keed Stars getting this one done as we get a quick check-in with the schedule. Now, of course, this is the second game of the day as we shift our focus to Group B. We had a game playing out already between fucking the Biru and Isurus, and Isurus prevailed 2-0 in double OT on the second map to get the job done. Required a 1v2 clutch to finish it off at their last series point. So very well done by Isurus, as they're our first team through to the playoffs.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's fair to say that, as I was talking about in previous matchups between these two teams, kind of whatever Yawara have tried to throw at Keed Stars hasn't really worked. It was Thunderpick this year, only a month ago in Series 1. I don't know, only a month ago, only a couple of weeks ago in South American Series 1. Where Keed Stars beat them in one of the opening games on Ancient and Anubis 16-12, 13-11, and also beat them in the follow-up game 2 days later on Ancient and Mirage 13-2, 13-5. So they made it way, way easier in the second attempt than they did on the first time around, which shows you that maybe they learnt how to play against them. One thing I will say about this Yawara team, as you mentioned with losing Nades, they have created some talent here and there. Like that, they do seem to produce a couple of good players that do get picked up eventually. But yeah, unfortunately, that is the case for his team at this level. One player that I thought was pretty awful at the beginning when I first watched him, and it was averaging like a 0.9, was Telly D. Now he's removed the D, but he's delivering more D on the server. He's much improved.
Yeah, 1.14 from him in the past 3 months, and I guess that kind of coincides with the improvements that we've seen from Yawara as of late as well. And then Rekt is another guy who I've had on my radar in the past few weeks just based on the performances I've seen from him. EDV has got something with the Yorp, Trav. Yeah, he's definitely got like he's got the skills, but it's just about like the consistency that I think he's still maybe struggling with a little bit, which is understandable, should I say, for an inexperienced player, which Keed Stars don't have many of, do they? I mean, guys like Mathios and CK Zhao have been around for a long time, Zariba as well. I think this is a really cool composition of players, and again, make the same points I made yesterday about Uno MILLE, that I'd like to see this team actually stick together. Because in the past year, Trav, so the past 12 months for Keed Stars, they've played with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 different players in the past year, not including coach changes.
You could make a full academy
three different rosters.
You could make an academy team and play a 10-man for the academy team to watch. Incredible.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's actually insane. See, Zhao is definitely the player that I like to keep an eye on the most on this team. He is 30 now. I feel like it's kind of crazy. I didn't think he was that old when I covered him a couple of months ago, but he's getting on a bit now in Counter-Strike years. But he's still playing very, very well. And one other small factor that has happened already, as we've mentioned in the previous Thunderpick only a couple of weeks ago, this is Lash, one of the stars of Yawara of Days Gone By, playing against his former team.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how that lines up for him. Bit of a grudge match, perhaps. Zariba was another guy that I remember seeing on, I'm just checking his past teams. I guess it would have been, it was Pain Academy where I was first actually watching him ply his trade, and then into Solid afterwards. And actually, I've kind of always enjoyed watching him ply his trade. So I'm keen to see what he's going to, like, what sort of form he's in at the moment. I think it's been a while since I've seen him.
Yeah, Zaruba, for me, I covered him the other day, and he was pretty solid. So I'm hoping for the same today. I believe we have a veto graphic to go and have a quick look at now before we start this series. Now, we mentioned previous matchups between these two. Ancient Anubis, comfortable for Keyed Stars. Ancient Mirage, even more comfortable for Keyed Stars, second time around. And wouldn't be surprised to see both those two maps, maybe even all those three maps, once again in the veto, because we have a few bans which are kind of, I wouldn't say not normal, but there's a lot of maps that they can't play. Cash is not ready to play Cash yet, even though Keyed Stars have actually played it once on HLTV since its re-addition to the pool. That was only yesterday, actually, against Bounty Hunters, which they lost. That's probably why they're looking to keep it banned. Keyed Stars don't play Inferno, like I was saying the other day, when they played their first Inferno ever, right, as a 5. And Yawara don't play Nuke. So we're always going to get this veto between these two teams.
Yeah, it's very predictable in that regard, not straying away for the most part from what we've seen between them in the past. No cash yet for either of us, yet to have our cash cherries popped, at least since it's been reintegrated into the pool. And I almost was hoping I'd get one in before our Blast Open stuff later tonight, so that if we do have cash dead, it's not like the first time I'm casting the game in such a big tournament.
It won't be that big deal. Don't worry. Like it's a simple map.
I know. I mean, I played the map heaps myself, obviously, as well. But still, would have been nice. But Mirage and Ancient play very similarly. Keyed Stars will definitely come into this with a firepower advantage, and then that might just be straight up what pushes them over the edge. I mean, their lowest rated player is a 1.01, kind of averaging around like 1.08 as a team. So I think with Mirage and Ancient in play, that'll bode very well for them. Yeah,
so just talking a little bit about Cash, just quickly, in this conversation, we've seen it played in all these, like, various show match games. The biggest games we've seen it played in so far, I'd imagine, would be some of the XSE games. That was shown by Eyeballers against FaZe. FaZe won that 13-3. Tyler, who played against Eyeballers, picked it, won it 13-7. Those are the only two, like, A-tier plus event games we've seen on the map yet. As I said before, that was all show match stuff. The last proper big game on the map will obviously, I think it goes without saying, would have been before we'd started our careers as commentators really deep, right? I mean, maybe you would have done some local stuff in South Africa, but it would have been mid-2019 for the ESL 1 Cologne North America Close Qualifier. That was Furia playing against Ghost. That was when Furia were first starting to come onto the scene with Abel J and Vinny and Art, with Keserato and Yuri. And that was Ghost playing with Kusta, Wardell, Seal, Neptune, and Freakazoid. So it's been a while. Furia ended up winning Cash on that map, and it was a 5th map decider, actually, in that qualifier, with the map advantage for Ghost to qualify for IEM for ESL 1 Cologne, as it would have been known back then. That tells you how long it's been, put simply.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Has been an eternity. A lot of people, as you say, professional players, commentators, and spectators alike, wouldn't have any experience on Cash. So it'll be cool to see it like from their perspective. And I wonder if there'll be any sort of like innovation with the game being completely different now than what it was back then when the map was in the pool. Either way, Rekt and CK's are the two players we're going to highlight. Now, Rekt is the highest rated player on the server, but I'm still a bit reluctant to call him the best player on the server just because of that rating. Like, obviously, you got to fold experience into the mix as well, and having the temperament in these sort of big moments. For me, CK Zhao has that potential. I haven't really seen him deliver yet in a Keyed Stars jersey. He's only played 15 maps for his new team, his new organization. 0.97 in and amongst those 15 maps.
Yeah, it's a little bit up and down for him. I think that's the issue, is that for Yawara, one thing I feel like I can trust in them for, which is what I was talking with Vincent about actually the other night, is that they're, as I mentioned, with a couple of players for Yawara historically that have been picked up, if you look at their roster history, scouting isn't that bad. I think it's like there's a couple of players here which have gone on to do decent things. Obviously playing against Lash today, and they've had a couple of other good AWPers as well, like Nardes, like you've said. So yeah, I do trust in their scouting somewhat. So we'll see how that goes for them for some of their new additions as time goes on. But for now, I've got a bit of a break before the game gets underway. So we'll see you for that in a minute.
right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We weren't lying when we said it'd be a short turnaround time as we get underway with the second game of the day. Mirage is where we will open up the series. Odds extremely close from the get-go. Maybe closer than what I would have expected.
We'll see. Slow start, actually. Lash is going to start it properly by deciding to get some information. And Rek will go down. Zhao looks for Zaruba. Doesn't get that recovery kill. Back to the 4v4. Going through murder hole is always a risk. It's a weird fight to really take on a pistol round, it feels like. Especially when the grate is not broken. But it works out for control of the map. CK Zhao gets tapped out, but Matthias is still standing tall from bench. 2v2, and he needs help. Music quickly from Lash. Is Lash going to be here on time? He is not going to be here on time. Demo will remove him. Now Lash needs to get 2 frags off the rip, all on his own. And Demo will stop him.
Yeah, great shot there from Demo to dispatch of the player at the broken wall, right? That was just an instantaneous shot coming through from him to get the kill. And a great way for Yawara to open up their accounts on their map pick. Felt like they were always in control of the pistol. Just main threat that could have unraveled that was Matthias, and they were able to take him down without much of a fuss.
And the eco is dealt with without much fuss either.
Yeah, very simplistic there. As we go into the first gun round. Kind of speed running the initial couple of maps, rounds rather. See what this gun round has in store for us. Got the instant top mid smokes these days. Obviously not very new, but new-ish. Smoking not only sniper, but top mid as well. Matthias already going to be challenged over on the same bomb site very early on in the round, and he is good for a kill. Zeddy wants to force the fight here through bench, and he should catch Demo. Does. It's going to be really difficult to get out of dodge though, and he's actually still looking to duel EDV. Further damage inflicted, but big health advantage for Keed Stars despite it being an even numbers game.
All 3 CTs kind of in the same position as well, lurking around CT and jungle. LED will make the call to drop down onto B. He's going to clear it out and call it here. That will bring the bomb over. The question now of how far Telly overpushes or doesn't overpush this. It's a very, very common position to take up, that close market angle, if you've got control of the site. Lash is now going to take the fight himself, and with the HP difference, that is the issue, I'm afraid. There's a good kill to grab. ADV is still low, like you were saying. Bomb plant will be allowed, which is something. Lash finding Zhao.
Surely no way.
ADV.
Yeah. I mean, the problem... Oh, okay. I thought the nade might be banked off the wall. You should just be spamming the broken wall at this point. Now he's showing his hand, and yeah, that's the problem with that position, is once they know you're there, you've just got nothing to work with, especially with how wall bangable the broken wall is, and Keed Stars will get themselves on the board in the first gun round.
Counter-terrorists win.
Matthias taking a lot of burn damage. 98 off the rip here. Ash is going to take fight through the corner of the smoke. He does well to find Telly, but not allowed to fall away. And Jal also catch Matthias. In comes a peek toward middle for Zeddy, but the issue is here for Keed Stars is they've all tried to go for that mid aggression. They've all tried to go for the pincer where they have kind of different players peeking from different sides of the map to really suffocate Yawara. But they've all peeked one by one and not on good timings. And they've been punished rightly, I think, for it.
Yeah, exactly. Well done from Yawara to win the duels offered up, but like you say, not made particularly difficult. Keed Stars maybe lacking a bit of synergy there. Wow, that MP7 skin, it does not gel so well with my eyes, man.
That it is pretty quick. That's from the Dreams and Nightmares case, I think. It's meant,
Yeah.
so maybe that is doing what it's meant to do on the tin.
Oh yeah,
to be
it's
fair.
definitely by design. Or at least I think it is. That makes sense to me as well.
Yes.
So it's well designed in that regard, but
It's called the
that would strain my eyes a lot.
It's called the Abyssal Apparition.
Okay.
I think I know what apparition means, but I'm going to Google it quickly.
It's like a spirit.
Apparition is commonly defined as a ghost or supernatural phantom-like image of a person. So there you go. It is doing what it's meant to do, that's for sure. I don't
Nailed
see it
it.
used often at all. You are right. It's a very rarely used skin.
Three-one. M4 saved, but no money here for the CT side, so Yawara should be able to add a fourth to their tally without much of a fuss. I've always been a fan of the Autotronic knives, Trav. I feel like they're really clean.
Okay.
Like
you know what makes me happy about that? Used to be my dream knife, and I've had a couple. I've had a regular
now you got
bayonet
the Gamma Doppler
Autotronic.
now.
I've had a regular bayonet Autotronic. I've had an M9 Autotronic. I've always wanted a Karambit Autotronic, but I've never owned one. These days, the 1v4, by the way.
Yeah, and the
Crazy.
anti-eco. Again, they're so rude the way they're interrupting these moments where we're allowed to go off topic for a round, only just for them to make the ridiculousness happen.
Look, Yawara don't deserve this round to be casted because they've trolled the round. Put it that way. I'm joking.
Okay,
I'm
fair
joking.
enough. Like that.
I'm joking, of course, but Jal will only get one as they look to reface, and fair play to Keed Stars for one, hitting their shots in what was the eco, and two, swarming the last player, not giving him any chance at the clutch. So well done. Anyway, Bayonet Autotronic, tick. M9 Autotronic, tick. Sold them both eventually. Always wanted a Karambit. Didn't ever get a Karambit. Still like the Autotronic knives, but I haven't had one in a long time. I've had a Gamma Doppler for a while. The M9 since like 2018. And the other day, about 5-6 days ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, I can't remember at this point, I got one of my old Karambits back, the black laminate. Very clean,
Okay.
very nice design, nice handle. Pretty not that expensive either in terms of knives these days. And yeah, I got it back because I wanted it, and I felt like I wanted to treat myself. So there you go.
Not the exact same one though, right? Like just
No,
another one.
just a
yeah,
different-
yeah. Okay.
different
Just
black
double checking
laminate.
when you say
Yeah.
got it back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like that's a really nice knife as well. I haven't owned a skin in a long time. Used to have a vanilla Karambit, which I always was a big fan of.
Okay.
A couple like M9 Dopplers, nothing special, like a Phase 2 or something like that. I actually won a giveaway from Harry multiple years ago. It must have been like in 2019. I think it was even before I was casting full time. And I was a bit short of money one time, so I actually sold the knife to pay for my internet bill.
Okay. Fair enough. I saw.
And here I am today. So
What's funny is I sold my Karambit Black Laminate all those years ago to buy a Steam Deck. Guess what? I've used a Steam Deck twice. But there we are.
It's got some resale value. at least.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Steady will find Telly.
Should be
A
dead,
fun
though.
little,
Ooh, not a good flash.
fun little play-by-play rhyme there when those two go up against each other. Zeddy will find Telly. He also found Jal. And this is an incredible round from Zeddy. As you say, probably should have been cleared out, but switched to the Galil to have more bullets to play with. And again, he'll be faced solo, but removing him doesn't mean much because Lash is in position. DK Zao will find wrecked. So Seed Stars are in the game.
Yeah, been able to win consecutive rounds. They've now broken the finances of the T side in the process. And this is where Yawara will pay the ultimate price for having lost to the Eco earlier on. See, there was that flash thrown for the first player coming through from Connector that should have blinded Zeddy, but it wasn't a good enough flash. So Zeddy's able to just stand and bang, and the player who's swinging is expecting him to be blind. Zeddy was not, and he punishes them accordingly. Heat Stars now the prime opportunity to actually get themselves a lead.
Zaruba is about to have many pistols, all of them being Glocks, running his way. And he'll be killed like he's not there. We all five brothers alive here. Oh, there we go. I remember it's funny just thinking back to that you love the Autotronic so much, just thinking back at how much I coveted that Karambit Autotronic and never got one, but I really love the bayonet. They matched my gloves and everything, and yeah, now I've moved on though and gone for different matches, but that Karambit Black Laminate is one I wanted back for a long time, and just a very nice knife. So
Hell yeah.
not
I
too
agree.
expensive, clean, nice
Yes.
handle,
Yeah.
matches like anything because it's black.
Yeah, easy to dress up.
Exactly.
All right, well, the way we dress this round up, around 8 up, is as one that is important for Yawara to make sure that Heat Stars don't build up too much momentum. Remember, this is Yawara's map pick. Heat Stars have got 3 consecutive rounds behind them. They've amassed a decent amount of money as well. That's the game plan here for Yawara. Seen them with a bit of emphasis in towards middle in a couple of these rounds. Maybe look to go a bit more exec heavy here to minimize the variance in the round. No AWP for them.
DK Zhao will find Tellies. He tries to push up near Con. Lashes Thunder Incendiary. That might have connected with Zhao, and I think he may have heard that lash. Yes, he does not look away from that smoke. With the fact that the pits are coming in from apartments means that you can understand why he didn't look away from that short position, expecting different players to come from different angles. Zaruba's pretty screwed there, but he's held up his end of the bargain, and there's no ability to plant for short. Then he will find EDV. Wrecked is dead. DKZ will find him as well. I wonder what EDV. What's EDV's full name? Let's have a look.
Eduardo
Vieira.
Reverse, yes, but there's also like a whole lot of other names in the mix as well.
Not according to HLTV.
Yeah, it was on HLTV that I saw it.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I just clicked it and it only shows Eduardo Vieira. Let's have a look at the previous match.
If you go into his profile though, no?
No, I only see 2 names. Eduardo Vieira. Anyway, whatever the case, Matt, it's wrecked. Who has more names? Whatever the case,
okay.
EDV makes sense with his name. So.
It does kind of. Yeah, he's got the first 2 letters of his name, and then the after
Yes.
for Vieira, right?
Ed V.
Ed V. We could go with Ed V. EDV. Ediv.
Ediv. Yeah, wrecked is called KO de Melo Santos, which is a great name.
Sounds like a cocktail.
First name is KO. I don't think I've ever seen someone called KO before. C-A-Y-O.
Me neither, but I kind of like it.
I like it too.
They say he's quite a chill guy.
Is that a joke I'm missing?
Yeah, read his name again.
Hang on, I just closed it.
Okay, we're gonna wait.
Okay, because he's mellow. Okay, fair enough.
There we go. Yeah. See, you would have been focusing on the KO part, to be fair. So that would have
Yes, I
maybe like
know.
thrown you off a bit, to be fair. Maybe, yeah, I could have workshopped that one, but still 6-3. Keed Stars, a 5-round streak out of them. Really just asserting themselves. Look at how much money they have got across the board here for Keed Stars.
Again, looks like Keystars wanted to fight middle for a split second. But still overly comfortable doing it yet with only 2 players up short. DK Zhao, good angle, boosted up on short bricks. And eventually that fight in mid will go his way when Telly walks into the angle. Lash, good shot. Good fallback. Time to work with, and an extra player on short. That might be a surprise. Yes, Zaruba is that extra player, and it works quite well. Considering Wrecked got that kill on Lash, and they lost that second player who was defending B as well in CK Zhao. But Zaruba was there, was actually relatively important. Zhao, oh, he's given a lineup, and he's a little bit unlucky not to get both, but in the end, Keed Stars also will find the trade, and it's 7-3.
Yeah, just nearly working out there, but they fall excruciatingly short. I mean, it was always Keed Stars who were in control, getting the necessary kills, kind of shutting down the round. Zhao, like you say, may be able to make something of it, at least looked like it on paper, but ultimately falls short. And Keed Stars now really starting to surge ahead here on the CT side. Everybody online, everybody contributing, the entire team between 6 and 9 frags. So all looking very good here on their opponent's map as well. Zeddy, oh wow, I'm so shocked he's been able to win that duel there. It seemed like Zhao had him dead, so right? It seemed like Zhao even knew he was there with the break of the smoke, but it will be Zeddy who prevails, and that's one of the rifles that's been dropped.
Because I will stop EDV. You know, won't have much success either. Keed Stars have really put their foot down on the CT side. Isn't their map pick? Don't forget. Have a great record on their T side, sure, but Yawara have a good record on both sides.
Yeah, and this is all predicated off of the back of the eco round win as well, right? Keed Stars have not looked back since they were able to win that eco round. It was actually like an extremely convincing eco round win for them as well. There was no contest whatsoever. Eight 3. Is this a 7-round streak? Is that correct?
Not sure if it's 7.
Yeah, it is actually. It's 3-1.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's not even like any of these rounds have been particularly close. And it doesn't look like this one's going to be all that close either. A 4 versus 2 off the rip. Yawara looking to play on the front foot. Bomb's already been dropped at the top of ramp. Maybe a little bit overzealous here from Keed Stars in the 4v2, fighting unnecessarily. Maybe giving Yawara a way back into the round.
It's going to come in toward ramp at a pretty good time.
Oh,
Doing
wow.
what damage as I thought it was going to do, though.
Also the timing not exposing him.
Yeah, that as well. And Zhao's out on B.
Seems like it's being considered by Lash, and now he's actually caught a glimpse. You're not going to be doing the magics here to Lash. That won't even really matter. He's actually tagged Zhao. And the nade should get it done, if not the Julies, and there we go. I mean, that is just a complete capitulation from Yawara, is how I'll phrase it. Between TLD, Eduardo, and he switched across now, Wrecked. They've got 9 kills in 12 rounds between 3 players, guys.
Oh dear.
31 deaths and 9 kills between the 3 of them. I think it's fair to call that problematic.
And what also is problematic is Telly dropping from the server. Maybe he needs to turn the Telly back on again.
Well, don't turn him on too much, or that D might come back.
That's a good one.
I'm going to need him to show up in the server again, and I don't just mean in terms of filling a spot on the server. You highlighted how good he's been lately. Kind of regressed back to the man we once knew.
Yeah, it's weird. I was looking back through his games when I covered Yawara the other day, and I was talking to Vincent about it. I remember he's only played 301 maps for this team. This is also his only career team he's ever played for, ever. Looking back, he started, really, really poor. Just looking at the numbers, I'm seeing average of 0.8, I think, here. Against better teams, it would be even lower. I think he was a 0.9 player, I would say, on average. Then early 2025, mid 2025, definitely an improvement. Had a bit of a stint around September 2025, which was pretty poor, but again, he's playing good teams there. BESTIA, 9Z, Gaming Gladiators, Red Canids, teams like that. And then he started playing well against better teams like Fluxo and Crew and Sharks. Had a good game against. And yeah, still not. I'm not pretending like he's a world beater. Don't get me wrong, but recently he's a bit more of your everyday professional, which is slightly above average, right? He'll have his good game, but the bad games are still littered in there every now and then. Yeah, overall, I think more from him than I ever used to, and I gotta give him credit for being an improved name, put simply.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to describe it. Yawara just never able to get back into this game after they had lost to the Eco. Just completely derailed their entire campaign.
Yeah.
In fact, I feel like they barely even got any kills in the rounds after the Eco. I wonder if the HLTV scoreboard's actually caught up here. Yes, it has. So I can go back and check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Including that anti-Eco round loss. They got 10 kills in 8 rounds.
I think that's bad.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say I agree with you.
Thank you.
We're going to get back underway here once again. A little bit of a delay, but TLD finds his way back into the server. And Yawara have a long road back here on this DT side, and a pistol round win is an absolute necessity.
Here we go. Second half. Keystars looking to take Yawara's map pick away from them and a counter. There was a bit of information when he's tapping through the top of that smoke, but he's not going to have many magazines left on that USP if he's not careful.
Bomb has been planted.
There's no catch up for the retake. At least they have been able to find themselves an opening kill. Big duel here between Zarubu and TLD. Yeah, literally Not surviving a bomb explosion. It's LED. Not going to see the bomb explosion around either. Bomb now almost halfway gone. Wrecked with the Julius will be wrapping off the shot set to eventually find that kill on Lash. This is very tough for Matthias. He's going to get overwhelmed, and there will just be a stick on the defuse. Impossible for Zeddy. A bit of a peculiar plant position being taken up here by Keatstars, considering the way they played out the post plant. But Yawara will come out on top of the pistol to get themselves back to winning ways.
Bit of a long way back, like you say, though. We'll see if they're able to get a few more in a row. It will be a Keatstars force, as you'd imagine. Couple of Galils, Mac 10, couple of Deagles. Emo pushed further forward than Super was ready for, and the thing is they don't know about Zhao, I don't think.
Oh, well, I mean, he'd actually do swing looking in that direction, so maybe Zhao would have had a bit of a surprise that he was even considered. But Yawara dealing with this force fight decisively. That is going to be a money nade on Zeddy. Bang! Perfectly placed, perfectly timed. Force by not proving to be any threat whatsoever. So Yawara will make it 9-5 and then soon to be 9-6. Unless...
A deco. A tele-deco. Not on the Yawara side, unfortunately.
Yeah, if they could all just find 1-1 Detrav, like I've said in the past.
I know.
I always like to invoke the classic ninja meme, right? Where he spoke about kickers in American football and why he doesn't understand why they can't just always get it over the poles because it's just literally the one job that they have. Like, why can't you guys just all get 1-1 Deeg and win the round? See, Zariba can. Problem is, CK's and Matthias already dead, so Zariba now has to get more than one to make up. But now he's going to get... okay, got to do it all now, Zariba. And he's dead.
Yeah, it's like, I feel the way about a lot of these teams at this level. Why can't you just, like... look at all the numbers, you're just better. Why aren't you winning? Just win. Doesn't work like that.
Not quite. All right, first gun round of the second half. Keatstars were indomitable with their gun rounds in the first half. See if they can invigorate that form here once again in the second half as well. Otherwise, it feels like the gap starts to close almost back to even keel, and it's a perfect start to proceedings here for Yawara. Both EDV and TLED finding kills. Matthias will double down with his activation from Palace to try and get his team back into the round, though. Oh, TLED's taking a tick to the molly. The info's there. Lash takes a lot of damage in the process, but he does come away with the kill. Problem is, Demo's about to find the bomb at the top of middle towards the spawn.
Oh. Okay.
No. Oh, okay.
He's got the kill. Yeah, I can see you're worried about him dropping off the ledge there, missing.
Yes.
But heads up duel,
oh my God,
1v1.
Oh, he's wonless. He's
out
guaranteed.
right the smoke, and CK's out. Breaks out the smoke and gets the headshot. And I bet CK's out was confused as well. I was like, why is Demo not just holding the bomb in spawn?
Demo's the most confused because he's like, how is he even kind of like clearing me and checking it? My head is literally like, I've got my hands on my head right now after that moment. Like, how on earth has CK Zhao actually had the presence of mind to be privy to that threat? Sorry, Demo, caster's curse if it ever was a thing. Well, that would have been a moment of it. He's been their best player as well, and I think he makes the perfect move. I mean, maybe he could have gotten himself in towards chair is the one thing I could say that he probably could have done. but I still don't fault any of his decision making. 10-6, Keatstar's now 3 rounds away, and if they win this one here, should be as good as done.
Yeah, that is a pretty unexpected recovery round to win if you're Keed Stars. Need to make the most of it. I don't know, if I'm Demo there, I just camp that bomb. I know he's trying to play unpredictable and play on the front foot and play aggressive, play assertive, whatever, but I would just try and keep it to the best of my ability. EDV's not going to keep himself alive to the best of his ability. CKSL will own him already. MP9 needs 1, doesn't even get that singular kill. Bomb site taken, bomb is about to be planted, the fall away and save is a necessity, otherwise they're going to have nothing for the following round.
Goddamn, simple and direct. As simple and direct as it could possibly be here from Keatstar's, turning up the pace, upping the ante here against Yawara, regaining their momentum, and making sure that they're now within touching distance of winning a Mirage, their opponent's pick. You already highlighted on the previous 2 occasions these 2 teams have played against each other. It has been Keatstar's that's come away with the win. It was very competitive the first time, which was about a month and a couple weeks ago. Back at the end of... Oh, I lie. Actually, it wasn't a month and a couple weeks. It was just at the end of June, so just a few weeks ago.
I made the same mistake as well earlier. Like, I looked at the month number. I was like, oh my god, it's like a whole month ago. No, it was right at the end of the month, so it's only a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. And then they played against each other a few days later, and Keatstar's had a much cleaner time of it, and they're kind of following suit here on Mirage again in terms of the amount of control they have over their adversaries.
Yeah, definitely following suit. They're playing Spider Solitaire right now. They have a few decks stacked, I think.
I will take your word for it. I have no idea what that reference means.
Spider Solitaire used to be one of those Windows games that you could have for free, like Free Cell and Windows Pinball and all those that you could have on your PC on the Windows XP days. And you basically...
I remember that to a degree, yeah.
The basic setting, the basic game on Spider Solitaire, we go into a tech pause, so I'll talk about it. On that was basically just line up. You get 5 decks in a row, or I think a bit more maybe. They're all out of order. You've got to find a way to organize them so it goes from king, ace, king down to ace, king, queen, jack, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, ace. Okay. And basically, whenever you got a stack, it would make a very satisfying card flipping sound, like a dealer would make. And it would stack in the corner, and if you complete all the rows, you win the game. And if you do it faster, you get more points.
And I remember there were also ways to like brick yourself up, right? So that you actually couldn't get past it as well. You know what I mean. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Coming from you?
I know. Listen, I've got to flip the script every now and again and keep you on your toes. I can't be too predictable, you know. But I do remember there were ways that you would like block yourself if you made like a wrong move. It would then you wouldn't be able to finish the game, right?
Exactly, because you wouldn't have a gap left to put a different deck in, and you'd die basically, and it'd be like no more moves.
I remember that. That was like back on CRT monitor type stuff.
Almost, yeah. I have many memories of my Windows XP computer that used to be next to my parents' computer downstairs. Okay. Lots of great games I played back then. Old
Pinball,
PC games. Pinball, Ford Racing 2, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2005, Toka Race Driver 2. I'm sure I think that one's probably the most popular out of all of them. Quite a good racing game.
Oh, what was that dog game? Rupert, was that his name? Rupert?
I don't know.
That's more important to me than this gun round right now. I'm going to Google that. You take the round.
Okay. There we go. I've just opened the stream and saw that 8 minutes ago, Retro said, Casters, can you give me a sue? I got you. Got a mini one there. Sorry for being late. Keed
Sorry, Retro.
Stars.
Didn't see the chat in time. Long time, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Not the Retro we know. It's a different Retro.
Oh.
But still.
Not Kyle, then.
No.
I think his name's not Kyle, Trav.
I know. We know it's Ryan.
Ryan, but I got you. Haha, clipping and shipping. Straight to Kyle.
I knew what you were trying to do, man. Come on. All right. 2v3. Isurus will get himself one onto telly. And Demo finds Eddie keeps round into a close fight with the low HP on Isurus. He's a dead man walking. So that was an important round for Yawara to grab. Otherwise, Keed Stars would have been up to 12 and they'd have no money, Yawara. Again, money is a bit of a stretch, actually, to be fair, for the CT side. And you're winning that round with 2 players alive, but... Here we go.
Did you ever play Blues Clues?
Was
that
not
a show?
the game, but I watched the show.
Yeah, I watched the show as well. I'm not sure if
You
it was
love
a
Bluey.
game. Long floppy ears. I used to have a t-shirt, like a tie-dye Blues Clues t-shirt.
Yeah.
I think life peaked then, honestly.
Probably.
Been downhill since
He's
then.
like
for
the
past
blue
25 years.
He's like the blue version of Freddy's dog.
Yeah, that dog. That damn dog.
I thought I'd bring it up because I knew it would
Yeah,
like, annoy you.
yeah. No, I don't go a day by anymore without this dog coming up one way or
I'm
another in my
amazed.
life.
I'm amazed it like annoys you that much.
It's more just, no, it's just funny to be
Okay.
annoyed by it more than legitimately getting annoyed.
Fair enough. Yeah, I met Lou in Cologne, and he's a sweetheart. But I can accept the fact that maybe he's a bit too barky for some people.
Yeah, I think it's also just that it's like, I love you, Freddy, but it's like every cast you either see him or hear him now, and then it's like, oh, that's my dog, that's Lou, everybody, my dog. Freddy's more of a dog than that dog is.
Low key at this point, if I wanted a dog my whole life, I'd probably, I'd probably be that enthusiastic about my dog as well if I had a new one.
Yeah, fair enough. If you had a new one, being the key phrase there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm hating just for fun. I'm hating for fun. I love Freddy. I love his dog.
I love the game.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Back into the action once again. Nades will do a lot of damage.
See ya.
Oh, we just caught a glimpse of Zhao there. Did CK Zhao. That's all he needed. Zaps him out the server 5v3.
You are now up against it in map 1. Staring down the barrel of another quick 2-0. Stars proved how good they can be against them, as we mentioned just the other week. TS waiting in Palace, hoping he's going to get gifted a fight, but work for it a little bit more. Keed Stars here. You are not going searching back for another kill just yet. Nemo is here, and there's a chance they could bait in Rect, who's playing Firebox. Might not be fully cleared. Never know.
I mean, that would be the hope, right? They have gambled correctly by actually stacking up all 3 players in towards a bomb side. Great work on the spam. Demo's position compromised as well, which means not like TeleD's going to have any elements of surprise if they're already considering CT spawn for 1. Demo goes down empty-handed. TeleD probably going to get caught off by CK Zhao, just sidelined. Oh, in fact, he's not just content with the frag. He wants the knife in the back. And that will net him some extra money. Not that money matters a whole lot right now, at least not for Keed Stars. It certainly does for Yawara. They're lacking some serious finances, as Keed Stars have now got 5 chances to get the job done here on Mirage.
Yes, sir. A good example of the protocols that you want to try and pick off your to-do list, right? When you enter the A-bomb site, one of them is do exactly what we just saw Lash do. Spam Firebox. Spam the dark position. Make sure you don't get taken down by something not being cleared correctly.
Agreed. It's actually the best way to clear it, right? Just put a magazine through the box. And A hail of bullets in and around top mid, and then a couple players emerging through from lowers, and Keystars have not even had to break a sweat here. They lost both pistol rounds, if I'm not mistaken, here on Mirage, and they've still won the map 13-7. Both pistols were even converted by Yawara as well.
Yeah, and I think a great example about how them just knowing how to play against Yawara. I mean, it was 13-5 last time out. It's a pretty similar game, and you know maybe there was one less pistol round. You could argue
exactly
in that previous game, right? It's exact same map. It's a carbon copy, really, with their performance here. And they're one map away now from getting through to those playoffs, of course, because this is another winners match here, and Yawara might have to go through another BO3 in that elimination game. Excuse me, in the decider game, I should say. So we'll see if Keystars can close this one. They've got Ancient coming up next. We've seen it both times they played previously, and that previous time was even cleaner, 13-2. So great chance for 2-0. We'll see if that's going to be a reality or not after the break. Can you take it in, please?
Yarp, yarp. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, into the second map of the second game of the day. Keed Stars lead the series 1-0 after a very convincing performance there. One Mirage 13-7 after having lost both pistol rounds. That tells you all you need to know about how much they bossed the gun rounds. Now, into their map pick, a map that they were manhandling on Yawara the last time they went up against each other. This is an around-the-world pistol on Ancient.
It is indeed. They're through red. They're looking to try and flank the B-bomb site, and bonk indeed. There's already a couple of trade kills that will come through. Rekt is ready, but he's going to have to do quite a lot of work. He does find Matthias through the corner of the ramp box, and with the bomb plot position, with all...
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, okay. CK's going very deep for this one, and you know what? He's feeling confident. Why not continue to hit headshots like this? He finally finds Demo, and they know where Rekt was. Zaruba was the player holding on to that if Rekt had advanced a little bit quicker. Rekt will find the headshot. And one more, but blindsided in the side by CK Zal. So, nice play from Keed Stars. It works out for them.
Yeah, a lot of confidence on display, and a pretty unorthodox approach coming through from Keed Stars as well. Not a pistol round you see all too often. Going the whole way around the way that they did. That worked out perfectly. Never really in any sort of trouble there. And it's a full anti-eco. Keed Stars win their first pistol. Who do we think is calling for this Keed Stars team?
See, the thing is, I looked at their Liquipedia the other day, and it didn't show the crown, which is the issue.
Ah, they don't have a king.
They don't have a king. It's
by committee.
Exactly, they go via vibes, maybe. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know actually. I would imagine it, could be one of the, I play like Matthias or Zaruba, but I don't know. I feel like CK Zal wouldn't do it. He's more of like a star of this team. Maybe
Surely
Lash.
not the
Lash is not doing it because he's technically, I think, on
On
loan
loan,
according to
I think.
Wikipedia.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, I really don't know.
I think Zareba's been in IGL in the past. Could be mistaken, but it's probably between him and Matthias would make the most sense.
It's because at the beginning of June they cut Moretz.
Go sort out your insulin, Trav.
I know. I mean, I can't right now, but I have to later.
Oh, you can if you need to. I can cover.
No, it's fine. It might beep tell me it's expired, but it still lasts another like 5 hours.
Okay, all right. So it's like gives you a bit of a heads up. It's like
It gives me a warning to tell me it needs to be changed in like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like when the petrol light comes on in the car. It's not like you have to put fuel in immediately.
Exactly. The insulin has to be refilled. The pump will actually slowly expire about like 7 or 8 hours after the alarm.
Gotcha.
So.
And then that's where it'll be a little bit more concerning, I imagine. Anyway, this round looking a bit concerning for both teams. Or Zeddy to be the difference maker, but he's being watched by Zhao. Good awareness there from Mr. Zhao. Bomb plant will be secured. No threat in Donut. They just had to gamble that wouldn't have been a problem. But the big flank here through from Zhao out of A main should be enough to seal the fate. Lash is the one who'll go down. It's now impossible for Matthias. It's more just about how many he can take to the grave with him.
Trying to play the headshot angle, trying to tap away, but he's not being all too successful. Zhao will close. There's one on the board for Yawara. I think I was also talking to Vincent about Cuts Moretz when I was covering Keed Stars the other day, and it's like he's one of those players is the absolute epitome of journeyman Brazilian player. I don't think I've ever seen Cuts Moretz have a good game in any game I've casted of his throughout like the last 5 years.
Listen, Katsmaritz and I'm biased. He's actually a distant homie in South America. We've exchanged some DMs before.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like I'm probably not going to be the one to bag on him alongside you. To be honest, I mean, I remember casting his games when he was in Meta. Was the first time I'd come across him, and I'd always kind of been a fan of him and his style. He's not a big fragger. I'll absolutely agree with you on that, but I do think he offers a lot of value as an IGL. I think he takes on a lot of responsibility, and he's very good at calling, so I think he does add value in other domains. Woody, on the other hand, don't get me started there.
That's another one that is a sore spot for some people who've watched way too much South American Counter-Strike, I think.
Just always been like his style of AWPing, and as the IGL, that's annoyed me. This round is probably the most convincing gun round we've seen from Yawara so far here in the series. Going to tie up the scoreline. It's going to break the economy of Feed Stars as well. And it is going to be an anti-eco to follow. So Yawara with a prime opportunity to get a lead, and they've now matched their efforts to what they were able to put on the scoreboard the last time they played against Keed Stars on this map.
Full eco, so it's time to share breaking news. There's been lots of rumours during the off-season, obviously. Some which we look at and say, is this true? Really?
Xenia to BC game.
And that is the one that's just been confirmed.
Oh, what?
Yep.
I was saying, like, that's one of the rumors that's, like, one of the shocking ones. What the hell? So it's actually legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. That's insane. I mean, Kassad on the most recent episode of Hot Take Point Made had a hot take that the Mongols will be out of the top 20 by the end of the year, which I actually think is a power hot take considering the way that they've been playing lately and the kind of direction in which they're trending. And that's now almost guaranteed considering that they're going to lose Mzinho. Exciting for Mzinho, going international. I don't know if I'd call it like following in the footsteps of Senzu. Senzu seemed more like he was forced to pack his bags and head in that direction. It wasn't so voluntary, but it's an exciting move on paper.
It really is.
An anchor as well.
It really is, and honestly, like, I'm here for it because this makes this team very, very watchable. They could be absolutely terrible, and they might still be. But with Magic's,
but there's entertainment value for sure.
In-game leader, like, as I said, it's like how I described the Carrigan Falcons thing. It's like, if he fails, cinema. If he succeeds, cinema. It's going to be an amazing watch either way. And I think this is going to be the same way for this BCG team. They've got a long way to punch back up again with a brand new lineup. But, you know, I just think it's crazy, but I kind of love it.
Yeah, count me in. I'll say, count me the hell in. Seeing Simple and Magisk playing alongside each other is going to be really cool. I think that Simple has to play with players who he has immense amounts of respect for, or he probably will just kind of bait them and not really give them too much credence. I think you'll have that respect for Magisk. I mean, remember the storied battles they've had over the years, kind of pre-2020 kind of thing. All the Na'Vi versus Astralis matches. So that's very cool. I'm keen to see how that one's going to unfold. And this round has unfolded in favor of Keed Stars, able to win out those jewels in towards middle initially. There was a nice spam smoke kill coming through from CK Zhao, as they now set their sights in on EDV. It's a very difficult position from which he needs to multi, and he actually is going to be able to skirt his way back around the box. He can't find the follow-up shot to bring it back into an even numbers game. He has got Lash trapped in the corner. Oh, Lash desperate to try and reassume the angle, but eventually EDV will actually take him down. So, made far more doable with that multi out of the AWP.
Find one more as well. Big triple. Zaruba hasn't even managed to catch him on the jump across yet. He does clear Rex nicely. His crosshair was in the right place, but another round to Yawara. They're not going away quietly here in this one. One of the better starts they've had to maps against Keed Stars recently. Ancient last time, a couple of weeks ago, was a 13-2. And Keed Stars got a 10-2 T half. Already doubling their score early.
Yeah, and also looking a lot more convincing in the rounds in terms of individuals having pop-off moments compared to what we got out of them on Mirage. The good stuff coming through from from Yawara. 4 consecutive rounds out of them. Finally, some momentum to speak of here for the team who are chasing the series.
Hades' left back click, all going down.
Yeah, I don't hate that decision, honestly. Like, it was cool. He tried it, went back to his country. I still think Hades has got it. I still would love to see him on a tier 2 team. Just don't make him all by IPL. Let him be like a second voice of the team. Agreed.
Good flash there for Rek to get a unit of damage and then a kill. And Yawara again holding on a lot better. They've really reinforced the CT side so far today. BK's out will help out Lash to find that kill on Jao, but Demo's being a bit of a nuisance bottom middle here, and the jiggling back and forth is very hard for him to track. Zeddy is going to be ahead of the utility. We should find this kill, but finding 2 more is difficult. Bomb is retrievable, is on the mid boxes, and he'll grab it right now, but he's charging in towards... Oh, it's a bit of a whiff from Rek. I saw him half HP, and I was like, okay, if he's not cleared, it's fine. EDV has got the AWP. Surely he goes in with an HE and the USP here. The combination of the two will be enough, and the nade does it all. So, there we go. It was scary, and they take a bit more damage than they should. But EDV shakes his head as if to say, how dare you get that close?
Yeah, it definitely got a lot closer than it probably ever should have, and EDV is making them taste it as well. 5-round streak coming through from Yawara here. This is how the map had begun, but Keystars have not really been able to accomplish a whole lot since the festival and the conversion. Maybe getting a little bit complacent with how convincingly they were able to win Mirage in the start they'd had here to Ancients as well. Lost a 4v2 in and amongst these 5 rounds that have gotten away from them. Another gun round because they keep getting bomb plants these rounds they're losing, but it still means no AWP. We saw how good Zeddy was with the AWP on Mirage. Something's going to have to give, and it's going to have to give soon. Otherwise, Keystars will be in some trouble.
Damage onto Zeddy. He does feel like he can move through the donut smoke, though, and he'd be right. Damage done to EDV. He's done very well to find that kill in return, though. CK's out. Thought he probably had him, but that is what Telly didn't know about. Didn't know that Zeddy was through. Now, EDV can't really overpeak massively on 19 HP anymore. 2v3.
Yeah, again, another good position, contentious position. Bomb plant secured. They've got decent positional control to know that they don't need to worry about Donut. So, Keystars going to keep all their attention in towards Temple and CT Spawn. Bomb now halfway gone. Obviously, gets across the board. Instantaneous in the time to kill there from Zeddy. He's done his job. He's also low on health. And that's going to be a denial on the defuse. And Lash will find both the kills to seal the fate of the round and get Keystars back to winning ways.
I feel like I've just had deja vu.
Honestly, I was reading a Discord message, so I missed it. Sorry, mate.
That's fine. I forgive you. I've been doing that a lot lately as well. Too many things going on.
Yeah,
Zeddy's going to be
relevant
pushing in
to us as well.
Okay, Zeddy's going to be pushing in toward A. But we'll go down straight away. Matthias doesn't know about Demo. Doesn't know about Demo, and that is going to be awkward. We'll find him too. 3v5 off the bat. Zaruba's trying to flank in Demo, and eventually he finds that kill, but it was exposed to CT. Said he was worried about that very quickly. And with how Yawara are now pushing their way through, I do feel like it's going to be just a matter of time before they're pincered. One-wing spray for Lash is not going to connect, has an AK to switch to on the ground, which is helpful. And he will find Jara in the end, but Zaruba is now 1v3. Can't find Telly. And Yawara looking clean at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. Just looking a lot better on an individual level as well. Like, you're getting multi-kills out of individuals. You're getting moments of individual brilliance as well, which is certainly making them look far more convincing. 6-3. Yawara double up their round counts and their opponents, and they could really hammer this half home if they can win round 10 here as well, because there wouldn't be any money left for Keedstars.
Telly. He holds on for both again. There's more like it for Yawara. Full control of the map. Smoke down B doors. Something from getting into lane. Lash goes down in one bullet. Oh, there we go. Telly's facing everyone and beating everyone. He's got 4 kills. Every single fight he took was on his terms as well.
Yeah, very impressive from TLD. And I just right on cue after how I've been talking about the individuals delivering. I mean, it was pretty much only Demo in the previous map, and now we've seen a moment from Demo, even though he's only got 5 kills, the least kills on the team. We've seen big moments from EDV on the AWP, you know, wrecked with the rifle, and then now the multi-kill out of TLD and a gun round as well. No surprise to see Keedstars calling a timeout, because this has gotten away from them. In fact, on paper, realistically, the best they can get now is 8-4. I mean, not to say it's impossible to make it 7-5, but it would require them winning a low buy. And with what we're getting out of Yawara, I don't think that's going to happen.
Breaking news number 3.
Go on.
Fnatic have dropped Bratko and have picked up
Mazzy, yeah,
from Spirit Academy.
Okay. Well, doesn't change how I feel about Fnatic,
Not
even
yet.
1%, to be honest.
No, not yet.
I mean, I really do like the... if Jacasmo can find his form again, this Jacasmo can Jambo trio is quite tasty. I'll give them that at the minimum.
Need to see them play a bit first. Like, if you looked at this maybe a year or 2 ago, you'd be like, oh my god, they've got 4 of the most exciting Ukrainian players to really push up. But yeah, not really worked out that way, has it? Azeli will find Rex. That is an important kill because it allows a bomb plant. Zhao still stuck in cave for Yawara. EDV's trying to make a difference around that smoke. You can tell he's feeling confident going 11-3. How he's playing and how he's flicking around. Now the AK on Zeddy has been retrieved. The tech line of Lash gets his 1. But he's going to need to do a bit more. I think he's out of bullets and Dino will eventually take it. It's going to have to be Lash. He can't find Telly. And Yawara are winning all the close rounds, winning all the duels that matter. And what was it? 9-3 on the first half for Keystars on map 1. Can Yawara answer back with one of their own?
Was it 8-4? 9-3? Yeah, you're right, it was 9-3. You're right. Hang on.
Hell yeah.
So it's looking like we might get that in the opposite direction. I mean, certainly some moments. I would say I think Keedstars have been a little bit more competitive in these rounds they're losing compared to what we got out of Yawara in the previous, but not a whole lot. That's not hard, considering how one-sided that previous map was in particular in the first half. So good work out of Yawara to have been able to bounce back the way they have. They've won 8 of the past 9 rounds. It's like the complete opposite, right? It's almost mirrored in the opposite direction, because it was this time Keedstars who won the pistol and converted, and then have lost all the following rounds.
Rekt is going to find CK Zal. EDV does very well. Block Matthias out of the round again, and it couldn't have been a more comfortable streak for Yawara. There are a couple of close rounds, there are a couple of plants here and there, but I feel like invariably nothing was really that close for Keystars on that T side. And when you consider the fact that they got 10 rounds on their T side only a couple of weeks ago against this team, this is a, well, catastrophic flip.
Yeah, exactly. And flop.
Yeah, flip flop.
Well, goes out saying, but I shall say it anyway because that's my job. Keystars have got to win this pistol. And even then, still a long way back into the game. Of course, Ancient is a map they've played a bunch, and they've got a pretty good return. 56% win rate on the CT side is going to have to be a lot better than that, and a job to be done over towards this B-bomb site. They're not really well poised to deal with what's coming their way either. That's a nice molly to clear out. I wonder if that clears both corners.
I think it does. Rex is going to tap down Zaruba. Bomb planted already. Kit available on Matthias. He's got a smoke as well, but even getting anywhere near that is the issue for Keystars here. Emo on the close line, Zhao still on the back of the site. They've got that smoke used up. Not even going to put it on the bomb, they're going to put it on Cave instead. Try and block off a couple of players. DK Zhao will find his one, but he needs more than that. And he's out of bullets. And out of life. Telly is having one of his games. He'll push forward, find a triple kill. And this is the Telly that we've said been one of the more improved players at this level over the last year or so. Up to 15 kills. Indian lost in the Blast qualifier, by the way. That's sad.
Wow, okay. Crazy.
LP.
I mean, listen, that LP team have been one of the best teams of the year in the region. Like, at least in terms of relatively speaking, compared to what we've seen out of those names in the past.
Yeah.
So it's not a massive shock, to be honest. And it's very cool to see that they're able to do it against opposition of Shinden's level as well. 13-7, 13-7, 13-7. Time for the casino.
What was the DM you said concerned us, by the way?
That was just the nuke one on the feedback.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Nice and easy here. No concern for Yawara whatsoever. Oh, wrecked. He's even able to track and trace CK's out through the smoke. Triple kill out of him. As Yawara are now just 2 rounds away from winning the second map and taking us to a decider. Of course, they've got another match after this in the same tournament that LP just beat Sharks. That Blast Open, or that Blast Rising Open qualifier. What did I... Wait.
You said Sharks.
Yeah. So it's against Sharks, and it's the tournament that Shinden just lost in. There we go. Yeah. No, I know. I'm just showing the working out as to how my brain fumbled that one. Anyway, another good molly. Oh boy, ruthless and relentless.
I love it.
The 2 words I'll use to describe what's just happened.
Yeah, I love it. And look, this is kind of what I associated with Isurus in a couple of their rounds and games I've seen with theirs recently. Like, when they get into a lead like this, they don't just play slow and try and, you know, give Keystars a chance to work their way in, make plays. They're trying to set themselves, they're trying to push. And look at this, I mean, you're this far up. Why not rush? Why not rush B if you've got all the utility advantage to do it? It's been a speed run. Crazy. Unexpected speed run.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good way of describing it. It absolutely has been an unexpected speed run here coming through from Yawara, considering what transpired on the map before this. And they're going to just continue with this very direct approach, except this time in towards the opposite side of the map. Matthias is going to be the man in position. Bomb dropped elbow. I have no idea what the bomb is even doing there, to be honest with you. Zeddy is the one to have found all 3 in that part of the map. You all have found success on their entry upon the, say, bomb site. However, it means diddly squat. Bomb fully in control of the CT side.
Yeah, no way back in this time. Consolation round, perhaps at the end of the map for Keyed Stars. Timo looking for some nade damage at least, but that doesn't connect at all. I'm still swarmed by CTs. So ideally for Demo and EDV, I'd prefer a save. They've got M4s and plenty of dollar from how they've started this half.
Now it's just a question of how long can Keyed Stars delay the inevitable. A little bit circumspect about the decision making made there by Yawara, but they've got plenty room for error, so shouldn't be a problem. 8 more opportunities here to get the job done and see the light of day on Anubis, which is a map that they've played against each other on. Or should I say, which is... I've been trying to work dangling prepositions out of the way that I speak.
Okay, so give me an example of what you mean by
Anubis
that.
is a map on which they've played against each other, instead of saying Anubis is a map that they've played against each other on.
Okay.
Because on is a preposition, and you can't finish sentences with prepositions, right? So
I see. The one thing I need to do is, like, I know I'm more often than not talking to you in like regular conversation. When I'm casting in these sort of moments during like chats, during chat in tech pauses. But in this sentence, I've done it 3 times already. I've said like too much.
okay, I see what you mean.
I just need to stop doing that and have regular conversations where I don't need to use a pause word like
Yes.
like.
Yeah, it's a crutch. It's absolutely a crutch, and almost everybody does it without even realizing that that's what they're doing. Remind me about this topic when we have a break, because I want to talk about that, but not something that I can say on broadcast, because it's talking about somebody else, and that's not very nice to do. So I shall do that behind closed doors. Anyway, 12-4. Like, back into the game we go again.
Like,
and I wonder, like, what they're going to do.
Yeah, sometimes it works. In moments where I'm having a regular conversation, it doesn't really seem obvious, but I definitely need to remove it from any play-by-play moments, right? So
yeah, true.
Pass into A for Yawara. Bash is under a bit of pressure. I like this from Yawara. They forced the issue on B before to get themselves to 12. Now they're just trying to get on A, and it's clearly working like a dream. Look at that nade, right on the feet of Mattia. Seems strafing away desperately, but knew there was no way out there, I think. Then he will find Zhao in the end, but you can just tell where this one is going. This one is going to a third map beside her. Surprised, honestly, Yawara have played this well, especially on that first half. That was the main one. Key Stars were nowhere. Lash, Zeddy and CK Zhao have no time really at all. And with Telly and Rekt finishing off the game, it's perfect. Look at the kills on the scoreboard there for Rekt. 21-6, 18-8 for Telly. That is more like it for this team. There is this level in there somewhere. It just very seldom shows itself.
It has been showing itself more regularly, though, which has been good for Yawara. I'm glad that we got to see it here in the series as well. No issues at all for them to actually wrap things up here after having dominated the map throughout from top to bottom, really. And they have a very convincing win at the end of Ancients. So yeah, good stuff from them as they successfully type the series. It means we will go to Anubis next as that third and final map after a couple moments' time.
Roger. Go for we appreciate you and you should be hired for every single game. Live into... Wait, it's not done yet. We're live into map 3 here on a noob bid between Keedstars and Yawara. Now, Yawara, scout out. For last 2 BO3s, they played against Keedstars in Thunderpick South America Series 1. 2-0, close. 1 overtime, 113-11. 2-0, got destroyed. Here, they've won a map.
Yawara.
Nice.
Got nowhere to go after that.
Yeah, wow, we were.
Exactly, hell yeah. Keedstars have been able to get full control of the say bomb site. Yawara looking to get their first win, their first scalp of the stars. And there's a big battle here into the back of the bomb site. Headshots aplenty for Zeddy. It's now only Teledi. No need to duel him any further, fellas. The job should be as good as done unless you give him a way back in. And he might carve a way back in, forcing these fights. Eventually, Lash will seal the fate of the pistol as Keedstars open up favorably.
Can you roll your Artless match? Nice. I can't do that.
It's something that you learn in Afrikaans when you're like learning the language here in South Africa, so that definitely helped.
Good. And fair point. Yawara. Go for the force.
Yawara.
Nice.
Yeah, they're gonna go all in, yeah. If they can roll Keedstars over. They're stacked up as well. This is the way you go about your force powers on the CT side. Gotta stack, especially on a map like Ancient. Excuse me, on a map like Anubis, you gotta just gamble, hope for the best, go all in on one bomb site. If they don't come your way, you just save your weapons, right? And then even though the next round you'll be saving your money, you still have basically a setup of force weapons to work with. And it's like, what is Matthias even thinking? Is he thinking at all? Because he knows that he's playing against either a Force Power and Eco, and you shouldn't be walking through smokes in either of those situations.
Yeah. There are so many situations like that in South American Counter-Strike where it's just like a completely obvious, overzealous idea or a piece of aggression. And, yeah. An example of it there. Well, I mean, look, that's probably why they do it, because that one's worked. Zaruba will bypass Telly in the smoke, and that opens up A. And look, they lost Matthias in that fashion. It wasn't great. But what it did do is make Yawara think, because of that, they're not going A anymore. It's time to move. And in the end, one smoke push was enough to win the round. So one failed, one succeeded, and they've won their second round.
Just because it worked doesn't mean it was the right thing to do.
Exactly.
Anyway, it did work. So that's ultimately what matters the most. Keedstars will double up. 3 players will survive for Yawara, which means that they'll have a little bit of something to work with going into this next round. What do the stats look like for both of these teams coming into the map? That is what I'd like to know. Anubis has been played 6 times by Yawara, 7 times by Keedstars. Both teams have won the map 3 times. Yawara have lost to Keedstars, Vexa, and Imperial. Keedstars have lost to Pain Academy, Fluxo, Torma do Pagoda, and Metonia Wolves.
We're playing Pain right now. Pain won map 113-4, a bit of a speedy one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not at all surprised. Pain should be able to play with their monitors off and still win that game.
Agreed.
Whenever I read Thuster's name, he reminds me of isn't there like a you would surely know this, a character in like a old cartoon who's like a rabbit maybe? Thuster?
Oh. I think I know what you mean, but I just can't put a name to the statement. I'm afraid that's so close. It's on the tip of my tongue somewhere. I feel like. Natchez is going to find one. Kelly's not cleared.
Okay.
And now it's okay.
That helps. Quick fire triple from Zeddy. Reestablishes control. But you also remember something like some cartoon character named Thuster. Does that like ring a bell at least for you?
Not sure about that one.
Hmm.
The spelling of it rings a bell with something that's not Counter-Strike. I do agree. But I don't know what that is.
I'm going to go to ChatGPT for this one.
Okay.
Terrorists win.
Someone was saying the bomb
ChatGPT can't do
explosions
it.
on Anubis. Nothing crazy so far. The players getting caught out.
Okay, well, here we go into the first gun round. Open play on the CT side for Mr. Eduardo. Rifles across the board outside of that for Keystars and a bit of a financial buffer for most of their players, some more than others. This is where they can start to assert themselves in the early stages of the decider if they can win this opening gun round.
Be a bit careful there on the spray, that the tracers don't give away too much. EDV holding on the stairs from camera. Ruba's got mid control. As you can see, they're just waiting to use him as that next fork on the attack in through the A-bomb site. Evo needs to hold on. One is okay, because EDV did find Zaruba. Now he can put full focus onto this A main push, and he's found Matthias as well. You could argue he overpeaks slightly onto CK's out. CK's out will punish. All comes down now to the timing when they push back through camera. Nade is amazing. Maximum damage HE onto Zhao. Big damage on Telly D as well. Ash will find him. CK's out helps out for that one. And Rat is low HP. One bullet really is all that CK's out needed. That helps him out to get a quad kill.
Okay, well, that is a very competitive round out of Yawara, but really well worked. I like the collapse. I mean, although Zaruba doesn't get the kill, he does alleviate some of the pressure and attention of his teammates coming through from A main. And that is going to be a strong 4-0 start here for Keystars going into... So it's going to be another investment here from the CT side. I don't think they need to. There's no cause for real concern. They don't need to panic or make any rash decisions here, I don't think, mate. I think just a half buy here would do the trick. Got full round loss bonus. They'll get everything they need in the next. Got to remember they're on the CT side of Overpass, and yeah, the way they've spent their money here makes a bit more sense. I mean, maybe Demo has overpurchased a little bit, but that's about it.
This is going to hear the A aggression. He's going to see it as well. And feel it with that ding through the corner of the wall. At Rug's position, often pressured from these sort of rounds. And Telly's already found one. He's being useless with the MP9 right now. But CKZAO will allow a bit of space. Telly gives him the fight.
Yeah. Unsurprising to see Yawara causing Keed Stars some headaches here in this round, considering that they have got quite a bit to work with. In fact, it's 3 rifles left in play. Good molly. Demo, though, is actually able to get both the kills on Zariba and CK's out. It was a wonderful reset on his crosshair after he gets that first frag. And then Rekt will finish off the job. Yawara on the board by virtue of a half buy.
Keed Stars haven't built up all the money in the world in the opening couple of rounds, so this is their final purchase before they'd be broken. Mac 10, Tech 9, Galil, AK, AWP. Weapon on all 5 players. CK Zara's job is to jiggle Canal with the Mac 10 of all weapons, so yeah, a bit awkward for him. Not going to overface at that range, as you can imagine.
More just a scout than anything else, right? Like a beacon or a tripwire, more so than a threat.
Yeah.
Pretty standard default coming through from the T side. However, Yawara making some moves of their own. Always important to try and take a bit of initiative on the defensive half. EDV, well, there's an opening kill opportunity that goes a-begging, unfortunately. He's licking his wounds as well as he tucks tail and falls back to the safety of the A-bomb site. In the meantime, Keed Stars start to shift their focus across to B.
Rekt goes for information, but you think he can be run down now. Oh, he's got a bit of help from Zhao. I'm surprised that Yawara are holding on as comfortably as they are here, because the way Rekt was posturing didn't seem too comfortable. Some might go awry. Telly's out of bullets. No can retake that position, but Lash is in a critical shot. 9 and 20 HP, but EDV's got the AWP on the retake. Will he be gifted a fight? That is the question. I think they know where he's coming from, and Lash is the hero. Natius gets 2. It's all between those 2 players, but Lash finding 3 of the really important kills on that one.
Man, they barely live to tell the tale, but they do ultimately go on to get it across the line there. Well done from Keed Stars to keep it together there. Good exit, good utility usage to actually get into the B-bomb site in the first place, and then some individual brilliance to carry them across the line. And this is where it starts to get a little bit concerning for Yawara. They win their first round, lose a round immediately afterwards. They're going to go all in here on the purchase. Failing this means 7-1. And that will be quite difficult to try and recover from there.
He goes out, blinded up in E-box again, no. Got help from Lash and doing a brilliant job. That Telly is going to finally deliver with 2 kills, shooting off the M4 and then the USP, would you believe? Because he's so out of bullets, finds the AK, finds another. Now he switched to the AWP. He's going to find a kill with his 3rd weapon of the round. Or 4th, technically. Tell a lie. Crazy.
Yeah, especially considering, a massive work out of TLD. Really big stuff. Putting his hand up here when his team needed it the most as well, because it was the opening kill that came through from Lash onto Zhao. There was so much damage done through the smoke afterwards, but TLD able to evade any further bullets after he takes that initial damage and then drops the hammer himself. Shuts down the round. Keed Stars try and just group up together and breach in towards that B-bomb site, but they fall flat. They can get past TLD, then certainly a bomb plant available. But it's a really difficult fight here for Zeddy to take. TLD, extremely quick on the trigger. 4 frags found. All of the kills in the round for Yawara coming from his gun.
Yeah, insane, actually. That's what I just touched on. He's lived in the madness pretty impressively there. Zaruba 40 HP, 1v4, not happening. Is Telly going to be given all 5 here? Not to be. Missed shot from EDV. To be a little bit careful. If Zaruba's smart, even that flash was almost mistimed. It could have been a team flash. But I would say if he's smart, he just goes into beach, picks up the AWP and saves it. For Lash. Lash has been very impactful with the AWP on T side so far, so I would have liked to see him make that decision, to be fair, rather than thinking he can win a 1v3 on 40 HP. Anyway, that's me being nitpicky. Telly, insane. The fact he used like way too many M4 bullets on the smoke, still got one on the M4 when the player walked through it, then got the kill with the USP, then picked up the AK, found another headshot, picked up the AWP, found a kill late round. Yeah, he's a man of all weapons.
Done it all. Yeah, exactly. Really done it all there for his team. He had a torrid time on the first map, didn't he? But he's absolutely been able to step up his game since then and become a lot closer to the player that we've come to expect with the performances we've seen out of him recently. How are you feeling, Trav? How's the energy levels considering that we're approaching our halfway mark for the day?
Not bad, and I'll definitely ramp up when I've had my dinner. It's a nice dinner tonight with like a stir fry, and I'm going to have a dessert, which is like a strawberry ice lolly. So,
oh, hell yeah!
Jealous. In hot weather, it's going to be a good feeling. I'm going to be energized.
Not asking because I think that they're dipping, more just like doing a little check-in with you.
Good.
We've done pretty well to conserve ourselves throughout the day so far, pace ourselves with this marathon that we have, not the sprint.
Yeah, I can't lie, I've been, firstly a little bit distracted by messages I've had to reply to, as we always do have during games sometimes. So, maybe that's helped me rest my voice in a way, by extension, right? Being a little bit distracted. It happens.
Yeah, I feel like you and I also love talking, so dead air isn't something that's really too present in our casts normally, and it's something we've been using well. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's an important tool in our toolbox as commentators. Tele D, well, he has been a multi-purpose tool in these past couple of rounds here, that's for sure. Another multi coming through from him. It was looking really good for Keydstars initially here in this round, but it shouldn't result in a point on the board. A lot of damage done from Lash, but ultimately will fall at the hand of Tele D as well. Means Keydstars will have to eco, and Yawara will draw within a round.
Tele reminds me of some like looking at his profile picture on HLTV. I feel like he could fit into like a 1960s UK police show. He could be like the main head policeman.
Okay.
He looks like a constabulary, you know?
A constabulary?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Never heard that word in my life.
So, a constabulary...
A constable?
Is like an organized civil police force, and he could be the constable of the constabulary.
Okay. I definitely see it, and I think the mustache is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
It is, but it's the head shape too. Like,
okay.
That's exactly what I feel like an old school policeman would look like. I don't know. Maybe
got a boot of a neck as well, to be fair.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I
agree with you. I like
Good
that
job. And maybe Telly D will have to arrest a couple more players. Stars are in a bit of trouble. 4 on CT for Yawara is solid already. And we haven't even played out the whole half yet. They played the map. They've won it 3 times out of 6. And they tend to have a much better T side, as you'd imagine, than their CT side. 41.7 on CT, 57.1 on T. So they are in a better position, you'd argue, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering they were down 4-0 and then 5-1 at one point. It's been a nice bounce back coming through here from Yawara. You'd fancy them. You'd fancy, if you kind of took the nameplates away, a game at 5-4 always looks good for the CT side. Big moment from CK Zhao, tracking and tracing Demo, even knife out just to try and move a little bit quicker. Surely Garen. Oh, T to get this frag. Oh, CK Zhao. It's not actually going to be able to get the kill, but he's gotten so much information, and that info's sold even further down the river because of the kill that Zeddy's been able to get. However, he is in serious trouble of, or in serious jeopardy of going down here to EDV, who's pushed up mid with the AWP, and he will connect on the shot. And Yawara now starts to realize what's going on as they get the info that Zeddy was shifting away from that B bomb site. Man advantage, a bit of a paper tiger man advantage with Demo being as low as he is, but they've got kits and they've got util.
Biru got no HP first player to fight, and somehow he's not the guy to get that kill. DK Zhao will grab it. We'll finally find EDV with all the damage done. They will hold on. Going through that smoke, as we've tended to describe, is not the way to go about things.
Yeah, that one, I guess, a little bit more understandable in the sense that they didn't have a whole lot going for them. Either way, that is going to be Keydstars make sure that they keep daylight between themselves and Yawara. There's actually, with all the damage that they've inflicted in the rounds prior, it's actually very realistic that they could end 8-4 on the half. It's going to be a force buy for Yawara, and they've got an AWP, but then outside of that, it is not very convincing.
Oh dear. Because ours crashed.
I've had a couple of techies today, but generally been pretty quick to be resolved. And there we go. He's already back in the server. Love that.
And it gets to me.
Anyway, like I was trying to get out earlier, we're casting both of Yawara's matches today, playing 2 games in 2 different tournaments here in Thunderpick, and then in the last Premier Rising tournament later on, which is a qualifier for a tournament happening in Portugal later in the year. And of course, Yawara will be playing against Sharks in that competition, so that'll be some stiff competition. And based on what we've seen today, I mean, they've had moments, but I still expect Sharks to be able to beat them pretty convincingly.
Nice shot, EDV. That's the heads-up duel against Lash. They need him to make moves when they've got this sort of purchase as well.
Yeah, agreed. Can't just sit by idly and kind of let the round come to them. And they have successfully got that opening kill, so now they can afford to play a bit more passively. Star's going to try and go in towards this B-bomb site. Currently, it's only EDV on the side of the map. He will be able to draw blood, and he finds a follow-up as well. Brilliantly done there from EDV. CKSR seems to have a really good idea that it wasn't just one player who was progressing towards Canals. He's going to push forward into Zhao. That was a big moment. If CKSR gets that kill to 2v2 all of a sudden, instead he goes down to the 5-7.
Yeah.
And Yawara on the 4th buy here have found success.
starting the round with EDV as they did and how he meant to go on, it was kind of clear that it was going to be a troublesome round for Key Stars. And as I was saying, I mean, 5 on CTs are so good. I think they're in a very good position.
Counter-terrorists win.
Certainly making it look like it'll be the most competitive map we've had so far between these two teams. I mean, obviously the first half has been a lot more competitive. We had 9-3 halves in both the maps preceding this one. I think Mirage ended 13-7 if I'm not mistaken, then 13-4 on Ancient.
Gals in the hold.
Should get overwhelmed.
Nice strafe there by the Mac 10, but yeah, with Demo in position as well. That's an extra layer on the mid area for Yawara is too good. It's going to be a 6-6 half.
Counter-terrorists win.
That's really solid for Yawara. They've really come up to play in this game, haven't they? They punched up well, considering how that previous BO3 against Keyed Stars went. They didn't play Anubis in that one because it was a two-mapper, but the last Anubis was a bit of a closer one in that 2 days prior. It was only a 13-11 for Keyed Stars, so you look at that one and see how they played. It was a 7-5 T half for Keyed Stars. The second half being a 6-6. It's just very, very close in general. No big comebacks or anything like that. We're staying in the same way here.
Yeah, I love the activation there from Demo. I mean, he does a brilliant job after Zhao gets the initial kill. Zhao's just completely trapped, but he does his job by finding a frag and then taking the attention, and then Demo is able to step up from camera and he just mows down 3. Need control of the spray there out of him as well. Big pistol round. This map could absolutely go either way. You would lean into Yawara from here as they shift into the favored side of the map with a tied-up scoreline.
Oh dear.
CK Zhao. The problem is he was dinked, Trav. He was dinked before he disconnects. So that means no round reset, I'm afraid.
Dash is going to hold on for 1, and the disadvantage that he does have to play with is going to hurt them badly. That's a shame. Yawara will complete this pistol, and I imagine they'll complete the round and it won't be reset. That is the usual rule.
Yeah, and rightfully so, I'm afraid. That means Yawara are going to get a lead. First time they'd have a lead behind them here on Anubis. He spotted. No, Kit, this is a formality from here. Bomb planted for A main as well. So Yawara going to get themselves up 7-6 here. I mean, CK Zhao was dinked, so I don't know. I'm inclined to say it's not had like a drastic effect on the round him disconnecting, but obviously it does still suck.
Terrorists win.
Wonder what the persistence of these problems are from CK Zhao. I was pretty quick to resolve the problem when it happened a few moments ago. Imagine it's a game issue, maybe a connection problem, being a little bit spotty at the moment.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? I'm sure frustrating for CK Zhao as well. I imagine it's game crashes for it to be happening like this in this sort of time frame too. Breaking news number 5.
4, no?
Well, yeah, technically, but you know, I
Come
added
on.
another one in there without numbering it, I think.
Okay.
Hulzerk has joined NRG.
Okay. Yeah, I don't mind that one. Don't mind that one. Obviously, OC was AWPing for them before, right?
Yep. And
He
they brought
got
George
benched
back too.
recently. Yeah, I heard about that. He would have been replacing Bro, I suppose. Is that correct?
Yes, because Bro was on NRG. Now he's on Eternal Fire.
Exactly. So he's gone from playing with one South African to another.
Correct. Okay. I'm not sure how long it's going to be before CKZAO reconnects, but what I'm going to do is not. Never mind, he's back. All good.
See, it still works. That good old trick every now and
I
again.
know,
It still
I
comes in
know.
clutch. I was on Hinge earlier today, Trav, and there was
Oh, no.
a woman who had a prompt on there that said, I recently discovered that I really dislike men.
That's attractive.
Right? It's also like, but you're on a dating app and you're looking to match with men, so a little bit ironic. So I actually did comment and I said, except for when you're calling the fire brigade, right?
Well, I know. I don't disagree with you. I should get. I need to get on the dating apps, man. I low key, it's like I just want to meet someone naturally, and I think I feel like
I know.
No, I feel like I have in many ways. But it's like
Yes.
I'll ask them out, and it'll be like flaky, you know. So
100%. It's also
tough.
volume. On the dating apps, it's like straight up volume. There's just so many people. And you're in London, man. Like that's
I know.
you got to be spoiled for choice there.
Oh dear. Not spoiled for the choice I truly want in my deep heart of hearts. So that's the issue.
Yeah, well, pick a number and get to the back of the queue, mate. We're all there, aren't we?
God.
Yeah, it do be like that. Either way, 8-6. The imminent scoreline. Keystars have been able to inflict a little bit of damage here at least. Couple of kills coming through, but that first gun round is going to be an important one here to make sure that Yawara don't start to tear too far ahead, because this was once a 4-0 and then a 5-1 game. So Yawara have won 7 of the past 6. Oh boy. One more shot from the deep would have done the job there onto Demo. Yeah, no time any longer. Thankfully, Demo will still die here, I think. And Matthias, well,
How many walls can you get behind?
not enough. He tried to pick up the gun. I think that would have been what led to his demise. I don't know. Either way, maximum damage inflicted from Keystars despite them losing the round.
Yeah, that's one of the few okay examples there, I think, of the new bomb explosion. I mean, he's 80 health here with no armor. Obviously, no armor does contribute, I think, a little bit. And yeah, I think if he strafed around the right corner, he could have been lucky. But I didn't think there was much time to do that, so...
That's why I was thinking if he didn't go for the gun, maybe
Yeah.
he would have had just enough time.
Well, here we go for Yawara and for Keedstar. Second half gun round. Keedstars have not really had much to shout about of late. Don't forget Lash had that one round where he entered in toward B. Looked really solid on the AWP. And I think he was like 6-2 at that point. He's now 8-10.
Yeah, that is a bit of a fall off, unfortunately. It's like the complete opposite for TWC and what we've seen out of him throughout this map so far. This is the opportunity here for Keedstars, especially with all the damage they were able to inflict in the previous round. Means there aren't any AKs in play here for the T side. It's just Galil's. Gives Keedstars a big opportunity. It's going to be a pop flash through the smoke here. A double-layered flashbang, though. But Zaruma plays anti. Doesn't get blinded up by either. Mows down both Demo and Zhao. And they want more. They're going to continue to fight forward. It's extremely brave. Maybe unnecessarily so, but it's going to be okay. PKZar will round on EDV. TWC. 3... Oh, what's the 3 consonants? Is that what it is?
What do you mean? What are you saying here?
TWC. Not consonants.
No.
Those are like vowels and consonants.
Yes,
it's the opposite of a vowel, yeah.
I know what you're saying. Syllables.
Come on, mate. Syllables. There we go. Crikey Moses. I'm sorry that I couldn't even remember that. I mean, I've like taking my glasses off. I'm rubbing my face a little bit. Like I should know better than that. Anyway.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Look, we'd remember that in a space of a few seconds if it was a different day, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just on the fly.
Yeah.
All right. 8-7. And this is where Keedstars reap the reward of all the damage they'd inflicted in the round before the previous.
Yeah, they're back in the game a little bit. PKZar and Zeddy will play together in toward E-Box. And they're all dead. Only losing one.
All right, game back on as Keedstars start to find their mojo and build up some momentum here once again. And they keep it going into this following gun round because that would, I'd say, tip the scales in their favor quite comfortably if they could win this next gun round here. And it's not a gun round. It's actually going to be another light investment here from the T side. So prime opportunity for Keedstars to get their noses in front. They've got to weather the storm over towards this B bomb site. We've seen teams struggle against these Tech 9 rounds in the past, against these low buys. And this is proving to be another one of them. Pain Academy were the ones who were using it against fucking the Biru in very convincing fashion yesterday. Double nade is on the money. Demo plays catch. Had no choice in that game. TWC is low. No further util here for the T side. It's in play for the CT side. TWC, well, they search for him, but he just destroys Zariba. That's round over. The Tech 9s will prevail. Surely. Yes, I'm certain of it. And there we go. If not, the sprayer was always going to be the knife.
Again, more good work from TWC. Guy was a liability when I first covered him in professional Counter-Strike. His only professional team is Yawara. Now he's one of the most consistent at this level for his team. Really stepped up of late. Been on the team
Probably
since
fair to
October
call
2024.
Their star, honestly, at this point.
Maybe, man, maybe.
All right, well, Heat Stars are going to be kicking themselves that previous round has gotten away from them. If they lose this round here as well, it's going to be 10-8. They're not going to have any money. 11-8 with Yawara on the favored side of the map. Surely just straight up spells Heat Stars' demise, right?
They'd be a bit upset if they lose this game. Knowing how easy it was for them before, knowing that they hadn't lost a map against them previously, Yawara are going to have their last qualifier on their mind later tonight. They could go in feeling very confident, albeit a bit tired. CK Zal, Matthias and Zeddy will all hold up their end of the bargain on the B defense. Bomb dropped in front of EDV as well. And now I think looking a little bit more comfortable on the site hold. Matthias has got the right, Zeddy's got the flank in front of him. Bomb not retrieved, 19 seconds. This is a shift away to save.
Okay, well. Game is the gift that continues to give, and has actually been pretty difficult to read because all of our normal data and intel that we have on this map and the way that it should play, considering the state of the game at halftime and coming into the second half, how it had begun, felt like it was Yawara's game, but Heat Stars keep winning these important rounds to stop Yawara from tearing too far ahead. As Trav just highlighted, Yawara have another game starting in about an hour and 20 minutes against Sharks. As you say, if they win this year, they'll feel pretty confident going into that next one, but they also don't have to overexert themselves in the series before that one, where Sharks will feel fresh. Lash doubles down, can't find the third on the follow-up, but Tele D has been brought down low. Lash will eventually finish him off for the second time of asking, and it's the exact same result we saw in the previous round. They try brute force their way into B, and they get shut down.
Yeah, and that's going to change things now. Yawara are out of money. Lash will just destroy them, really. The third shot was a miss, but he made up for it. Rifle's in a good position. Again, we're trying to go through smokes. I understand there because you want to try and at least push onto the site and live up to what you were told to do and going for that B play. But again, just too quick, really. For Yawara, I feel like they haven't really felt out some of these rounds in this second half on a couple of occasions. They've stuck to their original plan and then just been overwhelmed. Lash gets a collateral. Oh, it's 4.
Oh, boy.
It'll be 5. Hell yeah. Bang.
9 kills in the past 2 rounds for Mr. Lash, I think. Wasn't he the player we were talking about how he had kind of stagnated from the start that he had on the map, right?
Exactly.
So, stepping things up brilliantly here when his team needs it the most. All of a sudden, Heat Stars have got themselves a 2-round buffer. And if they can win this round that's going to follow, 3 chances to close out the series. The tables are very quickly turned here for Yawara. Oh, how the turns have tabled.
You have a turntable? Trying to think how
I have a table on wheels.
Oh, okay.
I know. I tried, and I was like, okay, nothing's come to the mind quickly enough, and I can't take too long, so I got to go for something. But I do have a table on wheels that can turn. So
right. I used to have a pool table in my garage, but it took up so much space, and I stopped using it that much, so we had to get rid of it. It was a sad day.
That is a pity.
Wheeling that out of the garage. It was a massive, heavy thing. It's like from an old pub or whatever, so it was very hard to move. Bomb dropped in middle.
Much like Matthias.
Yeah, he's also hard to move. Black flick missed by...
No way.
Oh, dear. He's got a nade off. He's got a nade off as well. Oh, that's an extra damage. Rector's gotten 2. Zaruba only got 1 on that reface with him. Still, Rector's all alone. And then he realizes it's the freest of 3 kills when he sees him spray that camera smoke. So Keen Stars have found a way at the end of this one. They've increased their lead to 12-9. 3 chances to close in reg.
Okay, well, that is... I mean, they've just dominated these past few rounds, haven't they? It feels like Yawara have dropped off massively. Something has definitely drastically changed here in this game from Yawara. Looking a lot less convincing than what they were. And it's not going to be the most favorable investment here for Yawara either, coming into this following round to keep themselves in the contest.
I like Demo's gloves. Those are the gardening looking gloves with the flowers on them in the new collection. There's also new, the ones that Rect has. They're one of my favourites. Shame I don't have a blue loadout because I would use those immediately.
I've never owned a pair of gloves, ever.
Fair enough. Each to their own. I have mine matched to perfection with my loadout, so I'll never get rid of them.
Doesn't look like we're going to be getting rid of Yawara here either. Still 2 players at this B bomb site. Mathiasen behind the pillar has been spotted. This is now really difficult for him. There's a player holding on either side of the pillar, and he's not going to be able to get a kill on either of them. He needed at least one. Zariba will double down though. Maybe giving his team a little bit of a chance. Maybe he can do it all. It's now only EDV left remaining. Zariba, you've done your job. Now you can just chill. Just take it easy. Wait for your teammate to get in on the act as well. Zeddy is going to come through from camera. EDV's going searching, and it will be Zariba with a quad kill to seal the fate of the map, and with that, the series. What a comeback from Keed Stars.
I feel like Keed Stars at the end of that game were like, uh-oh, we're in a bit of bother here. You're on their favoured side. They've actually been a much more contestable opponent today. It's time to ramp up. And all of the individuals all had a moment at the end of that game. Lash in particular, going from that quad kill hold on B to the anti-eco ace on A, gave him a lot of confidence. And yeah, the close from Keed Stars was solid. So that is something that I'll be very happy with. They now win that winner's match. They're going to be through to the playoffs already. And unfortunately for Yawara, they'll have to go and play either MITANOIA Wolves or MIBR Academy in a decider match. Whoever wins that game will play them in that decider match. And then, of course, they're going to be thinking about all those tough teams they're going to have to face, like LP, Bestia, Bounty Hunters, and Imperial. So we've got 2 more games to come today on Thunderpick. MILLE versus Pain Academy and MITANOIA Wolves versus MIBR Academy, like I just mentioned. But for now, for me, I need food quickly before another shift. So I'm going to throw it and say thank you for watching. We'll see you very soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Thunderpick 2026. I am JRG, joined by Exner, and we're getting ready to cast a little bit more of this Group A here. In fact, Group A elimination match coming at you. It's Uno Melee up against Pain Academy. How you feeling about this one, Cole?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a fun one, that's for sure. Here, got to see a little bit of the opening stages yesterday. Got to see a litmus test for some of these teams. Now we're going to be entering into some scary territory for these rosters today. Elimination matches on the line throughout the remainder. As we see some of the teams progress into the playoffs, we will be looking at teams that are going to be facing an exit here now as well. So a lot on the line here for the 4 rosters remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you see the brackets, so we'll go into the rosters immediately here, as I think we're about to get started very shortly. But Pain Academy, look, this is a squad that in the past we've both been excited about. We've seen these flashes of brilliance where it's like, whoa, these guys are going to make something of this. But then they kind of just keep on going this roller coaster ride of up and down, some roster changes here and there, although not really much lately. This has been a pretty stable roster overall.
Yeah, liking the construct of this squad here. I think it's promising that this team is finally able to land on their feet here, find some consistency in the squad that they're bringing together. That, as you said, was one of the bigger problems I had with this team. Was I'm just not sure, at this point if this is a team that can keep 5 players consistently here, can find one key player to be the star of the show. That was also kind of a problem. And we've seen players like Arcazinho, I think, step into that role quite nicely here, at least for my liking here. I'm still interested to see what Misfit brings to this squad long term. Yeah. He's been, I think, kind of slotting in here and there for them, if I'm not mistaken. So
that's right.
A little bit fresh to the squad, but you're talking about a player that also can be a big star of the show, just on a little bit of an older end there. And older, I mean 23 years old, so still has a lot of future ahead of him. But in terms of an academy prospect, maybe a slightly on the older side there. Whereas RKZ, who's 16 years old, been able to really do some great work in the tier 2 space.
Absolutely. No, Arcazinho's really been an interesting player. He's fun to watch and definitely has the skill to help the team elevate to new heights. Let's check out Melee now. They've had some changes over the last 3 months. I believe Broken, Klon, and LTZ were benched or left the team. I think it was LTZ left the team. And then you have Ali, along with DRG and Punk, who have been added respectively. So yeah, some rejigging of the squad. Ali's at the top of the 1.09 rating, DRG at 1.05 right behind him. So 2 of the new additions already performing at the level they want them to. Record of the last 3 months is good, 44 wins, 26 losses. But I mean, overall, it's still been a struggle lately. Like the last 3 matches have been losses, 3 in a row, in fact.
Yeah, that's concerning here. Some of the squads there in good form, don't get me wrong, but
yes,
taking a loss to Patine Ste Ferrari, kind of scary there.
Yes.
Again, some good prospects on that squad, but that is a very fresh-faced team. Very raw in terms of the the kind of construction of that squad. So those are teams you would like to be able to take down here with some of the names here. I think DRG, a great prospect as well. Like, this is a guy that should be able to kind of tear things up and in this space after his time on Sharks, moving on from that roster. I really thought as he entered into kind of the maybe tier 2-ish section of South America, that he would be able to take a big leap, and I'm kind of expecting that here with this project. We saw a little bit of it in the past as well, so excited to see that. But take a look at the map pool here. We do have Cash, which I have yet to see come out, and that will be banned in the first phase, unfortunately. But we do get to see Anubis here, which I think is becoming a little bit more of a popular map. We also see Ancient come into play here for Uno Melee. As a result of that opening ban there onto Cash, it does leave Pain a little bit vulnerable to a map that they sure would like to avoid, and that Uno Melee would sure like to pick into. And so Ancient's going to be something that Pain Academy seem to be willing to leave open here, in terms of maybe changing their more perma-banned here to Cash now.
Yeah, no, it seems like it for sure, and I feel like this will be interesting to see how Pain are actually going to perform on the map. If they've been practicing it, are they preparing for this? You have to imagine they are, because they don't want to play Cash clearly, and that's going to be their perma. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think what's more interesting is Anubis coming through as the pick from Pain, because it's not a bad map for MILLE. Sure, they've lost 2 in a row, 9-13 against Yawara and 8-13 against Fluxo, but decent teams in their own regard. And before that, it was a 5-game win streak for MILLE. So, and they didn't lose double-digit rounds in any of those wins. So that's concerning for Pain Academy. We'll see if they can pull it off on Anubis. Ancient, I feel like that's an inherent advantage for MILLE, like we said. And then finally Inferno as a decider. And that one, even there, like I feel like MILLE have more reps. So overall, if you look at this, it feels like MILLE do have the significant edge. But when they played a couple of months ago with a relatively similar Pain Academy roster, and I think MILLE was similar as well. They didn't do that badly, did Pain Academy. They did lose 2-0, but it was 11-13 twice, so they could still be very competitive. I think they could surprise us here, but it still leans MILLE's way.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you here. I think this game's up in the air. I think Misfit gonna add a little X factor to this Pain Academy roster as well. So, kind of hoping that you can see new and improved look with an even sharper bit of firepower joining up into this squad. That to me is what I'm most looking forward to, is seeing that addition and seeing what he's going to bring to the table. Brought them into a close series in their opening round, but obviously fell a little bit short there in that best of 3 versus Fake Biru with all the experienced pieces that they are. They're going to be eager to try and get a revenge up against this squad, but good news is we're ready to hop into the action here. We got the game waiting in the wings. So before we hop into Anubis, we got this.
All right, and we're into the action here. MILLE Pain Academy map is Anubis, and this is, of course, Pain's map pick. See how they perform on it and how Misfit performs. I mean, if you look at the numbers, you're right to highlight him. 1.19 rating over the last 3 months and a 93 sniper rating. So I think he could absolutely add a very promising element to the squad. But as I'm talking, MILLE have already entered the ace site. It's a retake center for Pain Academy, and it is not going well. Remix and DRG already get a couple. Kaiser gets one back, but it's a 4v3 in favor of MILLE. I think Arcazinho might get blindsided. He's definitely spotted. So it should be a flank and a kill.
Oh yeah, comes through just in time right there. Easy pickings. And now trying to pull things together from E-Box, but the issue is the bomb is kind of planted for them in CT. Trying to get a smoke and a kit down range here. Smoke goes on top of that bomb. It's a clean clothesline though. Now all you can do is hope to sneak a defuse away. Kaiser's trying to find the bomb, but he's getting slashed to pieces. Knife comes out there for the finishing blow there, and an extra cash flow going in favor of MILLE. That bomb timer does remind me we do have a pretty big update.
Yes.
I don't know if you got to play around with it at all, but I got to listen to it. One map of CS yesterday was normal bomb. The next map was the new bomb, and
really,
I didn't realize what the update was. I just heard there was an update in between the maps.
Okay.
So when I heard the bomb go off, I said, "What game are we playing?" It actually caught me so off guard that I had no idea. I thought maybe like my music was playing or like a YouTube video popped through. I don't know what was happening. I was like, surely that's not the bomb noise, but yeah, the shockwaves.
It is.
Are interesting.
I'll get back to it. Remix is going to engage here with Duke actually guts one, and I think Remix.
Okay.
Oh, Remix falls as well. What's happening here? Have to be careful due to MILLE. They have sight control, so it should be fine. And the rifle advantage, yeah, it is. Tank didn't get a couple, and that should be all she wrote. Yeah, Kaiser is probably just going to back off. Yeah. So to reply to you, no, I haven't had a chance to play around with it yet, but I've been watching videos. I've kind of been analyzing like what the changes are, seeing. Trying to see where safe spots are on certain maps. Interesting to see like Inferno stands out in my mind. I think in church by Podium is safe now, no matter what. Like you can live right next to the bomb. I don't know if it's intentional. Like there's little things like that. And on Nuke, you can jump up in the rafters and live apparently as well. So that's a glitch. That has to be a bug because you can literally look at the bomb and jump up as it explodes and you'll live. So there's like certain verticality elements that need to be fixed. But overall, I find it interesting. You know, and more predictable, I suppose. And I don't necessarily mind it. I know that showing if you're going to die or not with your health bar. Oh, it's so cool. Actually, this is my first time seeing it live. So it's kind of cool to hear it and like see it. But it's overall, I think it's cool. I really do feel like it's a change that was needed to help people better prepare for what's a safe spot and what isn't. Also, you can't survive with 1 HP anymore. I don't know if you knew that, but you die. Yeah.
Which, again, one of those things I think that is largely going to be overblown in terms of the actual impact, but we'll see it come through occasionally, where it does come into play. Yeah, that is kind of funny that someone's going to be 1 HP and just there's going to be no chance for them to survive.
I think it'll just change your mindset, right? If you're at 1 HP, you just feel like, I'm going to fight if you're on CT side, right? And you're going, and you're trying to save. I can't save, so I might as well do damage. Anyway, Pank's going to get one. Tattoo and Sook get a couple back, but Remix strikes an important point, and so does CLD. They are walking all over Pain Academy on this B site, and it is going to be a clean 3-0 lead.
That's scary stuff. They waltzed in on the duels right there and had no trouble breaking them apart piece by piece. That is absolutely terrifying. Free real estate towards that B side. Just walked through a smoke. They got out and into these deeper positionings. They found the first domino, and when that happens, the B bombs becomes really tricky to hold, and the trades were sharp as can be. You're looking at CLD running through that E-box smoke, finding a little bit of impact. They're just shooting over each other's shoulders. Great unity to be brought into the mix there. There goes the bomb again. It is, I mean, I don't have any strong opinions on the sound of it. Maybe people do, but again, it's one of those things I don't really care that much about.
Yeah.
An interesting direction. I don't know if they're trying to make it feel like it's a little bit less of like a bomb blast and more of like a like a shockwave. Is that?
Yeah.
That's an interesting take on C4, but I don't know. I never dealt with C4, so.
I'm curious though, in terms of the sound, like, is it based on where you are? Because I haven't seen or tested that yet. It's kind of fresh. Like, if you're closer, is it going to sound different? Do walls in between have an impact? Is there physics implemented into this? I imagine. Like, anyway, RKZino is going to get one. CLD is finding the trade, and then CLD going for more. DRG as well doing damage, and yes, it's just pistols. A half buy for Pain Academy, but they have been relatively silenced here throughout the opening rounds of Anubis.
Just looking lethal right there, tearing through the site. And again, I think it's coming down to some of the key details just being that this team is able to trade it instantly. CLD doing it again here. Just double swing coming through off the flashbang. And when one player goes down there, able to instantly reply there with a multi-kill. You can see the great sequence coming through out of CLD. Oh, MILLE positioning themselves nicely. I mean, again, the concern here is that Pain Academy have to start themselves on the nice little HE. Got me distracted for a second, but to reiterate my point, Pain Academy have to start on the CT side of Anubis, and then they got to hop into Ancient afterwards, a map that they haven't played, and are changing up the perma of. So my concern for this team is how they're going to be able to get back into the series if this is a half they're not able to recover from.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. I think that it'll either be a really quick series or, you know, we'll end up on 3 maps. Like, there's no in between. And when I say quick series, I mean for MILLE. I don't feel like Pain has it in them, given the map pool that we have, to pull off a 2-0. At least not necessarily a clean one. Whereas MILLE, they're looking strong lately. Like, this squad has been good. 48 seconds on the clock, and MILLE going right back in towards that B site. Utilities flying right in. CLD gets an opening opportunity, but he can't capitalize on it. Finally, maybe a stop here for Pain Academy. The guns keep rattling off here, and at the end of it, oh, it's going to be even numbers. That's not great for Pain Academy, and they're isolated outside of the bomb site by the smoke, so it will be a post-plant scenario. And looking at the utility, well, you got some there for Pain Academy, and you still have Arcazino nearby, but they need to activate Misfit somehow with an op. He's looking down in towards E-Box at this time.
This is scary positioning here inside of Temple as well for LA.
Yeah.
He's got the powerful position. Oh, a collateral.
Oh, wow.
That doesn't help your chances of pulling this retake together. Might be a re-swing as well. Remix looking for the nail in the coffin. Tattoo. And he's looking for a retreat at this point, and Misfit misses the close range engagement. And now Tattoo is going to be taken down here just at the tail end. All guns ripped away. This time, the trade's not as clean, but the utility's that much better. You're left on the outside looking in, and these smokes here forced to dive in and out. And while the trades take a little while longer here, they're still able to get those necessary kills and get the numbers punched in here. Great sequence coming through from MILLE, and continued success coming through.
And a tough situation for Pain Academy, because you're in a 3v3. You don't want to throw away the opportunity of going for a retake. So they're kind of positioned to try for it. They realize once that kill comes in from Remix, and it's, of course, a collat in terms of damage, they have to back off, but they're so committed already that they can't really get away. And that was the problem for Misfit. He's already in water. He's right outside of E-Box. He's like, okay, I want to back off, but I know I'm going to have to take a fight to do that. And he just can't get away, not even towards the window and into the bridge. So that's going to do it for the round again. And Uno MILLE have yet to lose one. Misfit pulling a cheeky angle here with the 5-7. Doesn't yield him anything, unfortunately, for his case. And it will be a quick 5v4 for Uno MILLE as they are looking to take the space. Not just looking, they've taken the space into mid here.
Trouble's doing that much here. A little boost up for Arcazino could be interesting. Oh, has to pull the trigger, though. That will at least be an op scooped up here, able to find himself some better weaponry. We'll see if the retake's on there. With that kill from Tattoo, now all of a sudden things get a lot more interesting, more possible here. MILLE forces CLD off the position as well, so close plant's not as comfortable as you like, but when Pank's hitting clotheslines like that, there isn't a lot of good options. Comes down to the clutch. CLD placed in. MILLE with the back of the site, forcing him into a duel. It will be Tattoo that's able to save him, but is the MILLE on top of the bomb? It is.
Doesn't have a
now.
kit.
Tattoo trying to get the stick down range. And I think he should have time here. But on that bomb just in time, and it's going to be close down to the wire, but Defuse is going to come through successful. And a massive way to lift off here for Pain Academy.
That's fantastic. You know, a round that felt like it should have gone in MILLE's way. He did have that rifle for Arcazino, and it did a lot of heavy lifting. 2 frags come through. They get rid of the Opper. Remix caught in a very awkward spot before that retake gets kicked into gear. And after that, Pain Academy get all the traits. All the right duels are taken, even with Pank's impressive 2K that comes through. And you're still seeing the live odds at, you know, heavily favoring Uno MILLE. Makes sense given the way this started, and of course looking at the stats coming into it. However, Pain Academy can be a feisty team. We've spoken about it in the past, and we'll maybe talk about it again today, unless that's just a one and done. But that's a nice win for them to get, and they're even able to afford the AWP into this round. Or maybe it was recovered. Didn't get a chance to see that. Either way, DRG is going to come through, gets the opener, and then the trade as well after DRG falls. CLD takes care of business, and this B site has just got so many holes in the defense on the Pain Academy side. Uno MILLE keep abusing it.
They're just able to walk through the smoke at this point here. 3 boxing through B main. It's just too easy. Arcazino going to bite the bullet. Tank just waits for his time to strike, and they try and run away here to no avail. Misfit. Uh-oh. Okay. This time missing on the exit's not going to cost him his life, at least for now, but it might be a hunt party that's coming through around the corner.
Yeah, they're going to reach
Got him kind of boxed in and he spawns, so he might be in for a rude awakening, trying to find a way to survive this round.
Terrorists win.
He's good, though. On Anubis, the bomb blast, even with the shockwave's not too severe.
Yeah, I think think the sound needs some fine tuning. It depends, though. It depends on how it sounds when you're up close versus far away. If you're far away and just hear like a boom, I'm okay with that. Like it doesn't have to sound like the world is exploding all the time, no matter where you are on the map. But I have to play around with it. I just haven't had time, other than watching videos and like about in terms of when you're taking damage and when you're not. And save spots. It's really it's interesting. I think it's fun that there's a new dynamic introduced that actually does solve some complaints that people had before, especially on a map like Nuke and even Inferno. But we'll see how things play out in terms of the fine details as time goes on. 128 on the clock. Uno Melee up 6-1. And Pain Academy did manage to walk away with an AWP in that previous round, and Tattoo's gone for the M4 purchase, around a half buy. They're stacking the A site pretty heavily, and it seems to be the right decision. They've read it well. 4 players await the arrival of Uno Melee, and there's the op and the 5-7, and then the A4 ringing true for Pain Academy. Maybe their first clean sweep round of the map, and well, it won't be clean, but it's probably going to be a win. Ali, the only one left standing. Wow.
They needed something like that here, at least a decisive victory. It should be around the corner unless they can provide any exit damage here if they get over eager on the hunt, but it should be done and dusted. That is a necessary recovery effort there, walking head first into the stack. And Academy did need something. Arcadezinho as well. Going to be just one a little bit of a look-see. Gonna apply some damage there. Arcadezinho though, gonna put a quick end to it there. Make sure that no more damage is gonna be added to the tally.
Alrighty. So we go on to round number 9. Pain Academy need to get a win on gun round. I think that's the thing we're waiting for, right? Because those 2-round victories have been the scrappy ones where they've got pistols mixed with rifles. Some, I think the first one, did they have a yes, they had the rifle of Arcadezinho with the A1S, but they need to get a win here when Uno Melee have got the guns up, and so do they. Which, well, it's going to be an A hit straight up. They're not wasting any time. Uno Melee this time. Trade again. CLD's been really strong in that regard. And now they've got control of this A site. Coming around the corner, Tattoo. And he finds himself 6 feet under. So does Kaiser. It is all Uno Melee until Tsug gets an important one onto DRG. That'll delay proceedings here on the B side. Ali can walk right into his crosshair. He does. Tsug finds it. Remix the last one, and he flicks with the op and hits the shot onto Tsug. 1v1 now. Op v op. Who will prevail? The newest addition to Pain Academy in Misfit or Remix, who's been a mainstay to Pain Academy for quite some time.
Head to head here. Have to walk into the op shot. Oh no! Misfit. Another just tragic miss. The Remix looking to recover now, has a chance to catch him off guard with his back turn, and Misfit misses the slam dunk opportunity. Something's going on right there. Something is just blocking him from landing these tripwire shots. This crosshair cannot find a target right now, it feels like, and we just catch every glimpse of it in these rounds. This one, the most punishing of all.
At least get to see some back and forth, right? For Pain Academy, they're making these rounds close for the last 3 or 4, which is great. Even the one where they just destroyed Uno Melee. But again, the biggest problem I have to highlight is with the guns out, they can't find the rounds. They can't find the wins. And I mean, this is going from bad to worse with Pank getting another opener onto Tsug. 5v4 in favor of Uno Melee. I mean, on that CD side, you need, I'd say, 4 rounds to make it competitive. More than that is great, but 4 is kind of that minimum you're looking for on Anubis. Still, I feel like they can get it. They're putting the pieces together sometimes, but now you see Uno Melee putting a pause to the approach, and it's working. Just defaulting. Remix has already found another, and it's a 5v3. At this point, you've got 2 players on A. They've got to hunt for information. Ali's waiting to punish, and he will. Not once, but maybe twice. Okay, no, only once. Arcadezinho We'll trade him, but it's still like that's information gained for MILLE. There's only one player max towards this B site. That one player will give him a lot of headaches. Kaiser! No, missed off shot. He's still alive here, Cole. Oh,
Dang. Even lands another headshot right there at the very least. Not a bad effort there, fighting himself out of that corner, but there is no chance to run away from the trades. That was inevitable. RK may be given a little bit of extra confidence, knowing there's a couple low HP bars. That extra headshot might be an encouragement. CLD, the only player with health, to try and get by. Waiting out the smoke. He has a kit. He has a smoke as well for his own use. And CLD caught in transition, but he's not going to miss the mark. That was the headshot there. It's going to give MILLE 8 rounds in that first half already.
wow. That was the last player that he wanted to engage with, right? Like CLD, the full HP bar goes down to 20, but if it was anyone else, he wins the duel and maybe gets a better chance at going for it. But yeah, this is getting a little dire for Pain Academy because we talked about those 4 rounds kind of being the minimum to be competitive. And looking at the buy up here, you didn't have much. You go for a half investment, a FAMAS, MP9, a Scout, couple of 5.7s. Maybe you can come through with another scrappy win. They've done it a couple of times already. A third would be phenomenal, but I think the difference now is that MILLE are kind of waiting for them to take risks, and that's going to pay off again here. I would be surprised if it doesn't, because Remix is waiting and holding the line, and they've got everyone in the vicinity looking for these pushes. This is bad for Pain Academy. They don't realize that they're surrounded.
All they got to do is play that patient game.
Yeah.
Retake utility to recover some ground here towards Canals. Going to be tossed in.
Nice molly.
It's a lot to ask of just a scout here as they try and retreat. So a little bit of a traffic jam. They show face and trying to run away. Eating an HE to the face. They're not going to do you any favors. RKZinho in no man's land. And they are so diligent on how they work back this control. Awkward head-to-head misfit. Trying to rock out with the 5-7 here after landing the scout tag. But continued peaks are going to lead to his end. The only opportunity you have is Kaiser and 3 low HP bars to chew through here. Remix going to go in as a sacrifice. A's clear, guys. Oh, never mind. Go B.
Yep.
And at least an op is what they'll scoop up here. But in terms of the economy here for the T side, there's no concern.
Kaiser's going... I mean, I guess they're on an eco, technically, but this op is too valuable. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
He will be falling back. The problem is he gives away his position, so maybe they're going to chase a little bit. Their economy's not great. I don't know. Should be fine.
Walk away there. Guys are going to add another one to the tally again. Kind of no matter to the B side and losing bodies. We can afford it at this point.
Terrorists win.
The op's going to be held on to Misfit. Gonna have a lot of economy here to try and toss over. Helping hands to his teammates, but everyone's going to have the tools here for Pain Academy to try and get another one on the board here.
Oh boy. Well, yeah. Like I said, at least they're going to have the tools they need. But that hasn't been enough in any of the 11 previous rounds. Or I should say, any of the 11 previous rounds where they had guns and everything they needed. Anyway, here comes a quick push attempt, and Misfit finally connects only his 2nd kill in 12 rounds. A good flashbang toss. Misfit is blinded.
Golly.
Back off into a corner. CLD gets one with DRG. Another. CLD spams around and gets himself that 2nd, as I mentioned, and DRG will find himself a 2-piece as well. Kaiser, last one standing. MILLE, where they play slower fast. Pain Academy can't keep up.
CS right there. DRG dodging the flash. But it's only one bullet away from demise. Their CLD ends it on 13-4.
Jeez.
On the other end of the server. And, I mean, as we both highlighted there, we're just seeing a lot of amazing trades out of CLD here. So when we're talking about impact there, talking about confidence for your entry frags to go in with conviction on all of these duels when you're going to run headfirst into an op and A main. Well, when you have a player like CLD who is hitting hard and is standing right around the corner, looking for that reswing, looking for that trade, you're going to be feeling a whole lot more confident in sacrificing your life for that positioning.
Yeah, and I mean, look, CLD tends to be pretty effective on those entries, but on B side, actually, the entire squad has been struggling a little bit in terms of getting opening frags. So those stats are going to be boosted here, at least for CLD. And I think DRG as well had a few on this map of Anubis. Anyway, 10-2. It is a beautiful cushion they built up for themselves, and now they're going to try and make it even better on a pistol round. CLD hanging around. Ali gets the first one. Oh, CLD slips to the smoke and gets two with the dualies, and Ali finds one as well. They can do no wrong here, Cole, as Remix puts a bullet right between the eyes of Tattoo.
That's just nasty work right there. Of course, the slip in the perfect gap. CLD, in some big time impact here in the second half already. LA joining up in the forces here, and Uno Mille are looking to put a quick finish to this one.
Wow.
Ready to get things rolling. And again, with the map H to look forward to, Pan Academy going to be wishing put a little bit more fight that first half. So now losing a pistol does mean that your opportunities are going to be incredibly limited. It's a lovely HE, at least the idea of it. Doesn't land for as much damage as I thought it would. But again, an HE that's a little bit uncommon to see, but it was super useful when Anubis was early on, straight towards the stairs.
Oh, that's a good first opener to find for Tattoo. Ali is gone. Flashbang and retake attempt of this site before the bomb is planted by Uno Mille. They want to make sure it's not an easy path for Pain, and it's not at all! Remix and Pain get a couple. 4v3 from a man advantage for Pain Academy.
No way.
And I think it's getting worse. I don't know how you get that trade through the smoke after they get you through it. It might have been over top of the smoke Pain Academy, but that is just great tracking. Following the tracers, and now man advantage retained for Uno Mille after that little battle over towards Canal.
Good reaction there. They take Canal's control after they realize that Tattoo has entered in towards A. You've got a T side that's resources are limited in that department because they want to make a move in that direction. A bit of an awkward exchange, but DRG just nails it. Never fun to deal with that level of verticality, but he comes out on top. And it's all on the shoulders of Shugs to have any sort of fighting chance here. With a knife out, that's going to be just a quicker end to the round. Even an 8K scooped up there for Remix as a reward. This one looking all but over.
Yeah, this is, 10 rounds in a row required from Pain Academy. We've seen it before on Anubis in particular, because that T-side can be so very potent. But here, we just haven't seen anything out of Pain. This hasn't been good. When the guns are out, they haven't been able to pull a round together. They've got those scrappy round victories on buy-ups like this, admittedly. But you can't rely on that. That's not something you want to be like, hey, when we're down and we're unable to get the money going for a full buy, that's when we get our wins. Yeah, that's just not a winning strategy under any circumstances. Nice little push towards B, though. Let's see how this goes. Tattoo's into the smoke. Ali back turned to it. Flashbang's going to come in. Tattoo flies out. Doesn't realize Ali's there. Oh, no.
Okay.
He still gets him. We're okay.
All right.
Maybe Pain.
It looked like he
Academy
realized.
Yeah. I think
He's got to turn around there in time, and he's just done. He's ready to end the round outright. Tattoo says enough is enough. We want to get a little comeback sparked of our own. That is going to be what's necessary. Great setup for the play. Great execution utility. Pain Academy. A small spark. Don't get me wrong. Still a mountain to climb, but at least make them work for this win, if you can. Get into the conversation of comebacks later, but focusing on the here and now, you're looking at least making them fight to close out this map. adding a little bit of frustration, making sure it's not a breeze to hop into map 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time in the map that Pain Academy have had an advantage in terms of economy, where they're coming in with rifles and MILLE are a little bit more scrappy. Still 2 A1Ss, 2 MP9s, and the MP7 on the MILLE side. And they're going to send 3 players towards B. Nate comes in. Pain Academy are not going to commit just yet. They're just defaulting. Bomb is down outside of T-spawn. Want to see what they can find, or if MILLE are going to get aggressive. And really, MILLE just want to get into position late. They're not looking too eager to take fights. Good nade damage there. That helps soften up Sug and Tattoo, makes them one-shot headshots with the A1Ss. So it could help.
Chip away here. Pain Academy have the availability here for some solid executes, and they can try and get away with that on a consistent basis. That can be their key to success here. Double walk plate into a healthy bit of defaulting there. And queues up for some more aggression here. Great trades. And that is just going to be that. Here should be a quick shutdown.
It should be. Will it be? Kaiser's overlooked it. Oh, and we just got a freebie. Yeah, well, maybe not that free as Kaiser came around that corner, and DRG's going to save the AK. Cannot blame him. Get what you can and run away, because this round is done. Pain Academy, for the first time in the series, have won 2 rounds in a row.
They're going to break the economy here. They're going to up in the mood a little bit. Again, make things just that much more tricky here, and still look like they've got their focus up. That's also a really promising sign. When you're down 2-12, sometimes you can see a team that's just out of focus, that's looking to go to the next map. That's not the case right now with Pain Academy. I still think they're looking sharp here. They're keeping their heads on. Just the punishment alone of dealing with that presence out of A main, really, or B main rather, is impressive enough.
I think for me, if Pain Academy gets past this round, which they should, the test is, can they win a gun-on-gun round against MILLE, which they haven't done yet. Then we'll be talking maybe about the potential of recovery into overtime. And this round's not over. Yep. Nice little push there. DRG finds Kaiser. Now there's information gained, of course, for Pain Academy. But still, it's another gun picked up and in the hands of MILLE. And DRG doubled back towards the A side, which where the hit is going. He's alone for now, but 3 players are not far behind. And he gets an insta headshot on Sug. Oh, this is going for bad to worse, and the flashbangs keep raining on in. Arcazino doesn't really have that much visibility, but they are going to make their way to the bomb site. The smoke helps out, but now the forces are here, and there is another AK behind DRG in Pank, and he is going for a full-on flank, but Arcazino takes care of 3 in a row, and that neutralizes any hope of MILLE coming out. You'd think with a round victory here, because they're probably going to check out the flank now, and they do. However, they have to hit the shots, Cole.
Thanks, instant. Nice little self-flash for him. The ice these targets is the question here. They're playing well. Looking for that contact draw. Pank trying to isolate. There's just no chance here. Finally, a double swing comes through. That will be a great way to close things down.
I was just going to say still that was like an eco for MILLE with a safe AK. So, not the way Pain Academy wanted to get that 5th goal.
Nice op shot there. Keeping things rolling here. This is that first gun round you're talking about, and they're going to open up proceedings clean. Good time for also Misfit to gain a little bit of confidence in the second half. Though he's probably feeling a little bit shaken. There's some of the steps in towards that first, but big shadow advantage for LA doesn't come up his favor. Double entry there put together.
I think they're going to overlook CLD here. They completely are. He gets a free one. Oh, but a good trade from Marquezinho. That is a very heads-up play from him. And that'll make it a 4v2 in favor of Penny Academy. All they have to do here is not overthink things. Just take A. You get the round. Done. That smoke didn't go where Misfit wanted it to. So his struggles are not only in terms of the shots, but also the utility, it seems. But perhaps Pain Academy can still overcome that, and I feel like definitely will in this round. They are going A. This should be a 6th.
Yeah, they're just waltz their way in for free. Mix and Pank probably going to look to save onto their weaponry. We'll see how much of a hunting party they want to go for here as well, because Pain Academy have money to spare. Good looks coming through here out of Pain Academy. I know MILLE trying to stay aggressive, trying to stay confident, but they are losing on some of these early exchanges. Gonna have you kind of fearing that continuation of the taking the aggressive stance. Ain't gonna punish on one facet. Oof, that is kind of a awkward. The shockwave kind of throws your aim off a little bit, it seems. That could be an interesting thing. I know that when like the bomb blast came through, a lot of team or players would like peek where they knew or expected a CT to be saving because it's a sound cue and kind of lose your focus for a second. But that's like feels like aim punch almost.
No, it really does. See how it has an impact as time goes on. But as you guys saw on your screen, by the way, you can check out all of the latest Thunderpick World Championship news over on hotspawn.com. Excuse me. That is hotspawn.com. As we've got a timeout being called here. This might be technical in nature. It is a technical pause. MILLE will have another buy-up coming through with full guns. They've been the better team with the guns out, but this CT side, while it started off promising, now you're starting to see why Anubis can quickly swing the other way.
I think he's going to quickly get out of control here, so by no means is MILLE in a position where they can take it easy. They know that. They're starting to feel the brunt of the firepower they're up against. So, making sure to take this too lightly. Going to be very important here. And Pain Academy, again, it's just one round at a time here. Staying sharp, looking clean on some of these executes. That's where you want to be. Tech pause expires, we'll get back into the action here.
Yeah, and you see Ale having to sacrifice a little bit of money here, it would seem, just to make sure, firepower in order to get some utility. So it goes with the FAMAS. But everyone also got A1Ss and the AWP in Remix's hands, who's been pretty quiet in this second half. Tattoo gets DRG immediately. Another player who's kind of quieted down, CLD, had 13 in the first half, and he's only got 4 so far in this second. Doug walking through, spots out that smoke towards E-Box. It doesn't deter him at all. He's just going to hang around here, wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Obviously, Pain Academy are playing with an advantage throughout the majority of this round, but now, no longer. Remix finds one. Ooh, has a chance at a second. Might get another opportunity. He does, but he will get tagged down to 37. In fact, lucky to be alive. CLD very exposed in that spot. He has to back off, and Pank, in the meantime, gets flushed out of B. That'll send Pain Academy packing their way away from the A site and into B.
With the man up here, B's not the worst prospect. Especially if they can avoid the op, and they can. by just
Nice,
tossing that
nice.
bomb.
Yeah.
Shugs can he can play receiver.
Oh, nice.
Or just a
use of
good
flash.
flashback will do as well.
I feel like this is over, this round anyway. I don't see a path back in for Uno Mille. Sure, you've got the util, but your money's not great, so you want to save every piece you possibly can. Maybe Ale can find an upgrade? I don't think so. Actually, no. It's too far away, so they're just going to have to back off. Stay in this A site. And that'll do it. Pain Academy looking good. Another nice opener found there in that round. It was Tattoo, I believe, to get it. And that's what allowed Pain Academy to flow around the map with a little bit of confidence. I want to say newfound confidence because it hasn't been looking great at all for them here on Anubis until the last few rounds. Still a tall mountain to climb, being down 2-12 and coming back and pushing it to OT, but they're taking the steps towards that direction.
Yeah, now we can enter into the conversation here with how much conviction these rounds looked like. There hasn't been a lot of closeness in play here. This fast A play coming through, instant injury. RKZenu nails it. Double.
Oh my god.
Round's over. A done deal here. HE is the last ditch effort to try and give them some hope. HE back away from this point forward. It's 8 on the board here, and this is where things do get a lot more scary. The ease of access in which Pain Academy are winning these rounds is gonna have you feeling a panic, and even an extra kill there for Shug. Why not?
Oh, that's an op given away. That's a bit of a problem. So Pain Academy, I'd imagine they want to try and continue fighting because they've got the money, so they don't have to stop. But that incendiary allows the op to be grabbed. You'd imagine, Pank? Are you gonna get it? Ooh, there we go. Finally does. And he will just hightail it out of here. Bomb gonna explode. And he hits the shot as well. That is actually really interesting. That almost brought into play what you were talking about, Cole, right? When the bomb's exploding, the shockwave's coming in, and it will jar your aim a little bit. So it doesn't have an impact there because the shot comes through right before it, but it might delay you from pushing any further and just, yeah, jar you enough that you don't want to pursue it. Huh.
Yeah, I like the idea of players kind of waiting for their time to strike.
Right.
You trying to give that one a go? It could be cool. Still able to walk away with an op here. We'll see if Uno Mille have what it takes to put this on the board. 6 rounds in a row on the trough for Pain Academy. HEs do start to land here for some damage. RKZenu looking to be the tip of the spear once again. Is there going to be utility? Flashbang? No. RKZenu down early, but
Nice trade.
Shug right around the corner there. Hits a nasty headshot. Molly. Beckons remix forward. He gets a chance to take a shot off and survive, so giving himself many opportunities here. Baiting out a lot of T-side utility, and his Molly is blocking any further access.
Well, that's going to make this tough for remix during that Molotov back donut. He's got space, though. It's not bad. He hits the shot. He goes down to the Molotov, but he's done the damage he has to. DRG takes care of Sug. And now it's Tattoo and Misfit. Last two standing.
Oh
But
my god.
Tattoo hits a ripper of a shot on DRG. Okay. Pain Academy trying to fight through tooth and nail, hitting all the shots, and they stay alive. 9 on the board. Uno Mille cannot find their 13th round.
Oh boy. Uno Mille primed up right there. Remix looked like he was ready to put them across the finish line. Finding himself some big time impact. You know, working his way around different mollies, working his way in front of his opposition's utility. Really good footwork there from Remix, but he can't find that third. Does get traded out by the utility, and teammates in a 3v2 end up falling. Tattoo with the clothesline kills. Free life back into that man down situation. Not like Uno Mille came up with bad ideas. They had a flashbang attempted to be tossed in Tattoo's position. It actually blinded up the upper and Misfit, but Tattoo avoided the flashbang, nails the instant headshot. Pain Academy, are they starting to believe is the question? They have every right to at this point.
Yeah, they should. But it can all end with one mistake. So
That's the scary part.
Exactly.
That's the worst part of starting to believe. As soon as you have that feeling in your stomach, what's 3 rounds? I mean, we've already won 7 in a row here. And look at the setup. ERG just flushed out of position here. LA can't stick around either. So what limited tools they have are already being dwindled, but LA managed to make something happen here with the MP9. The issue is there's a lot more around the corner to deal with. Remix on the op has to do something, and Kaiser swings him. Really to deal with angle. CLD doesn't last long. It's double digits, and this time it's clean. They faced some adversity in that last round, but not this time.
They're just running circles around Uno Mille. I mean, they keep spotting them out, looking the wrong way, and as soon as they attract attention, that's Pain Academy, in one direction, then they strike from another. So Uno Mille, yeah, they're being led around by their noses, effectively. Timeout going to be called here. Can't believe we're saying this, but Pain Academy have hit double digits after being down 12-2. They've won 8 in a row here on Anubis. I did say it, though. We do see comebacks like that on Anubis more frequently than other maps due to the nature of it.
Yeah.
So.
You're exactly right. I mean, the way that we even saw the kind of the opening round where they finally got one on the board, it looked like they had a very good game plan. Looked like they could play effectively, try and keep things rolling, but how good was it going to be here? This is a step above what I was expecting. Really impressive stuff. But yeah, you're exactly right. This is a tease out of Anubis for you.
Oh, jeez, and it keeps getting better. Misfit finds the opener onto CLD. Now Uno Mille have no
towards
control.
middle.
Yeah. Ali's watching towards camera and will do a little bit of damage. Needs a kill. There's one. Needs a second.
Okay.
Maybe a third. No. Cut short, but still 3v3 and an HP advantage delivered thanks to Ali's efforts.
Remix not feeling super comfortable, but he's still unidentified. Okay, Xenia pressing in. Oh, goodness. He walked into the table. I think it threw his aim off. Misfit's anticipating the boost. Okay. Well, that means DRG's position is confirmed. Arcazinho doesn't want to give up the game just yet here. Still wants to make sure that this round is a done deal before he goes hunting. Misfit, he thinks it's a done deal already. Spots him on the top of the perch here. DRG trying to fight his way out of this round. Fight his way for survival. Missed shot on the edge there. But this is an 11th locked in. It's all about if DRG can hold on to his weaponry or not. Or even better, maybe find an op. Misfit hands it over. There is one in A main as well, I believe. So that's what he's trying to gather right now. Oh!
Okay.
Oh, that
not
bomb blast. Anubis, a little bit different than how it used to be prior to the update there. So you can see he found that out the hard way.
You get the visual cues, though, like in your HP
You do,
bar.
yeah. I haven't seen that yet, though. It seemed like he realized that he got the visual cue, but then I don't know what the visual cue is, to be honest with you.
It's just in your health bar. Your health bar blinks red, and like the part that's blinking red, I believe, is
when does that
how
come
much you'll
through,
lose when the bomb as it's going down. Like I think it might be as soon as it's planted. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the timing, but it's definitely yeah. You're
So,
aware.
yeah, he probably had a good idea.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe he just didn't realize.
Forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was. He's like, oh wait.
Oh, I'm gone. That's interesting. That is interesting. No op now because of it. And one less rifle, a lot less utility could be bought. And that is, that's a big punishment here for what is going to be the all-encompassing round here, whether or not Uno Mille capitalize.
Yeah. And also, he was close to the bomb there, so we could hear it was louder, right, when you're close by. So clearly, like, there's some sort of physics-based elements to the sound of the bomb explosion, which I'm
Yeah.
perfectly fine with. I actually like that a lot better. So
Yeah, super cool.
yeah, I'm not bothered by the bomb changes at all. In fact, I like them. So for me, it's a plus.
I'm with you. Digging it. Fun change. Keeps things fresh, it feels like. But now, is MILLE actually going to be able to do it now? Taking a man advantage, taking half the HP off of Tattoo. Best position they've been in a little while here with an opening duel to their favor. Not had a lot of those in this second half. And it has Pain Academy at a standstill, praying for an overextension that might come their way.
I mean, yeah, I did say, you know, or we did talk about it. You need those 4 rounds, right, to be effective when you're playing first half CT side of Anubis, and they got 2. So that could end up being the difference maker here as MILLE finally kind of gets themselves in gear for a potential 13th round, but it is not over yet. I do not want to speak too soon because Pain Academy have been very decisive in their takes, so I don't feel like a man disadvantage here necessarily means they're going to lose this round because they've got the positioning towards the A site. DRG could change everything if Remix can hang on. Is he going to? Ali finds one. Remix still alive. There's DRG on the flank. Takes care of business. Ali hangs on long enough. And now there's only 10 seconds left. Round is likely in Melee's, and
No
so
way.
is the map. It took 24 rounds, Cole. They're up 12-2, but it does end up going their way in the end. Wow.
Isn't that just how it goes, man? As soon as you know it's real, as soon as you know it's right in front of you, you can grasp victory, you can grasp overtime, and the pressure that gets relieved from it, and it just comes collapsing down to the clock, to the multi-kills, to the opening pick that finally comes through. They find a way to win, and MILLE, they don't do it in a pretty fashion in that second half, but they're very glad they gave themselves that foundation in the first to make that possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, you know, we've got a second map of Ancient coming up, and this is where things become problematic for Pain because they switched up their perma with Overpass out. They decide to make Cash their perma instead of Ancient, and now they have to play Ancient for the first time in 3 months, or maybe even more than that, Cole. It's going to be tough.
No question about it here. This is danger zone, and that's the benefit here. As scrappy as it was looking on map number 1, right, you're not all that concerned here because it's your opponent's map pick. You know, you can maybe choke a little bit. You could have even maybe choked that whole map, and I still would have had a, you know, interesting conversation about them at least still being confident in map 2. Maybe they would have had some mental things to jump through there in that second map, but you know, it's was previously the perma, and now they're maybe switching it up to Cash here. That very clearly is showing that there's going to be some growing pains here, and there's not a lot of time to prepare for Pain Academy for this map of Ancient here. But again, you see Misfit getting a little bit warmed up. That's a promising sign, and you're going to hope that maybe that carries forward early on into map 2.
It's going to need to. They need him firing on all cylinders. They need the whole team firing on all cylinders on a map that they're likely not going to be comfortable in. We're going to get to Ancient and see if Pain Academy can come back into this one, or if MILLE will walk away with a 2-0 win. That'll have to wait until after this break. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for some Thunderpick World Championship 2026 South America Series number 2 elimination match. And okay, looks like something might have happened with the servers, but hopefully it'll all clear up in just a moment. But as of right now, no one is moving. And we've got a bit of lag coming through here. It's okay, folks. I promise things are still going on in the server, and we'll get you into the action very, very, very shortly. And there it is. Okay. Told you. MILLE's not feeling good, though. They've lost everyone. Misfit on for the ace. Talked about him having a slower first map. But he started to kick into gear, towards the latter part of it, especially with the op, was hitting some key shots. But Remix is the last one standing. We are going to have to take a quick break here, folks, but we'll come back and hopefully have everything resolved in just a moment. All right, we're back. Everything's fixed. We're all good. And did Misfit get the ace? No, he did not. Only the 4. Only. Did a great job with the dualies. Pain Academy looking to get 2 in a row to open up Ancient, a map they have not played an official on in quite some time. And this is not looking great. Force buy is phenomenal for MILLE. Trying to plant the bomb. They will. They get frags as well. They are dropping everybody as Sug is the last one standing here. Sug looking around and giving away his position and not doing anything but damage. And he'll fall to the Wandig of Remix. What a round.
Yeah, just putting the cherry on top of that labored exchange. And MILLE get it right back in blood there as quick as they lose that pistol. They're able to pick it up in the next breath. Only losing a single body on that force buy. And a sharp play towards A. Maybe working in their favor here. Pain Academy starting off on that CT side with their selection. And again, there's going to be some growing pains that we should expect to see. Maybe the details are not all down pat. But losing out after winning the pistol is going to be kind of a scary territory as they all dive in. It's a wide open B bomb site. All the while, they're just going to dry run it straight in. Remix spots a lot on the flank right there. There's your cue. And all the eyeballs start turning in that direction.
Yeah, this round is effectively done. It's about the amount of damage that Pain Academy can manage. And that's okay. It's not too bad getting a second here. Extra $50 in the bank account for all players. And there's an extra $150 now. Sug and Arcazinho will not be chased down. Arcazinho is going to be able to save the UMP. It's Sug on the 5-7 unless he's chased down, which is possible. Sug might die, but Arcazinho will survive without a doubt. Oh my god. Sug dies to the bomb in the end, but he does get 2. CLD and DRG are gone. 2 taps to the head, and that is an immense amount of damage by Pain Academy. Not a single player left standing for MILLE.
Oh.
Unfortunately for Sug, yeah, the bomb comes for him and does not allow him to survive.
Shockwave is a lot bigger.
Yeah.
Here on Ancient. So a lot of damage done. A4 recovered. Well, not the worst way to end the round here, but they'll be able to do much damage with the Deagles here. Already pressing forwards, just through the smoke. Tank provides the coverage here. Double injured. Already manufactured some Deagles to be scooped up to try and add to the damage, but this one looking like a done deal.
I dug up the stats for Pain Academy on Ancient, and the last time they played it was on March 2nd, 2026, and they lost 13-0 against Dash. In fact, over 2025 and up to that March 3rd game, they only won twice in 11 affairs on Ancient. So it's not a map that they have historical success on. It's been a struggle for them. There's a reason it became a perma for them, or was a perma for quite some time throughout this year. I don't know, man. Seeing some of the results that we've seen, like winning the pistol, losing the follow-up, it's already not a promising start for them. Granted, there were different players on the roster back in 2025, so we have to bear that in mind, but some of the core is still here.
The pace here. Staying aggressive, staying in the face, but that's a nice connection there. Oh, 2 through the smoke for Misfit. That can't hurt. And looking to show some of their strength they've had in the past. Being able to stabilize in a round like this is massive. CLD, though, making things difficult. I think he can have a nice individual showcase on this map, and as soon as they find their footing in a 5v2, it gets turned on its head. Fortunately, Kaiser is able to deal with one of those big problems there. CLD taken down. That's a
Really?
peculiar smoke there, kind of isolating the 2 defenders from the bomb site, and it's a route from Remix into CT spawn instead. This is an interesting path, and Kaiser ready to catch it. Oh, he's on the money. Remix doesn't hesitate, and Shug is close by. Does he anticipate it? Sees the shoulder. No! Oh, and he lands a quick scope. Remix puts the finishing touches on what CLD started, and it's a round that gets stolen away from Pain Academy. A full house in between the duo.
5v2 for Pain Academy that they let slip through their fingertips. That you just can't let it happen. You just can't. And then they smoked themselves off of Donut, which was weird to me. Like, yeah, you have control of the site. You know the bomb was dropped. Why smoke it off and then go around towards CT? I guess they expected him to try and go CT. They were correct. They're holding the right angle, but the op reigns supreme. That's a difficult one to watch if you're a fan of Pain Academy. Nuno Melee will pull off a 4th in a row.
Yeah, you hate to see that. That is a tough pill to swallow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Tough one to come back from there. Again, a map pick that maybe very well could have gone your way, but just slid out of your fingertips. You're going to need every cushion you can get on this kind of foreign territory in Ancient, a map that you've been avoiding. And that is going to be a tough pill to swallow here. You got hot hands like CLD from that last map, and now Remix getting even more strong with the op. Very territory here. This util is really promising, though. Smoke blocking out the access towards cave, so that's always going to be a pressure point. And there's the op of Misfit coming into fruition. Risky investment, but it's already paying dividends. Oh, okay. Well, that's no fun there. How they deals with Misfit. Shug stuck in the corner, still an unknown quantity. And DRG doing some damage. Kaiser lands the follow-up frag. This one could be flying out of control here, away from the T side now. Remix into a clutch. That's a nasty reaction shot there. Almost a collateral. He spotted out the last. Chasing him down. Remix does it again. What? 1v3 after the 1v2 in the last round. Remix is untouchable.
Why? And I mean, like, that's got to be the most horrible way to lose 2 rounds in a row for Pain Academy, right? You're in 1v2 before that, which, you know, maybe that one a little less winnable. But this one, a 3v1 up against the op, and he just hits shot after shot. And you keep, I mean, fighting him as well. Look, that's tough. for Pain Academy, and I mean, you can see maybe a little hints of why Ancient was not a map they like to play, and they're going to have to change that story very quickly or become very proficient at Cash and start banning Ancient again, because, man, oh man, these are rounds you need to win. You should be winning.
Hands.
Yeah.
Slam dunk. Slam dunk 5v2. All you gotta do is sink it in. Misfit looking to pull together some magic, but magic goes missing here. Pank is caught with a little bit of an awkward decision there. Gets the util out instead of looking for the trade. And another big advantage. Good news. But maybe bad news, actually. Remix is still on the server, so it is by far away from a done deal. This one is, of course, still on because of that factor.
DRG is going to walk to his death here, you'd have to imagine. If he gets anything more than one, it'd be shocking. There's the one.
Oh.
Oh, not a quick trade, really? Okay, he is traded in the end, but Remix 1v3. Did in the previous round. In fact, he's done it in the previous 2 rounds. He's won a 1vx.
No, let him get the plant.
Back-to-back 1v3s. Yeah. No.
Okay. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That is how you do it. You got a knob. You can't shoot all 3 of us.
Throw your bodies at the opera. Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. You can kind of see the writing on the wall there for a split second. So he gets the bomb down, starts to slink away, but that is a good decision from Pain Academy not to let him get into clutch position. Big sigh of relief. You're gonna mill it, or the Pain Academy camp.
I mean, the odds aren't looking great, though, still, for them, as you can see at the top of your screen. 13-1, pretty much. But, I just can't say I'm surprised based on the way these rounds have played out. And, oh my goodness, Arcazinho splitting the difference, then DRG gets 5v3, Tattoo almost sprayed down. The fact that neither Pank or Ali are dead is crazy. And full A-site control now. Kaiser does get one onto Ali. Flashbang gonna get tossed in, but the bomb is planted. This would be a dangerous retake for Pain Academy, given the financial situation. They want to stay healthy. They need something to swing their way. Maybe they'll get a catch here on DRG towards mid, or Kaiser can find one. It's just, it feels like it's too difficult.
Looking like a stretch here. Svitsenga with the op, still going to avoid the brunt of this contact. And find an exit for his troubles as well, but again, quick bounce back here. The recovery that comes through. And again, DRG looking like he wants to take that timing after the bomb explodes to try and go even more aggressive on the hunt. The mindset that he's in, but won't be able to find any targets. That'll end up being a solid finish there for Uno MILLE. At this point, kind of feeling like they can get away with whatever they want here.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, just there's no confidence on the Pain Academy side. You can feel it. They're struggling to kind of keep their rhythm here on Ancient. Can't win their man advantage situation, 2-man advantage situations. Sug will get one, traded out immediately, and now Ali looking for a follow-up. Kaiser holding the line around the edge of the smoke. I think he was spotted there. Now they're going to go around aggressively, and Ali will get Kaiser. 4v3, Tattoo on a flank, though. Tattoo on a flank. They're not watching it, are they? They're not. Peg the freebie. He's going to try and get more. There's one, the second, and the third found by Arcazinho. What a flank through the smoke by Tattoo. Should be the difference maker. But a 1v3 still possible for CLD, and no one is watching Cave right now. There's a smoke up, so I guess they can ignore it for a little bit. But he's managed to tuck himself in behind this box. This could still end up being interesting.
Not another clutch here. Another hand you don't want to feed here. He's certainly CLD with what he's been bringing. See if he can create any pathway here. There's a big swing. Oh, whoa! Around here. Watches for the third. And a chance. But Tattoo. Just enough is enough. Can't afford to let another one like that slip. But my God, CLD. Giving them a run for their money. Making their heart skip a beat.
Oh my God. I could feel it. That is just, again, though, you win the round, you're like, you're not feeling good. You're not feeling good about the way you win that. I mean, certainly you hold the line, you get the last one across the finish line, but at the same time, it took too much. That should have been an instant trade. And I feel like Misfit just decided to look around the corner. I'm not even sure what he might be looking at because I believe his teammate was checking out what's happening for at Long B. So you don't really have to readjust. You can just keep holding your angle. And if he does, he probably gets an instant kill. Instead, it gets very, very close. Sure, they still get it. But, I mean, you look over at the financial situation, it's not getting more comfortable for them. So one round loss, and Uno Mille will, be right back in the driver's seat. They're still in the driver's seat, I would argue. It's more comfortably.
Get to lean back here even more. Should be able to go 1 for 1. Utility damage also chipping away, but again, trying to break that economy here. You just see what CLD can do. Timing from Tattoo looked like he was going to get caught, but walks away with the amplified advantage. Ooh, Misfit. Just slightly off the mark here. And now they're on the A-bomb site, but nope, Tattoo's got it covered. Okay. Well, might just be able to do it all here. Down to 5 HP. Saving them, bailing them out of that last round. Completely. And now pulling them out of the hole that they could have found themselves in with that re-aggression floating all over the map, and that'll be a straightforward finish there.
Finally. Something they've been looking for a while on the Pain Academy side is that straightforward finish. There is a technical timeout being called here, though. Looks like Ali's been disconnected from the server, so we'll wait for him to return. But that's still, finally Pain Academy, thanks to Tattoo, like you already highlighted, are able to get a clean round victory. Need more of that. Need a lot more of that. Uno Mille, money-wise, won't be that great of a situation for them heading into this round. Probably just going to be a light buy at most. But as I say that, maybe upgraded pistols. I don't think they're going to get much more than that out of this round.
Should they? You're gonna have to wave the white flag. Pain Academy, in your mind, you can finally force them onto low economy. At long last, you finally done it, but how's the mindset gonna feel? Knowing that you've lost so many clutches that could have got them there so much earlier. See if they can make this one easy. Try and add the tally here as well later down the line. It's seeming like this one's going to be a slam dunk. HE's and Molly's doing all the damage there. And it's a complete mow down on the B side. They just get that round over with quickly.
2 incendiary kills, interestingly, from Kaiser. He's just padding the stats that I'm to fire a gun. I think he got one with the bullets too. But anyway, Pain Academy cutting the lead down to only 1 here for Uno Mille and looking to send us into the second half with a tied scoreline. But Uno Mille will have AKs for everyone at this round. No op for Remix, which she's did manage to get a clutch with twice so far on this map. We'll see if he can do it with the AK as well. Either way, it's a good first half from Pain Academy on a map that they do not play that often.
Make it even better here with more to add to the tally. what they're hoping to manufacture. Got themselves some man advantage to do so. To maintain it here, walking down into the mix there, Pank. Able to level the playing field with a nice opening pick onto Kaiser. Taking care of business. They spot out another player, Chugs. Kind of a desperate molly here. Misfit. They're going to try and make a breakthrough here from this position. Hip damage going through the wall bangs. Chugs almost on the money, but just barely missing the mark here. We'll start to line up some kills, though, and keep things in safe hands. Remix down low. Isolates the first. Not another clutch from Remix here. Surely not another 1v3.
No.
Finds another headshot there. Looking for the last. And he does it again and again. So many opportunities. Almost all of them capitalize as Remix completes another 1v3.
I think he won 3 of the 4 opportunities, that he had in a 1vx situation. One was a 1v2. The other 3 were 1v3s. So lost one of those 1v3s. That is ridiculous output coming through from Remix. He has got to be happy about that. And his team is as well. As we go right into the second half of action. All gas, no brakes here. As Uno Mille do take a 2-round lead into the second half. And typically, you know, Pain Academy, I mean, I'm just looking over the last year. They've played the map 6 times, 1 win, 5 losses. Stats aren't great. 35.6% on the T-run win percentage and 31.4% on CT run win percentage. So technically they played above expectations on CT side by a bit. Now they need to do it on T side, which is a touch harder.
Pistol looking strong at the get-go. And Remix picking up right where he left off. Kaiser's all alone. Bomb on the other end of that smoke. He does collect. Going to LA, but bomb plant kind of feeling out of contention. A moment like this here, barring any massive missteps. Okay. Going hunting. Tank goes wide. He's full committed, but Kaiser doesn't have armor. There's too many crossovers looking at him, faded into the corner. And Kaiser tries to evade the crosshairs, but there's only so much dancing you can do. Uno Mille gonna claim pistol number 2 here.
Okay. Remix is on fire. Another 3 frags there. 17 and 6. And the crazier thing is that he's the only one with a positive KDR. Or positive kill to death differential, excuse me. Plus 11. Everyone else at -1 or lower. CLD. He had to see that jump. Yeah, he did. Okay, cool. DRG and CLD. Oh, CLD,
Okay.
That's messy, man. You're heading an A4 or A1S, excuse me, over to the hands of your opposition. DRG falls as well. Ali's jumping up with the MP9. A bit of chaos towards mid here, Cole. But Uno Mille will settle it down and get a 9th.
Austin A1S and an auto shotty. A1S being ripped away is quite nice because it only leaves you with 1 solid primary rifle being held onto. You do have to reinvest into 2 of those. Let me see what Pain Academy can do. I mean, much different circumstances. You map the map. But at least the mindset's in the right place here. Had some difficulties in the first half. You lost some heartbreaking clutches, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You showed grit in that last map that I didn't think they had in them, having faced a 10-round deficit, 10 different map points. He managed to hang into that game all the way to the 24th round.
Kaiser's been dropped down to 1 HP. Tattoo was the catalyst to Pain Academy's success in a couple of rounds on the tail end of that first half. Maybe he can do the same here in the second half to get them going. Still yet to find a round. Of course, the guns are out, and they have slipped through in towards Red Room.
Jeez.
I'm looking at B site, but look at the damage. Yeah, look at the damage they've taken. Bang's got a freebie here. No, he doesn't!
Hey.
Thought he would get at least one, but his head's gone. Tattoo delivers that blow, and despite the early damage that was taken by Pain Academy, they've still got 5 alive, but they are running out of time.
Oh, okay. Big swing out of the MP9. A lot of low HP bars. You think that's primed up for DLC? There's no utility to get past this, though. No utility to get past this DRG position. Except for a flashbang, which might be enough. Allows for the crossing towards the site here. More utility being
Remix has a nade.
Gotta plant the bomb, though. Oh, where's Remix gonna toss this one? Where's he even gonna use it here? Instead walks in and uses that element of surprise to his effect. Arcazinho, oh, he gets the util out just at the wrong time. Post-mortem, he's gonna find the kill at least. And DRG up against a high HP Shugs is the problem here. And Shug trying to take a confident exchange here. Might have anticipated the right idea, but it's a headshot out of DRG's rifle, and the clutches keep on coming in waves for Uno Mille. They can do no wrong.
It's unbelievable. It was Remix before getting all the clutches. This time I was thinking he would toss me a little bit sooner, but he tosses it, dies, and then still gets a kill. That's how good this map has been for him. 19-7 now. 1 away from 20, and Pain Academy have got to be frustrated. They got control of the site. They had the man advantage again, but it gets wrestled away from them by Remix and DRG. 10-5. Uno Mille need 3 more, and this series is done. Pain Academy going to invest into a Hero AK and 4 pistols with a decent chunk of utility. Maybe leaning towards A. That's what the early parts of the round is showing. I think they're setting up util and T-spawn right now as well. Just waiting for the call to throw it. But imagine mid controls coming through. Yeah, there you go. A lane smoke and a red room smoke as Pain Academy are going to try to storm into mid.
Up here, utility looking sharp. Landing as they need. And ducking right underneath the spam a little bit. The damage connects CLD. Reaction smoke tossed in, but a back away here. Concession of opponent control as they're scaling quickly into the running. Myth Dop shot's not doing him any favors as well. CLD finally claims his kill. Flashbang avoided. The Tech 9 still getting in the face here, but the flank comes through. Ali looking for the bailout opportunity. Might just have it here. It's a rush to try and recover some lost base. Crucially, Uno Mille doing it together here. Everyone collapsing in, meaning there's no safe place to stand here for the T side, but they're fighting their way out of this problem here. Pank dives through the smoke as well. It's a 1v1. Another clutch opportunity for Pain Academy to try and recover, but of course, it's not going to go in their favor here. Pank lands the headshot and keeps Uno Mille on top.
It's still a great effort by Pain Academy, and Tattoo again, right, with 2 great AK shots. The thing is, he was stuck in a tough spot towards the back of the A site, had to make a choice to support his teammate. He does, but as he tries to set up some utility, then the swing comes through from CT and he dies. So, you know, while it does go down to a 1v1, it is going to be, as you mentioned, Uno Mille winning the clutch again. Sug gets naded down, then Molly to 11 HP. The bullet spam, somehow he dodges those bullets and ends up in mid. I'm not sure how long he is for this world. Not very long. In fact, he's gone. Pank is going to get Arcazinho as well, and 5v3 materializes for Uno Mille just like that in a gun round for Pain Academy. Remix up close and personal. Doesn't get anything. Misfit's going to find it, but in the meantime, his reinforcements are gone. He's the last one alive, and DRG pulls off a very effective push into mid. A 4K on the round. Uno Mille are 1 away from sealing this series up and eliminating Pain Academy from the Thunderpick World Championship 2026 South America Series number 2.
Just feasted here, having a field day. Only so many heartbreaking clutches you can lose in that first half. To carry it forward into the second, you just have to imagine that Pain Academy are struggling to keep their heads in this one. But hey, again, they fought back against 12. Anubis, at least that's fresh in their minds here. As the flash towards middle looks promising. Ellie, good on the trade here, but Misfit trading access in towards the B side of the map here. Or to fight through as DRG an unknown quantity and Cave
my
and
God.
Remix already on the scene. Quick rotate. Flank also formulating, putting this one on the timer as DRG slips the gap. He's already past the pillar. RKZinho, this round's on a timer here as the flank comes through into fruition. LA puts the finishing touches on this one and is going to eliminate Pain Academy from contention. MILLE going to put themselves a best of 3 off of playoffs.
Wow, that is that was a tough map of Ancient for Pain Academy. Let's be honest. I mean, I think they lost 5 3 or 2v1 advantages throughout this map, which is just you can't do that ever and expect to win.
Yeah.
I think it just puts into perspective the struggles Pain Academy have had on Ancient, and it's going to take a little bit longer than, say, a couple of weeks for them to get things sorted on Ancient. And I feel like, and I'm not sure about this, I have no information, but I feel like they're going to make the choice between Ancient or Cache within the next month or so and see which map performs better for them, which means that I expect them to float Cache at some point to see how it goes.
That's a wake-up call. That's for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
you just experience so many, awkward clutches. You talk about moments in that map as well where you're just thinking, if you were a little bit more comfortable, would you have made that same move? You think about that smoke in Donut. You smoke yourself off from the site. Pretty much give free real estate for Remix to either get the best possible reposition, even plant a bomb as a use case for that smoke. So it's decisions like that that show the level of comfortability for Pain Academy that is very clear, and that provided clutches. That provided a lot of them, and so I'm right there with you here. It's a decision that needs to be made for Pain Academy, and that one, that loss on Ancient in particular is going to be definitely one that I think is going to be leading them towards Cache a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like that will certainly be the case. Like, I'd be shocked if they didn't at least experiment with Cache after that kind of loss on an Ancient after being 13-0'd a few months ago on the map. So, like, there's nothing positive to be looking at on Ancient. So, yeah, that's goodbye to Pain Academy, and MILLE move on. However, we have one more match to cover today, Elimination in Group B. That'll be METANOIA Wolves up against MIBR Academy. We do have an extended break, about an hour and 10 minutes, let's say, until that next one kicks into gear. But when we come back, we will have that final BO3 for you. Until then, hope you guys enjoy the break, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Thunderpick World Championship 2026 South America Series number 2. I am JRT, once again joined by Exner, and we're getting ready for the final BO3 of the day. METANOIA Wolves up against MIBR Academy. Should be an interesting one, Cole. You got to see them play yesterday, both of them, in fact. How do you feel about them?
I think both were having their tough starts to this event so far. From METANOIA Wolves, didn't really seem like they could keep up the level of competition. You had some decent rounds here and there, but there was no, defining star that was lifting them through. There was no individual that you could really, highlight on a consistent basis. Spinny had a couple of decent rounds, to be honest, but didn't really seem competitive. For MIBR Academy, they impressed me. Seeing Storms come through there and really be kind of a breakout piece in that best of three. They kind of had at least a 3-map series in the cards versus Kid Stars, but they ran out of gas on map 2 and couldn't quite close it out there. And so I think that's going to be something they look to bring back, especially with the opportunity now to take down what I would say is a little bit of a weakened METANOIA Wolves. Trying to capitalize here, trying to make sure that these pieces don't warm up. I think there's a lot of potential for this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. METANOIA Wolves have been struggling, quite a bit lately. I think they have one win over their last 6 or 7, I think it is. 6, anyway. It's been tough for them on that side. And you look at the previous one against Yawara, it was very difficult. 7-13 on Inferno and 8-13 on Anubis. Looking at the squad, mostly the same as of late anyway. Actually, not mostly the same. There was a change made that Thuster brought back from the bench, and Protato was cut, and then NTX was added to the roster. So actually a couple of changes coming through, although Thuster's been around the squad before, so not really like a massive one, but NTX being added is a little bit more significant. That being said, obviously, as you kind of alluded to, it's a little bit of a weakened squad because NTX is a new addition. So we'll see how that all goes. But as that being said, let's talk about MIBR Academy a little bit more and look at that roster. This is, as you mentioned already, a squad that Stormzine has been leading with very much strong stats, 1.08 rating over the last 3 months, and LKZ right behind him, 1.06. I believe that 5th spot is also changed, right? I think is it Shazin? I've never seen the name.
Shazin, yeah,
Shane?
I think that's what we were going with.
Shazin? Okay. Fair enough. We'll go with Shazin. But yeah, I think he's only played those 2 matches or 2 maps yesterday, right? That was his first time with the squad.
Yeah, he's getting his feet wet there. That's kind of the case with the consistency on the revolving door of some of these academy teams that I think is being a bit of a problem here, not being able to determine a long-term fit. Having to operate with a lot of changes, not only in your team, but in the map vetoes and stuff like that. So, things like that I think can create a little bit of discomfort in a roster. But I was still, decently impressed with what he was bringing to the table. Again, this was a team that was in a winning position in map 2 yesterday. They didn't really bail out without much impact. They did put up a good fight. So there's some promise to be made. Speaking of promise, we got Cash as a decider here.
Really?
So that is going to be interesting to see. Both these teams willing to float it all the way to the finish line. And, for both these squads here, it's going to be MIBR Academy's first map. METANOIA Wolves did play it earlier. Took a loss to Yawara, which... that's a little nerve-wracking for them, but
Yeah.
Besides that, it's going to be fresh territory for both these teams, and that's going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be curious for sure if we get to Cash. I feel like we could, given the maps that are coming through here. Ancient for METANOIA Wolves, they are 2-4 and 4-6 on the side of MIBR Academy, so both teams kind of at Ancient. And then you kind of the same thing, a little bit stronger for MIBR Academy. I mean, I want to say I don't want to say stronger, but they play it a lot. You know, it's their most played map 17 times over the last 3 months, 8-9 records, so hovering around the 500 mark, but the same for METANOIA Wolves at 4-3. And finally, Cash is a complete unknown for MIBR Academy, and well, known for METANOIA Wolves, but they're not happy about it because, like you said, Yawara was not on the cards for them, or didn't feel like it should have been, and it ended up coming through. So yeah, interesting veto. I think we might get a chance to see Cash here today.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. You know, again, as you said, it's maybe not going to be an exciting prospect for either one of these teams, but I'd imagine if you're floating it, you got something prepared here. For METANOIA Wolves, again, that loss to Yawara, like, Yawara is a team that in South America don't really pick up many wins in series, and so maybe a little bit nerve-wracking there, but being Cash so new, you're looking to hammer away at it. And Academy squad going to be also doing the same here if they're not going to be banning it out of the gates, right? Again, you have that conversation of what your permit is going to be, how often you're going to be leaning in on these bans, and it seems like they're sticking to their guns with, you know, consistently banning out Inferno and are leaving Cash up to chance, even, you know, in your second ban as well. So that's an exciting prospect for MIBR Academy as we see the head-to-heads. Talked about the no clear stars on METANOIA Wolves yesterday as well. It really felt like the you know, kind of maybe average performance there, or like a struggle to get impact there for the likes of Alencar was my big worry. So I wanted to see him step up to the plate here a lot more today.
All right, we're into the action here. METANOIA Wolves up against MIBR Academy. On that discussion of Alencar stepping up, I mean, I agree with you. He's technically their top performer on the squad at 1.0 rating. That's why we saw the head-to-head. And he's going up against LKZ, who's also pretty good, 1.06 rating. But I think there's the opportunity for Alencar to win the op duel, right? And then that's when METANOIA Wolves can really start to activate. But we'll see if that actually happens. And also, he's going to need support, Alencar, whereas I feel like there might be more of a supporting cast, maybe on MIBR Academy. Look, both these teams have been struggling. Let's see how it all plays out. LKZ gets the first, Flash gets the second, and actually it's back and forth here. METANOIA Wolves sitting in the 3v3 as they're trying to charge into this B site. All 6 remaining players are converging in the same spot. Stormzine will fall, and so will Shazam. It's only Jerry left, and he is gone too. METANOIA Wolves a clean round once it got to the 3v3.
That's the sort of start that you're hoping to see here from METANOIA Wolves. Get off to the races. Show up with some energy in the early stages. Getting that aggression there. Having Spinny step up to the plate. That's also something I'm looking towards. Because as you said, you're Alencar. You know that you can be a key contributor with that AWP. You need that supporting staff. You're going to, you know, largely look to players like Spinny, I think, with a little bit more experience. Step up to the plate here and really deliver here. It's VZ in this round, though. Given that there is a severe lack of firepower, he will go down, but NTX is available. Trade things down. Close it down. Speaking of Spinny, he's going to have some motivation there. He's a alumni of MIBR Academy, so at one point passing through those doors and looking to take down his former team. Always fun to see that kind of head-to-head there. Sometimes can help out with the motivation.
Happens a lot in South America.
Extra gusto.
Seems, yeah. A lot of moving pieces in South America. You end up playing against your home teams. But as we go in here, Stormzine looking to make some impact here. And it will be a bit of a slower approach now for the METANOIA Wolves. After it looked like we would have an engagement early on in the round towards the B site, nothing just yet. Not going to get tossed by Stormzine. He has a timing in his mind for it. There he goes. And they're ahead of it. So that's not the greatest news for Stormzine. He's still holding the angle. He's got support by his side. Nice swing, and oh, a team kill! Flash gets his teammate, but he also managed to get 3-star, although it doesn't give them that man edge.
That they're hoping for at the very least here. And so trading things out for 1-for-1. What they can do here. 30 seconds left. Metanoia do like to use every second of the clock. I've noticed that about them as well. Actually, every second or no seconds at all. They're all in or play it patient kind of team. They like the tempo changes quite a bit. And this time they're going to play it slow in towards the B side. Alucard gets that advanced fight. Is able to push the bomb into the bomb site here. So a 3v3 as the numbers get punched in. Bomb planted. Light jiggle. Get another flash. Slowly marauding his way in. Sees the feet of his opposition and all the way slides through there before Alucard is able to react. Still set up into the 1v1. Jerry up against him. Alucard taking a confident stance here, knowing his opponent is on low HP. But his opponent doesn't have a kit here, so it's a 10-second defuse. Tap onto the bomb. And Jerry almost has to stick it now. Time ticking a little too far gone. Past the 10-second mark here, so Jerry going to try and make an escape without a kit to play with. There's no chance to win the round of Metanoia. Going to go up to another one.
Well played by Alucard, and I think you're already seeing it here. There was a patch just released where you no longer take 1 HP of damage no matter where you are on the map once the bomb explodes. So that's gone. No more discussion or discourse required. If you have 1 HP, you can't survive. That's just no longer even on the table, which I think is good. It kind of makes sense. You know, why would you take 1 damage no matter where you are on the map? It could have just been a bug with the new system, and I think it was, given that Valve fixed it so quickly.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? I mean, if they wanted to leave it in, that's cool with me. Maybe it creates, like you said, a bit of a difference in how you have to play the game, but also I think it was a small use case, and it did seem like maybe a bug, right? Like maybe that wasn't intentional.
Just an issue, yeah.
So, not a bad change if that's what they're intending to go there. That's cool with me. I'm sure that a lot of players like it as well. When that they can survive on the map with 1 HP.
Yes. I mean, we didn't even see a situation where it became a factor in that previous map, right? It's like, it's such a niche case. Like, it's so unlikely that you're going to have a 1 HP player alive in a round. We don't see it very often at all. And if we do, it's like in a clutch situation where the bomb explosion doesn't matter. So yeah, maybe to save the gun, but even then, anyway, it's no longer a factor, so we don't have to worry about it. As we do have a technical pause coming through, LKZ is no longer on the server, and certainly MIBR Academy are going to need him if they want to continue playing. So yeah, but I'm trying to check. I think there was another change to the bomb as well, and I don't know if this has an impact on, for example, when you could save before right next to, in church, right next to the podium on Inferno without taking any damage at all. So I don't know if that's changed or not. I'm curious because I know there was another note, and of course it's not loading as I'm trying to check it. But there was another note that they made adjustments to the C4 explosion pathing, I guess, depending on the map. So I don't have the exact wording, unfortunately, because I don't know why it's not loading. But there you go. I'll try and get that loaded
down
up.
for maintenance.
Yeah, maybe.
On the worst timing, of course. But yeah, no, it's. I really like the small changes like this here. Been doing quite a bit of that as well. They haven't been really, uphauling the game a lot or overhauling the game, I should say. But it's small, subtle changes that I think do make it interesting. As much as the CS players like to freak out about anything that does change in the game, seeing like the bomb radius and stuff like that, and then the ammo changes, like it does seem like there's a lot of attention.
I forgot about the ammo changes. They had such little impact in the end.
Yeah.
Like it didn't really make much of a difference. Which begs the question, why even do it? But that's another discussion.
Fair enough.
There was another not like change to the game itself, but a variable that was added. And I saw this, a video of it where you can make it so that grenades explode when they're shot at. So if you, like on the ground. So if there's a grenade drop, like a smoke, like a smoke, you shoot it, and then it blooms the smoke, or a grenade explodes, et cetera, flashbang.
What if
flashes.
you throw a grenade onto like util?
Then it would explode the util.
Oh, so you're talking about like on Inferno, you're trying to find a nade that can land into your little util cache, and then all of a sudden, 3 mollies and 2 smokes go away in an instant.
Yep.
That could be fun.
That could be fun. I like the ideas of it. Also, you're also talking about, like, if you see a grenade on the ground, you see someone walking over it, it can be like a trip mine almost, where you shoot the grenade and you blow them up, basically.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different elements that that could happen there. I think it's cool. It's not in the game, so to speak, but it is in the game. But it's
at least something you can change.
Yeah, it's a variable right now. Like, so I guess for custom game modes and stuff like that, you could have that as an option if you want to.
Very cool.
Well, apparently there's a power failure potentially here that has occurred for LKZ. Okay, well, I do want to talk about that a little bit more and get your thoughts on it, because I didn't even think about the grenade cache that you were mentioning.
That was my first thought.
Yeah.
For if that's getting changed into the game, because there's spots on the map where you do like to toss a lot of util, and that always makes for a fun bit of counterplay. I mean, sometimes there are teams that not necessarily try to nade the util, but they'll nade the spots where you would throw the util, things like that come into play. But that'd add an extra element. That would be really fun, I think. And maybe make Inferno a little bit more interesting. Force people to have to use their util a little bit earlier.
I agree. Another thing, I was thinking more of like the strategic, like how to place nades to blow them up strategically, like, and stuff like put 5 nades in upper B tunnels and Dust 2. So when a push comes through, you just throw 1 and like 5 explode at once and everyone dies. So I don't know, like a chain reaction of grenades and stuff like that. I think that's where it becomes interesting, or like trying to spot out a flashbang. Like there's a push coming, you see a flash on the ground, you just shoot the flash, boom, everyone can't see anything, and then you can swing around the corner. So you might be exposed to that flashbang a little bit, but still it might give you an edge in some ways. I don't know. There's a lot of different scenarios that come to mind, but it would make for more chaos on the map. And I don't know.
I'm trying to see like aim trainer simulator where you're just target, like you see the smokes flying over on an Inferno executed,
and shoot
or like
in midair.
Yeah. No, that would be something.
And for example, if you shoot a grenade, like we've seen it before, where a bullet is blocked by a grenade, but nothing happens when it hits the grenade. Instead, it would explode in midair, and maybe create like damage or guy's vision. For me, it's very curious, but I don't know. Like, it'll have to be tested. I think a lot more, and see like how one would explode. I think. The one thing I'm trying to think about right now is, like, if you have a lot of utility on the ground and a grenade goes off, then it blows up so much stuff. Like, there's so much chaos that can ensue. So I think that's the one where I'm like, I don't know if that's better or worse, but it adds a different element and adds another bit of usefulness for the grenades, right? Now, when CS2 was released, grenades could blow up in smokes and do damage. And now they'd be able to blow up in smokes, do damage, and trigger utility that might be on the ground. So there's like all these different elements that are opened up by this.
It also could open up like the anti-stratting aspect of it, like where does this team like to drop their util? One of those details where it's like, okay, I watched a demo of this team,
I'm gonna throw a nade right there.
Yeah, and that's where like they like to drop all their util that they're holding on for late round.
And that makes the anti-stratting much more micro, right? Because you're like you said, you're looking at where they're dropping their utility, and then you're going to find a spot where you can toss a nade over who knows what and through the air to land exactly in that spot to blow up all their utility. And they're like, oh, we have nothing left. And on Inferno, like you said, you wouldn't be able to pull off the one-man defense towards the site anymore, where you just have one player tossing a bunch of utility to try and delay everyone. So it's interesting. There's a lot of interest there. not necessarily say interest there, but I'm very curious and interested about it in terms of if it can play out and work in Counter-Strike, I guess.
Yeah, that's valid there. I'm be interested to play a couple of games with that there, see how it shapes up there. If it's an easy change to do, like
Yeah.
Pinman or something like that, that would be a lot of fun.
We need to do that. We need to have like a 10-man put together and just play with that variable on just to see how it goes and see like what happens. I like we were saying, guys, I think it's going to be a little bit of a longer break, unfortunately, here with LKZ having to deal with a storm in his vicinity. So we're going to head to a break and we'll be back as soon as we have some news as to what might be happening here. All right, we're back. A little bit of a wait there for LKZ to have his power restored, but it is back. And MIBR Academy can continue their matchup here against the METANOIA Wolves. The odds, as you can see, do favor MIBR Academy overall, but honestly, in my mind, this is very much a 50-50 duel between these two squads, Cole.
I'm right there with you. No question about it here, back and forth. But we should be expecting METANOIA off on the right foot here early. It's a positive sign in their direction here for a team that need to bounce back. For MIBR Academy, good news is they don't have to deal with a stand-in situation or anything like that. See if they can get back into the solid positioning here for their first chance at a run around once again.
Ooh. That's not good. Not the way you want to start the round. If you're MIBR Academy, losing the opening duel to a MAC 10 of all things. LKZ kind of on his own here towards that B site. He does have a little bit of support, but okay, that support does strike true right at the perfect time. Jerry finding one. LKZ swings around to get NTX, and this round is now starting to swing in MIBR Academy's favor, but as I say that, Spinny wins the duel against Flash, and the numbers are back to even. Oh, and this is actually a really favorable duel for METANOIA Wolves, going 3v1 towards the A site, and they do only lose a body. That does give MIBR Academy a chance to get to this A site very quickly. They win the duel against VZN. Now it's only Alencar, and Alencar cannot get the clutch. MIBR Academy pick up their first round thanks to LKZ.
Intensity there going on. That round there, a little bit of back and forth there going through, but MIBR Academy happy to escape with their first one on the board, given that they do have that man deficit to start things off early. I see another tech pause. I'm not mad about that, but it seems like it's okay.
Don't have word as to which team called this, but if it is MIBR Academy, they're very short on tech pause time. I believe they only have 4 minutes of tech pause time left, but I don't think it was them. This might just be server related. Might not be either team calling this tech pause. I'm trying to get some information here, folks. We'll share it with you as soon as we have it. If we even need to, we don't need to. We're done. It's good. Back into the action here.
Good news, they'll get things sorted out quickly. Back here for another round on Ancient. We'll see if we can find some rounds in a row on the CT side. Things going in the right direction. There's a big if, though. So far, starting things off nicely with Flash in the opening duel, taking an early exchange towards that catwalk. So another advantage to kick things off in the early stages. Op still posted up there, hoping for some reaggression, and oh, comes into fruition, but the shot not on the mark. Op just not on the money, and that is a huge lifeline and a lot of information there granted for free.
One minute remains. 50, excuse me. METANOIA Wolves are going to be moving towards the A site, it seems. Heading by itself into mid is a little bit risky. Okay, reinforcements are coming. It's not as bad anymore. Flash waiting. Looking for information. That sliver on the right. He will get it, but he's shot immediately by Alencar. What a spot for him. That makes it a 4v4. Now the reinforcements will arrive from MIBR Academy. 30 seconds left. Smoke behind LKZ isolates his position. Now he's spotted as well. BZN swings, loses his life. They get the trade. They do, and more. 2 kills for METANOIA Wolves. Make it a third. They just storm on forward towards this A site. And Stormzine is going to have to try and get back into it to win this round. But it's going to be very difficult as he just hangs out in the smoke. He's going to try, though.
See him still sticking around here. It's a risky business. Has a couple of decently low HP bars to work against. Looks going to fade away here. He's going forward instead of falling back. Catches it T-side in transition. Another pickup there, but defuse is not going to come through. He tries to stick it, hoping that maybe Alencar had moved too far away, but Alencar, as trusty as can be, is close by. Ensures that that one doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
Alrighty. Well, that's a round victory isolated for MIBR Academy. Can't be feeling too good about that, and they're back to pistols only. Although LKZ says, you know what? I'm going to try a scout here, guys. See if he can make something happen with that. Well, we talked about it coming into this match, that Alencar is going to be an important piece to see if he can actually activate more effectively than he did yesterday, and already looking quite solid in these opening rounds with 7 kills. Hoping for an 8th here. Pistols only for the majority of this MIBR Academy squad. They do go for that aggression up mid in the early goings of the round, but they fall back now and will be playing more passively.
A little nervous for him as well. He misses that opening shot right there, and that's a concern, but quick redemption throughout the grand scheme of that round there. Not only being able to claw back a kill back from the brink there on the flash, but closer of the round as well. Well, he might be good here, but gonna trigger some aggression. Stormson can't stick around for forever, and he just blasts past the firepower. LKZ as well, using that scout to full effect. Make a good use of that.
Okay. What's happening here? I mean, 4v2 for MIBR Academy. They've got guns picked up off the ground. The bomb is isolated towards the B site. LKZ's going to get the spot and the tag against NTX. Does he get the frag as well? Looks like it's, oh my goodness, very likely. Alencar misses the shot, and so does NTX fall against LKZ. Alencar's dead as well. In just a moment, you'd imagine. He will get one shot. 17 seconds left. Needs a lot more than that with only 15 HP left. Stormzine's AK is very potent. Alencar fakes the plant. Stormzine's playing this perfectly. Should be done. 5 seconds left. Alencar hits a no-scope. There's no time to plant, Alencar. You're done. Nice effort, though. But he will lose the op. Oh, he doesn't! Wow. He doesn't die! How on earth is Alencar alive? 3 kills, keeps the op in his hands, and doesn't have to suffer what would have been a very tough economy if he dies. Wow.
We talk about making the best out of the worst situation right there. That is a miracle that he lives. Very impressive that he gets away with his life, but don't get away with the round here. And that was a chance to kind of stomp down any sort of uprising that you had planned here. If you're on the side of MIBR Academy, this is your ticket back into the half here. Even though an op gets saved, you get around early here. That's a big lifeline here. Allows you to breathe a little easier. But Alencar can already make them pay for not punishing and not collecting on that AWP that just gets hung on to.
See if that sniper rifle is enough. Oof, that's not a great start. Barry does fall, and Stormzine's down to 13 HP. They need a path in. They need another kill to come through without a trade on the side of MIBR Academy. And the problem here is they're losing a lot of control on their flank right now, with Flash taking up all the space. Could catch off Alencar for free. Probably will at this stage, and there you go. Op is down, and odds of victory for METANOIA Wolves in this round are low.
Despite a great opening kick there from Alencar, nothing besides this duel. And both players running out of ammo, just trying to stay alive here at this point. All you can ask for Flash, but what you can ask for is maybe a bomb plant? Chance at it. Trying to make that escape. Numbers being tapped. There's another kill for NTX. Anything extra? No. Will be finished off eventually. Care of MIBR Academy. Gonna start to string things together now. Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Looks like we got some Steam maintenance going on today too.
I guess so. Is it Tuesday? It's not. Thursday.
There's no better day than the day that we're casting, right?
of course. It's always the best time.
It's team maintenance day. Yeah, that happens in my Premier games, and then they get canceled. So if like you ever see a situation where a bunch of players disconnect at the same time, it usually means they're doing some sort of reboot or something. I think for certain servers, because it's never actually happened to me. I never get kicked, but a lot of people in my lobbies will get kicked at the same time. And then just buckle up because that game is toast as soon as you see that.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're waiting for Spinny to get back in here. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Everyone else rejoined pretty quickly, but I imagine we need a match medic to come through. To fix things up here.
Back involved here. You have everyone in the server, so that sorted out shortly. Back on the road. Yeah, promising stuff from MIBR Academy here. Had a slow start. Had to get things back and running once again after the fortunate disconnect and such, but we got everyone back here. Could lead to some promise. They're starting to show it.
Stormzine.
Uh-oh.
Spamming away there. Oh, Stormzine's going to fall to Alencar. That's not great. Glock's going to overwhelm him. Flash on his own. He falls as well without a single kill. Yeah, oh boy, indeed. This is not looking pretty at all.
She's down low.
Okay, the nade's going to do this. Yeah, there we go. That should help get things back under control. And then Jerry gets Booster. Are they going to avoid this? No, another Glock kill comes through.
Dude.
Jerry falls. This is not pretty right now.
What you need? Oh, there's a connection. And the USP. Maybe you got to use pistols of your own to take care of the pistols up against you. And LKZ going to take that to heart right there. Going to clean house. Bail them out. That wasn't even a situation, though, where you get rifles picked up there. No, that was just 3 Glock kills outright. Because of some awkward positioning and some all-in commitment. Just glad you walked away with that round there at this point. Thankful that that didn't cost you everything.
Benny gonna get the opener over on Shazin. I mean, it didn't cost him everything for sure, but the money is not in as pretty a place as it would have been. And they lost so many bodies. Still okay. But I'm gonna be planted here with a player lurking in a smoke. That's Stormzine. NTX has to be really cautious, and I think he's aware of the possibility. Well, not enough. Stormzine gonna take his head clean off. Now they know he's here. But the rest of MIBR Academy are all coming from CT, and they're going to get flanked. This is a problem. They're not looking for it. BZN drops 2, and then Alencar gets 1 from the front. The flank works beautifully, and Stormzine is left alone on an island.
Always having that contingency plan right there, that extra element in a late round to operate with in the post. Link comes through, that just secures the round outright. Just a nick of time. I'm just gonna back away, stay alive here with his weaponry. But METANOIA Wolves, they get those rifles back and they take some of the prowess that they showed us with the Glocks and they bring that into the gun rounds when they have the better firepower. And now, you know, as you said, it's not a round win with the Glocks, but it does create a lot of complications and forces a lot of rebuys. So this one gonna be around that can teeter the half here completely. You know, if you take a tough loss here, you don't save a lot of weaponry. MIBR Academy for the remainder of this half are going to be struggling on the finances.
Alrighty. 3 MP9s, an A1S, and an AK for MIBR Academy. On the other side, it's, well, everything that METANOIA Wolves could possibly want. The AKs and the AWP, along with full utility and money in the bank to support them. MIBR Academy would love to find some consistency on this map. It's been a rough go for them, I would say, for the METANOIA Wolves as well, but I think we've seen more struggles for MIBR Academy so far than we necessarily seen on the METANOIA side. Anyway, well, VZN's going to get Flash through the smoke. Had an inkling he was there, thanks to all that tracer fire. It will be a 5v4 immediately for them. Shazam trying to change that. Won't be able to. Alencar survives the onslaught of bullets from the MP9 and makes it a two-man edge as they storm into the A site.
Structure here, making a swift move in. LKZ, the last line of defense, it provides a multi. He's still kicking. As well as his teammate there kicking up dust. Chaos created. Here, but now the reposition's already provided. Storms in a position of power there. Trade back through the smoke here has been all that you really had to lean on here for this. East side, can they collect the last? Storms in, gonna sneak out and provide the last killing blow there. A great recovery for MIBR Academy, losing some numbers quickly. Looked like it was going to be more of the same. Instead, they recover, close things down here with confidence. Okay, Z, a big M contributor, and Storms in, of course, keeping up that high level of play.
This is, no round is safe. It seems like this one. 11th round of play, Alencar gets the opener. The one unfortunate thing for MIBR Academy is they don't really build up much bank in that round victory because Stormzy was the last one standing and needed a 3K to do it. But Alencar gets spotted and, okay, free AK delivered. 4v4. Like I said, no round is safe for either team, regardless of the advantages.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here. Constant back and forth. These teams duking it out. Okay, Z now with the AWP in hand. Gonna nail a big time pickup. That's the timer ticking against them. This time a retake coming through with the man advantage here is quite nice, and they're looking to draw out that clock as much as possible before they pull the trigger. And they've also got a very late flank here coming through, trying to deal with that donut presence. The op is going to be the tip of the spear. Smoke comes down. It's really late on time here. 9 seconds, 5 seconds left. They're going to be in a panic to try to defuse, and they're simply not going to have time to do so. Flash is going to stick it, but it's too little, too
Terrorists win.
left it up to chance there. It ends up going up in smoke. Storms and runs away.
That is interesting. Again, to say the least, in terms of the way that round plays out. But unable to get that defusal off, just took a little bit too long to get into the bomb site. Not that they didn't get the kills, they did, but just unable to string things together in a cohesive manner before time was an issue. Round number 12. Go ahead.
It's been, you know, pretty common practice, I would say, to try and play those defuses and retakes very, very late, and again, that can help with like your flanking presence, but let's hold that thought for a second here. So we got a fast break towards A, and, well, no round safe. It seems like the 5-7 going to be the biggest brunt of weaponry here in this one. Creates themselves a quick little 3v2 now with both players remaining on fairly low HP, so not sitting pretty by any means here. Jazzen just comes up and sweeps up the kills needed to close things down. It ends up looking pretty comfortable for MIBR Academy, as they will be able to claim themselves an even scoreline here towards the tail end of the half.
Unbelievable back and forth here in this matchup. As it started out 3-0 for the METANOIA Wolves. We had a disconnect from LKZ a little bit, I'd say 22 minutes later, 24 minutes later, we got back into the action. And after that point, MIBR Academy won 6 of the last 9. I wouldn't say there was a clean round victory in that mix, but still a win's a win in terms of getting those rounds, so that's what matters. Spinny. Going to engage here in this pistol round. He'll be the first point of contact up against the METANOIA Wolves, and he will get the first headshot despite being blinded. They're looking for a follow-up. Back and forth we go, and more forth towards METANOIA Wolves and back to MIBR Academy. It's going to be 3 unanswered frags as they are going to kill themselves, it seems. That's what's going to help the cause of MIBR Academy, although it's still a 3v1.
Yeah, not bad.
I don't know what happened there.
Just a little extra support there. At least want to make it interesting, right?
No.
And TWC are going to make it a whole lot more interesting with the extra frag, but that will be put to rest. So, yeah, you can laugh that one off a little bit easier. Given the end of that round. A little friendly fire there. You can't shake off when it's as dominant as what we just got to see.
I don't know, the Wolves looking for another conversion off the pistol. That nade damage that comes through, the attempted nade damage anyway. What? How does Spinny win that fight? Chazin somehow dead, and it was a mid-air shot from Spinny from the USP that gives him the kill. Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to see all the craziness in this series, Cole.
But all the stops at this point. This continues here. We'll see if it matters all that much. USPs are packing a serious punch here again. VZN landing some damage there, but will be bested. The flank coming into fruition and a chance to do even more, but that flank gets shut down. And thankful that Flash is able to bail you out there with that MAC-10. Otherwise, these could have been heated.
Tactical timeout called by MIBR Academy. Conversation ends. Just realized that we got the scoreboard reversed, and everything I said about METANOIA Wolves winning back-to-back pistols is wrong. It's fixed now. I can't believe I didn't catch that. Anyway. MIBR Academy looking for their 9th round victory. Would be quite the recovery given the way they started in this one. We'll be moving in. VZN's actually going to get that opener onto Jerry. So nice aggression coming through from the METANOIA Wolves to gain some mid control, but they back off of it and they're going to allow that space to be retaken should MIBR Academy try for it. Instead, it looks like they're going to head into the A site. Smoke's going to get tossed in for A main. But, I was going to say they're not deterred by it, but it appears as though they do want to take a little bit more time before executing. The bomb is here, 3 players in position. There's still a lot of time, though, and with Chazin working his way towards top mid, towards lane at the back of mid, maybe they change their minds. We'll see.
Happy to take that advantage here and kind of fall away. So it might be our academy hoping for some re-aggression, but not really going to head in that direction here for the CT side. Some slight repositions, but still a very passive stance. VZN holding on to some of that late utility. Meanwhile, the T side has a lot of utility left to execute. So NTX is going to be in the danger zone. Expect a Molly to head in this direction as well, but see if that's the case. Q's up for some re-aggro. Sacrifice at a 1-for-1 trade. NTX an unknown quantity, but his teammate goes down in the meantime. NTX, though, making up for lost time with a couple of clean frags there. Okay, he's going to cover in towards Temple. And that might be the end of the round outright. 5 seconds left. He'll just let the timer expire.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alrighty. Well, METANOIA Wolves do strike back as soon as the guns get into their hands here in the second half. 7th on the board. Round number 16. As they want to tie things up again. MIBR Academy are not going to hold anything back. They're pushing the chips into the middle. In this round, Force Buy is on. AWP and an AK along with 2 Tech 9s. And the Glock and the op already strikes from LKZ. VZN's gone. METANOIA Wolves will see if they continue the aggression. They absolutely will. The flashbangs come in. TWC gets one. Alankar another. Back and forth we go until METANOIA Wolves do gain the advantage back. And then TWC drops himself a second frag.
LKZ in a position like he ended in that last round. Gonna find himself hanging on to an AWP here for another minute or so, and METANOIA Wolves able to build up that CT side. Looking really confident with the utility usage here. We saw it towards the middle in that last round, being able to set up for success a little bit and towards the opening duels, and once again towards this B side, giving themselves a big chance at the multi-kills. Oyster nailing a 3K for a player who has been a little bit quiet. Doubling his kills in a single round there is going to be a real big boost to the confidence.
Counter-terrorists win.
Alrighty, and after that decent wait, we are done with the round, tied up at 8. And like you said, METANOIA was going to gain a lot of confidence off of that round victory. Very decisive, not much that MIBR Academy had to offer there. And another, is this back-to-back forces coming through from MIBR Academy? It is. Interesting. Economy is not that weak for METANOIA Wolves. I mean, you got 2K for a couple players, 1.5-ish for VZN and Spinny. Yes, give it a try if you want to, but I'm not sure how much success they'll have. A quick push to 8 could yield them something if that's what they decide to go for, and given the Tech 9s, it should be what they aim for. Flashbang and a smoke do them wonders in their approach, and there you go, explosive. Only one player here, it's Alankar, and that's a plant. Guaranteed. Alankar has no way he can engage here before the bomb is planted. They could try spam in the smoke, maybe.
AG and blow open the smoke, but still there's no resistance to stop the bomb plant. 5v5 post plant ensues. Really promising opportunity at hand here for this T side. Get back into the running here off another force by LKD, this time forcing impact in the round. Instead of having to watch it fly by, Stormson hiding inside the smoke. You expect him to have some impact. He's anticipated but not dealt with. He still finds the frag. Sticking the defuse inside the smoke here, having a tough time tracking. The knives are out. Backstab coming through. And eventually they find the frags. Spinny gonna claim all 5 kills. But everyone goes down to the server. And it will be MIBR Academy pushing up to 9.
What was that? That's absolutely wild. Not a single other MIBR Academy player could get a kill in that round except for Spinny. And if they did, if one other player activates, that round goes their way. Like, I'm convinced. MIBR Academy are able to prevail. And just a reminder, folks, to check out all of the latest Thunderpick World Championship news over on hotspawn.com. That's hotspawn.com. As we go into this next round of play, Stormzine getting pushed. Won't matter. He is up to the task. Disposes of 2 players like it's nothing, and will even get his third. $1,800 built up in the process.
Some bread. Claim that cash flow here. HE dunks down some more damage for good measure, and NTX has no chance of surviving that one. Jasmine looking to end it now. Catches a little glimmer of Spinny before he dispatches. And that'll be that here. Moving on up. Double digits here before the guns will come out once again.
MIBR Academy 3 rounds away from securing this first map. And stealing away METANOIA Wolves' map pick. Alankar is going to get the trade off of Jerry, and that's a nice nade tossed in by the Wolves. Softens up 3 targets. Insta headshots now from the M4s, or Chazin, LKZ, and Stormzine. And it doesn't matter anyway, because it does matter now. Drewster's gonna charge in, get himself a 3K. His second one in 4 rounds. He's looking for a 4K now, and he's got it. METANOIA Wolves win the round, and they're right back into this.
Definition, they're coming through at the hands of big multi-kill and Thuyster. I mean, showed up big time in the second half. He's being a key contributor in so many of these rounds. Continues to operate with that poise. Despite a slow start for himself, it's always good to see a quick revival come through. Like what he's bringing to the table. There's another round that he's able to bring for his squad. See if that effort continues. It's a scrappy buy-up for the TT side. Still rocking with a MAC 10 on the defense. Been scooped up there for Thuyster. Does have a position where he can make good use of this gun, but what he has here. Alankar, meanwhile, taking a very forward stance. Vulnerable to flashes, but is hoping maybe his counterpart in LKZ is trying to inch his way around the corner and force a duel.
Easy in. Jumping up and down. For information. 53 seconds remain as MIBR Academy are setting up for a hit from A main. One player waits right at the entrance. That's Alankar with the AWP. 18 frags on the board, leads the server. Excuse me, leads his team, not the server, because Stormzine's at 19, one above him. Still has been an important piece here for the Wolves. Can he be again? He's going to have to back off and take another angle. Swings around, hits the shot. His teammate falls, needs a second.
Okay.
Maybe a third coming through as well.
Oh.
It is! Through the smoke, Alankar connects. He's still alive, looking for the quad now. He keeps popping around, fired off a shot, it went wide. Ooh, and he fired again there. He might have connected on it, but he doesn't know what lies beyond that smoke. And now Shazin, along with LKZ, are being flanked out. And he will, Alankar that is, get his fourth. Thuyster falls on the flank. It is only LKZ left, and he won't get the ace. That's Alankar won't get it, but still, what a round for him.
That right there is the star power that I was asking to see yesterday here. I was wondering if we were going to get it. And Alencar able to show up. His teammate falls quickly. He's in the middle of a reposition and manages to collect a three-piece there, dicing up those duels. That is unbelievable. Z now. Oh, he's looking to pick up the mantle. Right where we saw Alencar leave off. LKZ always having an op in this second half here. Due to his discipline and the saving, sure. Always fun to watch, but the impact that he's bringing to the table is monumental. And now these oppers are just going bam for bam at this rate. LKZ finds his one. Alencar, the only responder right now on the CT side. Ooh, Storms in. There's a little shoulder here. He needs to post up. Spinny. Good communication there. Allows for Spinny to confirm the location. And Spinny still finding impact. It's all on LKZ's shoulders once again. And once again, he's going to have to swallow his pride and call it a day.
Bomb has been defused.
The individual performances have been ridiculous. LKZ has had his moments, of course, since he's sitting at 23 frags. Stormzy as well at 20. But man, oh man, Alencar and Spinny over the last two have been ridiculous, and they have allowed METANOIA Wolves to retake the lead 11-10. 2 rounds away from securing their map pick, although it's far from over. MIBR Academy were able to charge into the A site and secure a round with a similar buy-up previously. That time they had the 4 Tech 9s instead of the 3 this time, but still, we'll see what they can do. It looks like they don't want to go towards that A site this time, instead looking for some mid-control. Barry's just going to take contact here. They've got 5 smokes, 2 flashes. I think the flashes are leaning towards that B side. They are. Stormzy's around that position, so they'll have to go in towards mid-bri, likely just hoping that they can win a fight.
Steam here. Smoke's getting tossed in. Blocking vision. Gotta stay hungry on a round like this. Okay, Z. Taking an elevated angle. Gonna have the first shot. And it's not on the money. In fact, Alencar stays on the post. He's gonna fall though. Double kill from Jerry out of nowhere. Out of thin air. BZN looking to recover. Shot goes wide. He's still fighting versus the double op setup in Donut. Smitty makes noise. Confirmation. LKZ now with 2 of his own, but the knife is out, or the bomb is out rather. And Thoister, who again continues to find impact in this second half, is now into a 1v2. He evacuates the scope, the crosshair of that AWP, and looks for a reposition. There's 20 seconds left on the clock, and LKZ is going to hate to have to be the first mover in this round.
This is actually a brilliant reposition from Thoister, because now he's in a position they're not expecting. There's one.
No
Gets
way.
the second as well. Bomb is planted. Luckily for MIBR Academy to get a little more cash in the bank, but that is a beautiful clutch again from Thoister. 3K for him. His 3rd on the half, or at least 3rd multi-kill with 3 or more frags on the half. And, well, that's METANOIA Wolves on to map point.
Incredible there. As you said, the presence of mind on the money. Staying a step ahead. Golden opportunity there. The double option towards Donut that end up coming through. Thinking it's going to be just enough, but there's no chance to get those numbers punched in. No chance to stabilize. And that's going to be a tough loss to swallow. Here's MIBR Academy here. Are they running out of steam on their opponent's map pick? You show a good showcase here on Ancient, but can you actually close it out?
Flash walking up. Looking for a fight. Oof. A little bit messy. And he does get the nade kill onto VZM, but Alucard right before that connects with the op. 24th kill on the map, only behind LKZ, who has 25. As NTX retakes the space in A site, no one is in the vicinity. MIBR Academy leaning heavily towards B. Look at this. MIBR Wolves have vacated B entirely, and Alucard actually gets the second towards Red Room onto Flash. Now B, completely empty, is being taken up by MIBR Academy with Thunderpick managing one before he falls. Shazin gets the 2K, evens up the numbers, swing from Spinny, and Jerry takes his head clean off. NTX last one standing. Only 9 kills so far, but these would be 2 of his biggest if he can do it. Jerry staring down at the smoke, waiting for NTX to arrive. Yeah.
He's right doing so. I mean, walking through, it's certain death. Smoke fades away. At least he has a shot at this fight, but it's definitely not advantage here. He lands a headshot on Jerry, but there's no chance. 30th round required. And some of the damage that was done in the rounds prior finally go awry are going to prove to be costly. Great trading, and Alucard had no idea how deep the positions were already. After he finds his 2-piece there, goes over towards that B-bomb site to find that it's already falling to pieces. Force by is looking desperate. Alucard's on dualies. Slam dunk opportunity to try and take this one into OT.
It really is. And pushing up here from METANOIA Wolves doesn't seem like the smart decision, but it ends up working out. NTX gets the first. Flash falls. Jerry gets Alucard in the trade. Now Stormzine waiting for a push to come in from mid. METANOIA Wolves need to be careful. NTX with the FAMAS, you think he's want to throw it to someone else because he is so low in terms of health. BZN, well, he won't be able to grab it because he's dead. Stormzine takes care of that, and it feels like we're just a few steps away from overtime.
Yeah. It does. Oyster gets the smoke down at the very least. That is nice because Shazin's in a position of power, and Oyster, okay. At least decided he wanted a chance to win that, but walking gray screen through the smoke not going to do you any favors. B's open. And that's where the bomb's heading. METANOIA Wolves got it up to the finish line, but they have a nothing buy in the 24th round, and they're going to pay the price of that. We got 5 HP and TX, and we got Spinny on 100. Maybe if there was any sort of resistance on this B-bomb site, we'd be in that conversation, but without it, it's a free bomb plant. Planted for ramp. There is no kits. Best of luck. But this one is, it's feeling most certain. We'll see. Oh, that HE might do it. That's a nice toss there. And Spinny doesn't last long either. And there you go. MIBR Academy, they don't run out of gas this time around here. Able to take it into overtime instead.
All right. Let's see if they can actually close out Ancient today. As you mentioned, yesterday was a bit of a heartbreaker for them. They're able to recover, get into this overtime. That means they're going to have to win gun round after gun round. There's no more saves that'll be coming through from either side. And METANOIA Wolves maybe a little bit frustrated. They were the ones with the lead and the opportunity to close this one out, but they just could not shut that door. Not to mention, they also came out with a nice hot start at 3-0, and they're still not favored in the odds. I would have thought that would have closed up, Cole, honestly, but it didn't. There's still a slight edge for MIBR Academy. Anyway, is he going to get that Molotov thrown in? East side under their control. Alucard misses the shot, and he is put down. So is NTX. They're dropping like flies. MIBR Academy got heads full of steam, confidence regained.
Got full team right there, straight into B-bomb site. Confidence renewed now again that the pressure is relieved. Had to play up against 12 twice.
Yep.
And as soon as they get the chance here, that they know someone pops off, if someone has a big multi-kill, the map is done, and we're staring down the barrel of going into our map selection, to be fair, but down a map. That would be a map away from elimination here. Without that pressure, they fully rush in towards that B-bomb site, and they show what that firepower can bring. See, that's hard to deal with. You see the shockwave come in, and it just changes the way your screen looks. That's hard. I mean, we saw a perfect example right there. As soon as he peeks, it's just your aim being like, yeah, exactly, jarring. It's a good word.
I mean, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's a different element to consider. I don't mind it because, you know, before post plants, or when the bomb explodes, excuse me, a little less exciting. You know, the bomb just blows up. Maybe you have some audio that you have to consider that you won't be able to hear as much because the bomb is so loud. But now it's more about the shockwave and trying to deal with that distorting your vision and potentially players peeking around it. I like it. Anyway.
Do something about this B-bomb site here. This is concerning. And, well, maybe Spinny can be the solution. Does get traded, and they have a lot of help. That's promising. Oyster coming through there just in the nick of time. A little bit nervous that it was going to be more of the same, but instead Metanoia stalled them out. Nowadays, with the most recent update, Jerry would be able to survive on this map if he was to plant the bomb. But I don't think he's going to survive this round in terms of having a chance here. It's completely contained towards this B side with the positioning of NTX. 1 HP for Jerry. Oh, that's bad timing. The reload there. HE chips away a little bit more. Jerry. Oh, he's giving a free swing. An isolated duel. Somehow Jerry's evading the shots as well. What's going on here? 24 bullets. Just go for the wall bang. I guess it's causing enough ruckus there for NTX to pull the strings on that flank, but playing a dangerous game there. At least they passed the test.
I almost feel like that reload was an accident, right? Because his movement and the way he was exposed like that, you're not going to reload under most circumstances when you're holding an angle like that. So yeah, a bit strange, but it doesn't cost them the round. They're okay. Metanoia Wolves will tie it up at 13. And now we'll see who will gain that edge heading into the second half of this first overtime. Metanoia Wolves were the ones with 2 map points, and that's just not good, NTX. Just holding, right-clicking a nade right in front of his feet, I guess. I'm not even sure what went down in that instance, but he takes damage from his own nade down to 14, and VZN's taking damage from the AKs on the other side. He's down to 12. This is looking a little bit messy on the side of Metanoia Wolves. MIBR Academy hoping to capitalize on that. A nade in the right spot towards that A site would take care of VZN, but that's not where MIBR Academy are headed. All 5 players are on B right now, or near it.
Ready to bounce. KZ doesn't budge off the flashbang, doesn't pop a shot off, nothing of that nature here, but they do toss in a very effective late smoke. That comes down around the 50-second mark, so I think that time pressure going to be amplified. Block utility defensively is just a single molly now, though. But by no means is MIBR Academy forced to rush into these fights. They do have to fight up against a decent number of players here. Flash looking for his time to strike. Flashbang goes over his head. There you go. Flash finally able to swing, but it's already too late. Spinny, all directions, able to nail the frags down. What is Shazin up to? Pushing this smoke. Are you serious? He gets caught and punished. Interesting move right there. Maybe thought they were circling the waters already, but instead NTX just realizes in time that he's already pressing. It's a free frag there. Metanoia go up 2 rounds despite the awkward start.
All right. METANOIA Wolves trying to get the win here again. They have the lead, but we've seen these leads trade hands so many times throughout this map that it doesn't mean much. What will mean a lot is a team getting to 16 here in this first OT. Otherwise, we're headed for double overtime. VZN taking some early damage down to 56. 3 players about to charge up the ramp from METANOIA Wolves, but the bomb isn't even in the vicinity. Shazin, a little exposed, has to back off here, so they gain B control. Now the bomb has to sprint on over. Try and get here. That's NTX putting on the running shoes. Needs to hope he doesn't cut off from lane, because no one's really watching. And now Flash cuts off Spinny. Thuister manages to take down Shazin, so back and forth we continue to go. Nothing yet decided. The bomb will arrive safely, just in the nick of time, honestly, because Stormzy was about to push out of Jag, and have a look, it seemed. Bomb should be planted here, behind Pillar. You would imagine, eventually, they want to do this. What's the thinking here? Okay, waiting for the flank. Okay,
Oh.
that's fair.
Yeah, had his pieces ready, and as soon as they turn around, of course, that's when the cave players peak as well. And now, like being watched by at least Alan Carr, and it seems like they recognize the jungle or the cave positioning. They're already playing a nice bit of jiggle right there, but it's not going to matter. And Storms and sticking around. Surfacing through the smoke, Alan Carr punishes. No questions asked. That's METANOIA Wolves with 2 more chances to close this map out.
Well, they had in regulation, like you mentioned. Now they got to get in overtime. Nice little round victory they strung together. Momentum now firmly on their side. Nuke up next. It's MIBR Academy's pick. No guarantees there either, though, because METANOIA Wolves aren't too shabby on it. Let's see how this next round goes, though. Still not over. 2 round victories in a row for MIBR Academy. We're headed to double overtime. The defense is about to get bolstered with reinforcements. 2 players arriving on the scene to join up with Stormzy, who can now push a little bit more aggressively, potentially out cave. Throws the smoke. That gives away his position, and Spinny decides not to push or force the issue. He throws a nade in instead, a little bit of chip damage on Stormzy, but nothing too crazy, with still a good chunk of time left in this round.
To work through your progressions. Rush things out just yet here. It seems like MIBR Academy are grouping up, though, for some sort of collapse. And through cave. Up to the task of punishing. It goes back and forth, but no one taking that contact. No utility cost in. They're going to go dry. It's a nice trade from VZN. It looked like there was a multi lined up perfectly for Storms, and instead VZN slows down that roll. Lots of damage done by Shazin. Keeping the HP bars very low, but the B bomb site is left somewhat vulnerable here, and NTX going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, they're going into the site, but Shazin does manage to get the headshot onto NTX. Oh, nice shot from Thuister, saving his teammates who are very low on health. It's still a significant HP advantage for MIBR Academy. Alencar waits, holding short B. Jerry finds Thuister. Alencar headshot on Jerry, looking for a follow-up, can't get it. It's all up to VZN with 3 HP, but he's coming in on the flank. There's no way they expect this at all. He has to get the frag on the player defusing the bomb. He's behind Pillar now. It's actually pretty open for him.
What a check.
Oh, they double back and check it. VZN falls, and MIBR Academy will find their 14th round.
Great awareness right there, man. Wouldn't have been anticipating that. Right, you think he's going to be behind the smoke, but as soon as you don't see the smoke spam, you start to get questioning. MIBR Academy were able to identify the threat just in time. Before things fall too far out of control here. Timeout going to be called in OT for MIBR Academy. They're looking to breathe easy. Pressure constantly being applied right now is not allowing for that whatsoever. They're constantly playing from the back foot here. Happy that they get to live on another round, but I'm going to try and put themselves in a better position. You got to start putting some rounds on the board here and get off to a lead early. Can they get themselves into another overtime?
Oh, METANOIA Wolves will be very frustrated with themselves. They can't
no.
close this out. That's a huge miss.
Okay.
But the no-scope connects. Of course
Oh.
it does, and he hits the shot with the Tech 9 onto Shazin. 5v3. Alencar hitting the hard ones and missing the easy ones. Sometimes it be like that. Jerry will throw an incendiary in, but Thuister finds the trade after VZN is lost, so it's still a two-man edge for the METANOIA Wolves, who are trying to shut the door on MIBR Academy. Only Jerry and LKZ are keeping that door ajar.
My God. It's ridiculous to even try that. But to succeed is unbelievable here. Now the
Yeah.
B site still being huddled around here, but the A site being called clear is kind of putting them in a tough spot here. Oyster, no way. Oh, he's gonna fall. One spotted, and they do make a quick move in towards B, but by no means is this one done. Is it over?
Oh
Because
my God.
Alencar is gonna drop. And now a 2v2 ahead. Jerry. Smoke, flashing comes in, and it's a spray down for a single. Now a 1v1, Spinny falls! LKZ saves him. A 4v2, the round was over. And METANOIA Wolves cannot sort it out.
This is,
With the round that started off like that.
how do you lose that? I guess like this. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around why Alencar thought he was safe in that. I don't want to take anything away from him because he had a really good round. It's not him that the sole reason that he lost, but you feel a little too safe. That Molotov wasn't deep enough, and maybe they just didn't realize it to secure them from a peak.
That's largely what it was right there. That that Mully missing, allowing for them to slide through the choke point.
Right.
You also have a really weird decision to not move back towards A. The play was always going to go towards B. That was the decision. That's why you see Thoister, instead of going to clear out Temple, instead he'll walk through and towards the middle because he's going to try and flank. But why aren't we able to react and adapt and adjust? That's going to be a whole nother question for a whole nother day. And straightforward approach there to end this one is instead double overtime here. And MIBR can't take that as a catalyst, a gift wrapped up for them. It's going to be tough to determine here what's going to be the revival point here. Alencar just walking into the op angle there. Nice position from LKZ. That's his counterpart.
And there goes Spinny. Spinning away. Back off the boxes as his body flops to the ground. METANOIA
Nice
Wolves.
cartwheel.
Yeah, not too bad. METANOIA Wolves just 4 chances to close out this series goal. Map. It feels like it's been a series because we're like an hour and a half in. But no, they can't do it. And they've got to be upset with themselves. I'd be surprised if they weren't, especially considering now they're down in a 5v3, now a 5v2. The way this one has gone, maybe METANOIA Wolves will pull it back. I don't know. They get the first there in the 2v5. 31 seconds left, Cole, for them to try and get this one through.
And they are stalled. They don't have all the time in the world. This flank is just going to be a win condition outright. And it's smart to not give them the duels. That's exactly what they're going to do right now. They will fight, but team kill into the trade from Jerry is all that's required there. Whatever it takes to get the job done. Jerry going to be thanking the opposition right there to make his job easier. Yeah, it's concerning. I think most of all is going to be, I mean, if it's at all extended that much further, right? If we see the continued mishaps and failure to close this one for much longer, you're going to be looking at that 4v2 and saying, what happened? This was our game. For MIBR Academy, it's a new lease on life. Provided by LKZ's Heroics. Uh-oh. Oh, no. More disaster. Spinny just whiffing big time. HE will at least trade things out. Not the end of the world. And Alencar adds to the tally. So all of a sudden, you got yourself a 4v2. Looking to avoid disaster, they might just have that here. The B-bomb site is open. It's another 4v2 though.
I don't know. Who will take this round? Flash and LKZ. Waiting beyond the Molotov. LKZ takes a little bit of damage from that nade. He's going to deliver more to VZN here, you'd imagine. A little bit of team damage being taken on his side as he's going around here. Now they'll charge up. Flash and LKZ. Do they have a kit? Yeah, they both do. That won't matter if they die. And, well, there goes Flash. LKZ, no chance now. No reason to really save. So he's just going to fight it through. And he falls in the end. METANOIA Wolves tie it up at 16.
There's a trick right there. Back in driver's seat, especially after that start. You're spinny. You're thanking your teammates. Dragging you through the mud right there because it was scary at the start of that round. But it's all shaken off there when you still win it. Either way. All good. We'll see if MIBR Academy can come out on top, or if it's going to be continued leads for the first half of OTs and continued map points for METANOIA Wolves. Stormson. Avoiding the contact once again of Spinny. This time all the way through cave, back in towards the middle. Not really spotting out any resistance.
Jazin with the A4. Holding the line here towards Jag, and now we'll back off into cave. Got company arriving. Nice shot from Jazin, but a better trade from Alencar to keep the numbers even and keep applying the pressure towards B. Only one player remains in the vicinity. That is LKZ. Himself and Alencar have been dueling for the lead in terms of frags, and right now it belongs to Alencar at 33, but LKZ ties it up with that shot and connection onto Thuister. Man advantage gain for MIBR Academy. 40 seconds left. METANOIA Wolves have taken up the space into B. They're looking for another frag here. Stormzine in the smoke. VZN ahead of it. Neither will see each other, so we still sit at a 4v3 advantage for MIBR Academy in the post plant.
Card primed in position. Jerry giving this one a swing, and Alencar able to react in time. Evens up the odds here. LKZ, though, again, tit for tat here from these hoppers. Alencar now thrust into a clutch. Finds the first, and they're going to clash. Alencar versus LKZ. Tech 9 out here, and it's a clean headshot. Alencar to close things down. And METANOIA Wolves once again hop into the second half of OT2 with a lead.
4K for Alencar as well. He's up to 36, flirting with a 40 bomb. LKZ's at 34. That's been surprisingly an op duel here, although we've seen a lot of great individual efforts from the rifles as well. It's Alencar who's leading the charge here for his squad in overtime. 17-16. Second half of the second overtime. METANOIA Wolves have been the team getting those map points time and time again. And there's a possibility, as you already alluded to, Cole, that they'll get it again here in this second overtime. Nade sailing in. The Wolves throwing some counter util to try and keep the MIBR Academy squad at bay. One player on A right now, that is NTX.
AZ. Ripper of an opener. We start watching this one from the sideline. And these two oppers continue trying to one-up each other, both on 35. Both having impact on both sides of the half here. And as you said, Ancient not really is often known as an opper's paradise here, but neither one of these teams or players wants to let off the gas. Again, MIBR Academy don't want to constantly play up against map point here.
"25 seconds left. They really do have to get a move on. They're putting themselves in a bad position time-wise. One thing goes wrong, and this round's done. There's bodies here waiting. 13 seconds. They still haven't gone in. 11 seconds. There's one, two. Yeah, that one thing that went wrong. It just happened. And not just one, but three. NGX a triple. I don't even think there's time here, LKZ. Is there? Wow. Yeah. Half a second left on that plant.
Okay.
And I think that's a great shot from Spinny, so that might be enough here. With Alucard being the last one standing, he's been really clutch in overtime, so I wouldn't count him out just yet, but LKZ's got the angle, and the shot misses, which allows Alucard to move his way towards the site. Now burning in the Molotov, needs to hit a shot, won't be able to. MIBR Academy win the round and tie us up at 17.
Can't believe that worked. As you said, time running down to the wire. It seemed like he was playing a patient game on even where to plant, which is a bold move when there's nearly no time left. But all's forgiven. They play the clock just to perfection. They're going to be happy with that end result there, being able to survive the scare. Take what you can get. And again, MIBR Academy now pushing themselves onto a chance to claim their first map point. Do they have, again, enough in the tank for a team that burnt out yesterday in the 24th round here? They are showing up with some reserves today on Ancient.
Who will gain that opportunity at map point in the second overtime? The MIBR Academy have been fighting from behind for the majority of this one, or the METANOIA Wolves, who have already had 4 opportunities at it. Booster's trying to make sure it's the METANOIA Wolves as he gets another triple kill. He just gets them in bunches. Either he gets none or 3, it seems, as it's going to be a 4v2. LKZ and Jerry still standing, don't have to save. It's overtime. They can try for this. They've got a lot of control towards A, but now they don't, with BZN getting the headshot onto Jerry. It's all up to LKZ. Missed shot, tagged down to 16 himself. And this round is effectively done. It will be METANOIA Wolves with another, their 5th opportunity at closing out this map.
Dodging up on the shots there, LKZ. Gonna add them to the tally. Okay. That's 4 seconds left. An HE, that will do him in. Ridiculous that he's able to dodge that out, but it's all good. Will be closed out. They'll be able to maneuver in the right direction. METANOIA Wolves finding their foothold here. Once again, do they have that last little push, though?
All right, timeout expires for MIBR Academy. But yeah, I don't know. They've been lacking that finishing touch of the METANOIA Wolves throughout this entire map of Ancient. Now they are called upon again to try and end this one. 18-17, MIBR Academy flirting with triple overtime. Sir spams the smoke, does a little bit of damage to Shazin, who joins up with his teammates, and they will try to get mid control. There's a smoke blocking off visibility from Red Room, and METANOIA Wolves are going to give the mid without much more of a fight, at least from Red Room. They might just play sights at this stage, and yeah, that looks like it's the plan, although I say that, and VZN walks into Donut, re-smokes it. That'll make this a much more difficult approach from MIBR Academy, even with flashbangs and perhaps Molotovs coming through. They might just need to wait out the smoke. They have time, at least. Oh, VZN, what are you doing? Oh my goodness, he's a madman. He's an absolute madman. He's gonna get one, maybe a second.
Oh my
yes,
God.
he does. Oh, Flash finds the trade, but that may have been enough, Cole.
Bombs down. Oh, but they're looking the wrong direction. And Jerry's gonna pull it back. Another 4v2. Does this one really become a problem factor here? Jerry grabs the bomb.
What?
Jerry escapes.
What?
There's absolutely no way. HE's shallow.
Dude.
And they're going to be able to enter into the site. Following in the footsteps here now. Bomb tapped, not fully stuck. And Spinny's just casually walking around the corner. Alencar with a 5-7 of his own. Shows his footsteps. Makes some noise. Jerry right around the corner. It's 5-7 versus Tech 9 right now between these two. And it's going to be a big swing.
God.
Jerry has an AK now. Alencar can't connect. But finally, Alencar says enough is enough. 37 kills out of his guns here, constantly popping off, and METANOIA Wolves, double OT, are going to close things down.
An hour and 48 minutes later after we started, folks, this one is over. At least map 1 is. We've still got at least one more map coming up. That was crazy. That was some very scrappy Counter-Strike, to put it lightly, here between these two squads. Back and forth we went. The Oppers kind of delivering time after time. Alencar did stand up, you know, as a key piece for this METANOIA Wolves squad. They don't win this map without him, but I think they're going to be disappointed that it took this long to get to this point. Anyway, look, it was a long map. We've got another map to come coming at you very shortly, guys, so we are going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we'll jump right into Nuke. All right, we're back into it here. Map number 2 underway. It is Nuke. This is MIBR Academy's map pick. They lost the first map 19-17 in double overtime against the Metanoia Wolves. Now they're trying to bounce back on Nuke, but like we mentioned in the pregame, both teams are pretty decent on Nuke, let's say. Obviously, there's more reps from MIBR Academy, kind of their home turf, but you know, hovering around the 500 mark, and so are Metanoia Wolves. So it should be interesting to see how this one plays out as well. Spinny, how have you gotten here? What's going on? Gets the headshot. VZN finds a couple on the front side of it towards A, and again, Metanoia Wolves looking good on the pistol.
Where they need to be here, VCN. From the rafters, from the top rope. Using those dual Berettas just nicely. Got them stalled out for now. Gonna scoop up the bomb here, double swing coming through, and they just don't allow for the passage of that bomb here. Doors shut in the face. Thoister gonna play with his opposition. 50 seconds here. Both players are stuck in main right now. We're in towards lobby, rather. Thoister playing a dangerous game there, giving opportunities back and forth. He swings, but looking for the reposition on the top of hut. Able to get their VC in. Is going to fall. One quick isolated duel to try and lower the numbers.
Well, they won't be able to. Alencar gets the headshot, and he's looking to get off to a hot start again here, and he does! Jerry, his last victim, 2K for Alencar. And starting CT side on Nuke after you've been so hot throughout the entirety of Ancient with the AWP is probably a boon for him, as the Wolves go up 1-0.
That's certainly something he's going to look forward to. He looks to get that op rolling. East side, we know that could be a big opportunity for the op to thrive. To do just that here. As things progress. A big stance here, Spinny able to clean things up with relative ease. Get apart a couple of those duels. Making sure that there is no damage in a round like this, and that is mission accomplished here so far. They're going on a bit of a hunt. And that can create some picks there. NTX kind of playing a dangerous game. No problems though.
Armsy is
Pressure.
checking out the fire extinguisher, reading the instructions in case he needs to put out a fire. That'd be something if you could grab those off the wall and put in a Molotov or something. That would be a little... Or shoot them and it puts out the Molotov.
There you go.
Okay, I'm giving ideas now to you, Valve. If you
Now we're
want them.
cooking.
2-0 for the Metanoia Wolves. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
Could you imagine they're just at all the key choke points and the CT side just can't do anything?
Yeah, it's just
They,
shoot fire hydrant or fire extinguisher.
you see an execute come through and you like there's one inside of hut. As soon as you, as a player there, toss that you know molly down in towards hut, it immediately gets extinguished for free. You're like, oh, well, my lucky guess. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Again, another one of those game modes that we could do. In a Tin Man or something of that nature there, but well, that being said, Alencar trying to keep up his performance there. Limited to just a single this round.
Double here.
Big
He's
swing.
in.
Oh! He said a couple there. He's still kicking. No way he goes for more. No, he doesn't. But a headshot there with the USP is not the worst way to end it. Manages to make the most out of that situation there and sets his teammates up for possibility here now in the 2v2.
Both at the B site, and that's where the bomb is right now, or at least where it's headed towards. However, Mr. doubles back to A, says, okay, maybe something's going on here. NTX as well, really. They've sold this well on the MIBR Academy side, I guess. But NTX, I guess, was told or thought that he should go back. And he does. If they take too long here, then Deucer's going to be on a flank. So So they have to get a move on. NTX looking towards ramp, expecting some aggression there. But not even a push into secret? Interesting. Just holding the line right now. He's going to clear out A. NTX, if he pushes at the wrong time, could be in a lot of trouble. 13 seconds left. Oh, nice headshot from mid-range with the MP9. Flash falls, and Jerry, the last one available. 5 seconds left. Has to stick the plant. He will get it down, but he's probably going to die immediately. Oh, and he does. Headshot there from Thunderpick, and he finishes off with the body shot from the M4, and it is going to be 3-0 for the METANOIA Wolves.
They're just looking incredibly sharp here from the get-go, and you see some of the big individual efforts as well coming into the mix when necessary. Big multi-kill coming through out of VZN as things were looking a little bit sour. They enter in towards that lower bomb site. You get down secret, you're down a man already. Someone needs to provide the coverage and able to answer the call in a big way. Some lasting impact here for himself. Bomb plant at the very least. You still have some opportunities to battle back.
Oh, Stormzine gets clotheslined by Spinny's AK. Jerry finds the trade. Could get more. I like the movement here. He's losing his teammates, but he does get more. Shazin finds NTX as well. We're down to a 2v2. Shazin's going to get another one here. Alancar's dead. Thunderpick, the last one standing. He gets traded. And the round goes to MIBR Academy somehow. First picked up.
Big lack of awareness there. I thought that they might have had confirmation on the player getting out of hut, but it didn't seem like that was the case actually.
Yeah.
Alancar just gets completely sideswiped in an attempt to trade. You have to overcommit, and mishaps to start off the first round loss there for METANOIA Wolves, considering they have a opening advantage. Got a lot going in their favor, and even the multi-kills on that A side initially not going to mean too much in the end.
All right. A little bit of a duel back and forth here. Jerry will get the opening kill, though, onto Spinny. And, oh, no. Thunderpick's gone. That's not good. Let's hope he's back in the server soon. But, well, damage already done. So that's going to be a huge disadvantage here for the METANOIA Wolves. Just keep losing body after body. This round may already be over.
Too much of a starter here. NTX doing some damage here, but not gonna have a fun time here trying to stay around in this one. Not ideal. Having the disconnect come through there. But the save should be good. At the very least, holding on to the weaponry, find yourself safe passage in T-spawn for this one. Trying to get the ball moving. And that takes place there. Never fun. After losing that last round in chaotic fashion. More opportunities here rising for MIBR Academy to get back into the conversation right now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Deucer's back. That's the good news. Bad news is he wasn't able to help out in that previous round at all. Could argue that I was still leaning MIBR Academy's way, but you really never know. Especially when that piece is lost without being able to fire a shot. Anyway, round number 6 underway. MIBR Academy trying to tie things up at 3. The Wolves are going for a half buy, not a force buy, but investing a decent amount into this round. BZN, he's got the 5-7 in the smoke. Thunderpick Deagle in upper B. Does he get seen here? Maybe. Yes, he does. And they also spotted out the ramp player. NTX doesn't want to lose the A4, and Alencar has the op, so I imagine those two are going to be saving now and not really engaging any further. And yep, this is a third round for MIBR Academy.
Easy does it. Taking over on this T side. There's something you're definitely going to be after here. We'll see what they can manage on the hunt here. It's going to be a big hunting party. But I don't expect too much. Op going to be held on to a couple of bits of utility. 5-7 as well, but MIBR Academy here taking 3 in a row after the start that we got off of the METANOIA Wolves. Promising recovery efforts. Bomb blast, the shockwaves going off once again. MIBR Academy here, the storm brewing.
Indeed. I was going to say, it's interesting that you see the shockwave now, but there's no damage anymore. So it's like... makes me wonder if the 1 HP was intentional. They just saw the backlash and said whatever and turned it off.
Oh, I don't want to deal with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that big a deal for us. Maybe. I can see that.
It's so minor. Anyway. 3-3 all tied up. MIBR Academy, looking at the numbers here, we talked about it. It's a map that they play a lot. Their better side is typically their T side, which they're on right now at 48% win percentage. CT side lower at 45.7%. So usually it's the other way around, but not for MIBR Academy. They've also lost 3 of their last 4. They're only winning against Yawara 13-1. You look over on the other side here for the side of the Wolves. They have won 2 of their last 3 against Yawara, won 6-13, so just barely pulling it off, and then winning against R2. Lost Keat Stars was 11-13, so pretty close. Anyway, back and forth we go here. METANOIA Wolves trying to get back to their winning ways after losing 3 in a row, but the bomb is planted on B, and then 2 bodies lost instantaneously towards that side.
Okay, and another added to the tally right there. This is another kind of non-starter for the CT side. No chance to defend here. No real resistance in how they want to play, denying this positioning. They're forced into early saves, and honestly, what's so crazy about the way MIBR Academy are winning these rounds is they're not having to take a lot of contact in these opening fights before they get the numbers punched in. You're seeing such a passive stance on the defense here that they can get away with whatever they want and don't have to really work for a lot of that control. A little bit concerning here for the side of METANOIA Wolves if they want to put up a fight. Gonna have to sort out how they want to work for this map control, how they want to fight for this map control, more importantly. They have fight left in them.
Yeah, and you're looking at the stats here for the METANOIA Wolves. It's more of the standard on you. 57.1% of the rounds are won on CT side and 45.2% on T side. So they do need a lead to have a chance, statistically anyway, of coming through with the win here. Flash going to get the trade onto VZN. Blindsides his opponent. Alencar with a beautiful response. So Flash is lost, and now the man advantage restored for the Wolves as MIBR Academy have 1 player going down to Secret, excuse me. That is Stormzine. It will recover the bomb from lobby. And they have to decide what to do. What should the approach be?
And we're all the way down towards the lower bomb site, and it's mission accomplished here. Loud drop, don't get me wrong, but there's no fight on the CT side towards the lower bomb site. Stormzine going to confirm that here with a slow press through.
Bomb has been planted.
Take some shots. And there comes the late flank down through the vents here. A lot of contact being taken as they're stuck in towards a single door. Flashman goes down range. Mine blowing or Cloister. Gonna find the follow-up. Oh my god. Spinny straight through the door.
What?
Lands the headshot. And gets the finishing blow right there. What a way to win. That is ridiculous. One bullet, it didn't even break open the door. But it sure does find the target.
That's insane. What a shot from Spinny to seal the deal in a scrappy round. Unbelievable stuff. But there you have it, as they do manage to get another one on the board. Also, just a reminder, folks, that you can check out all the latest Thunderpick World Championship news over on hotspawn.com. That's hotspawn.com. As we are tied up at 4 and a technical pause comes through. I want to see if this is called by anyone in particular. Briefly called by the Metanoia Wolves, but also it's already over as I'm checking. So we're good to go. Heading into this 9th round of play. Wolves want to retake that lead.
So that METANOIA Wolves need the seat side lead. Usually Panic or MIBR Academy usually do good work on those T sides. We'll see if that may be true. Again, they're taking good positioning without meeting much resistance. They're out secret, or squeaky rather, into deadly positioning, and it does seem like Flash was able to capitalize off that there. Just pure chaos in the early round, given that positioning. Bomb is dropped in the lobby, though. That's a problem. And it's kind of covered by Alencar now as well. Flash was spotted in towards this lobby side, so they have an inkling as to where he's located. And they're all now huddling around the bomb. Flash, though, still in a position of power, though. He could be an unknown quantity that could uproot this round. Oh, he's gonna get cleared. Spotted, but not taken care of. Big misstep there from NTX. And he's able to stay alive because of it.
Okay. LKZ gets naded down to 48. Alencar still in the mix here. Ooh, messy for him. He's down to 14 HP. A flank is coming in. He realized it. Great awareness. 26 seconds. They're bunched up over in lobby. They lose one. Trade from Booster. Missed shot from LKZ. Pistols out, and it will be LKZ winning the duel. 1v1 goes his way. 5-4 for MIBR Academy.
This is so ridiculous. What is happening?
I don't know.
It is a mess in lobby. It's a bloodbath. But man, does it go in the favor of MIBR Academy by hook or by crook? Whatever it takes. They're just able to push it. And there goes an immediate opener. Spinny already taken down. Trying to work a deagle towards that outer yard. That is easy pickings for Flash. Four players towards Secret. One MP9 to play up against. I do like the odds here for MIBR Academy, to be honest with you. Helped out by extra utility. He's going to have no option but to back away.
Bit of a pause here in the middle of the round. Nice headshot from Jerry, though. Ends that brief pause, and he's still going to be hanging around towards outside, trying to pick off some more players. This is very unlikely for the Wolves to be able to pull off much of anything. Booster does get one, but he's still got a 4v2 in favor of MIBR Academy. Smoke goes in. VZN goes for some random spam, and that will not yield him much of anything. MIBR Academy just have to keep their nerve, and they should get themselves a 6th here. Unless Thooster... Oh, Thooster's going to slip down in towards the vents. What is happening here?
Is that going to be a gap that could be exploited? No. Okay.
Almost.
All right. Yeah, you saw the vision there, at least.
Yeah.
Execution not quite fully where it needs to be. BZN gonna Try and make him pay. We'll go down. This one remains a scrappy affair, to say the least, between these two squads. They're battling it out. Trying for position, and it will be in favor quite a bit for the side of MIBR Academy here, getting to amplify their success.
Not great news for METANOIA Wolves, who usually have a better CT side than this. Already losing their opportunity to take a lead into the second half. Booster and the rest of the squad hoping that they can at least bounce back to get a tied scoreline, which was what we ended up with on Ancient. It was MIBR Academy fighting back in that case. A little over a minute left in the round as Utility sails back and forth at a pretty decent pace. More smokes coming in, wall of smoke set up from mini to garage. There's a smoke break in and a bit of a spot on the side of Jerry towards VZN and NTX.
Whatever they can here to hold off this position. Allowing for them to just fly their way down in towards Secret and in towards that lower bomb site for free. That's been a big pressure point. Taking the pressure off his Alencar here, as he has done throughout this series on a consistent basis here. Going up that he can be the star of the show. VZN empty-handed in the lower defense. It's going to create a pathway in towards this lower bomb site. There is an HE. Oh, see if he can even get that off. No, instead, blasted. Big swing coming through there. Bomb making its way to get punched in safely. Oh, oh no.
What happened?
Didn't have time.
Oh, no time. I thought he had time.
I mean, he did. He just chose to plant in the wildest location. He planted like close to dark.
It doesn't really make sense because he could have planted just that silo or just gone for a safe one and just.
Strawless?
Yeah.
There's a lot of options. Maybe you're a little concerned that they jump down the vents and swing up double doors, so. But I don't know.
I mean,
it's more of a mess that we've been seeing.
That's super unfortunate though, because they had the advantage in that round significantly.
Oh, yeah.
It shouldn't have gone the other way, and then it does. So you're just like, okay, well, that could be a difference maker in the long run. They hope it won't be. We'll see if the Wolves can strike back into this one. There's Alencar with the opener. He's up to 10. First player to hit double digits on his squad. Vinny staring down at another smoke break towards outside. METANOIA Wolves are threatening to tie this one up at 6.
Real nice here. To, as you said, equalize at the very least. MIBR Academy with that misstep. Get that quick redemption here. This cross is met with great flashes. They're going to create a little bit of leverage here, but not compounding the opening duels here for themselves, and the quick rotations floating every which way. This is great collapse coming through out of the CT side. And they get to end off the half with a cherry on top. Everyone getting involved in the kills for the final round of play there. METANOIA Wolves at least put things to level here for the first. But again, MIBR Academy, 6 rounds on the T side. You should be feeling confident. We'll see if that's the case in practice.
All right, we move into the second half of action. I mean, definitely not the worst case scenario for METANOIA Wolves. Maybe 1 round less than they usually get on their CT side. So, I mean, they managed to recover well, especially in that last round, not losing a single body. But You know, you're going onto your weaker side. Although the same could be said for MIBR Academy. So I guess we're back on even footing, as was seemingly the case on Ancient as well. Who knows who's going to reign supreme here, but right now, MIBR Academy just putting on a clinic in the pistol round, absolutely dominating the METANOIA Wolves. Precision shooting. BZN will eventually be run down after putting up a good fight. MIBR Academy are back in the lead.
So they needed right there. Just to add to the tally for themselves and get things rolling. That's a step in the right direction for this MIBR Academy squad after losing 2 in a row in the last couple of rounds. Get themselves a couple. Here's a big factor here for the second half as well, is having LKZ have a little bit of impact. We can talk about having some struggles in that first half and shaking that off because C-side opping, not a lot is expected, but in the second half, CP side opping on Nuke definitely going to be looking to add to the tally here. So getting that op out as soon as possible is going to be pretty important for him. Start building some confidence in being a key contributor in map 2 like he was in Ancient.
See how it goes, if that does come to fruition again. He's going to get tossed in for Squeaky Door. Stormzine. Right on the edge of the Molotov. Flashbang going to get tossed, and Stormzine and Jerry just collapse onto lobby. Super aggressive approach, and METANOIA Wolves can't seem to figure out how to stop the MIBR squad from putting the pressure on. And lobby control fully gained. I mean, this is so much information for MIBR Academy. You do still have Dweester, I think, on T roof right now. But he's hanging back, waiting for pushes to come through. But MIBR Academy wisely do not get more aggressive here. Ooh, NTX spots out Flash, and now almost LKZ follows in Flash's footsteps, but he's lucky to be alive, and he backs off.
In terms of maintaining lobby control, that's one thing for sure, but a lot more that you have to worry about. The state. Just that lobby control takes a little bit of the pressure off of this situation. Re-aggression coming through, it seems like, towards Secret. It's going to become a game of timing, and the timing couldn't pan out better because Bomb is on the floor of Mini. Smoke tossed in as well. In an effort to try and keep control of this Bomb, they're going to lose another life. But this is an easy call for Jerry to make here. Makes a rotation down, but look at this play. A little bit of manipulation there. Jerry goes down the vents, and they've got an open bomb site.
Bomb has been planted.
Okay.
GG for Jerry. Oh, flashbang instead. That's good. Fully blinded up. No, not quite. But NTX still unable to recover his aim. It just leaves Spinny down low. And this is going to be a really tough clutch to ask here. This awkward angle. Storms in, not seeing his opposition. Spinny gonna have to take an uppercut duel there, but Stormzy wins it outright. And MIBR Academy are able to claim victory.
That is tough for the METANOIA Wolves. Looked like they were coming back into it, had a chance there, but MIBR Academy closed them down, shut the door, 9-6 in their favor. It's back to pistols, sticks and stones for METANOIA Wolves. There is a hero AK purchased by NTX. Hoping that he can do some damage, but overall, MIBR Academy feeling very, very good about the way this CT side has started off. Wolves going to try and get aggressive quickly. Shazin finds the opener, backs off immediately, and then gets a second on a chasing Alencar. Stormzine looking around for a follow-up, and he will get it. It is all MIBR Academy again. Although Spinny gets a freebie here. That's nice. He doesn't have the bomb, so it's kind of meaningless.
Self a grand prize of an empty bomb site here, as you said, though, without the packages. Not going to do you a whole lot of favors. Well, Digits looking at likely for the side of MIBR Academy. No T rounds. Still problem. here for MITANOIA Wolves. Spinny, that's too easy almost. Quick adjustment there. Has time to react and get away with the kill. That's quite nice, but won't get anything else going for him. Will be taken care of in the end.
Alrighty. Here come the guns again for the METANOIA Wolves. Maybe one of the last chances for them to really get into this second half of action. Otherwise, we're going to quickly be heading to that third map of Cache. Spam through the smoke. Spinny. Trying to find something, but all he's getting is damage to himself. Down to 44 HP. And now Thuyster down to 13 on top of Marshmallow, so he's going to have to back off himself. And look, they haven't really been able to get much pressure applied with the utility. Like, there's a Molotov to infrared box, but it's not great. It just maybe allows Spinny to peek out from Cubby at this point. I don't know. There's going to have to be a crazy turnaround from the Wolves here if they're hoping to get into this round. And that's not going to do it. NTX dropped. VZN tries to swing around and get a trade, but there's nothing available for him.
Effort here on this second half on this T side, just completely empty-handed. Not even really adding some damage tallies in anything besides 5v1s. We haven't seen kills from the T side. That is where the brunt of the success has been in this second half. MITANOIA Wolves is when the round is already done. Timeout does come through at the very least, so they are willing to give this one a fight and have a conversation about what's going on. For me, it's definitely feeling